It is day 2 of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives. I am Colleen Holder, and I'll just be taking you through some of the details of today's committee meeting. We have, of course, the $50 billion budget for the financial year 2023-2024, and the members of the opposition will be chatting with members of the government side today to get details on how that allocation will be spent. Today, day 2, we will be examining 9 heads of expenditure, and those will be starting at 10 a.m. with the Ministry of National Security. Next, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, the Personnel Department, the Service Commissions, Environmental Commission, and the Judiciary. So we will be looking at 9 heads of expenditure today, the same number of heads as we did on Friday, which was day 1. We will be, of course, live on our YouTube channel, ParlView, and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. And all the budget documents that will be examined today are available on the Ministry of Finance website. Today's meeting will be chaired by Mrs. Bridget Anisette George, and the vice chair will be Mr. Esmond Ford. Now, on Friday, day 1 of the Standing Finance Committee, 9 heads of expenditure were also examined, and those were the Ministry of Finance, the Pensions and Gratuities Department, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Public Utilities, Office of the Prime Minister, the Auditor General's Department, the Public Service Appeal Board, the Statutory Authorities Service Commission, as well as the Tax Appeal Board. So today we are looking at, again, how the various ministries will be allocated their portion of the $50 billion budget. It's directly $50,745,215,991. And that is about a $6 billion decrease from the 2022-2023 allocation of $56,175 million. So we are awaiting the arrival of the chairman of the meeting, Mrs. Bridget Anisette George. And we will, of course, be having 5 days of committee meetings this week. Well, 4 days this week. The 5th day was last Friday. So today will be day 2. Day 3 on Tuesday, we'll start with the Ministry of Education. Day 4 on Wednesday, we will start with the Tobago House of Assembly, as well as the Central Administrative Services out of Tobago. And on day 5, when we are expected to be completed with the Standing Finance Committee, because according to our standing orders for the House of Representatives, the budget allocation will be examined over 5 days. So day 5 will be on Thursday, October the 19th, and we will be starting off on day 5 with the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Each day we are expected to start at 10 a.m. and we go until we're finished. On the final day, day 5, the standing orders again indicate that we are supposed to end day 5 by 7:30 p.m. So there may be changes during the day on which ministries come before which ones, and if there are any changes, of course, the chairman will alert both the members as well as the public about any changes that are coming. On Friday, we did have one small change, which was the Pensions and Gratuities Department came before the Ministry of Health. Now, the order for the Standing Finance Committee is submitted to the Parliament by the opposition leader following the reading of the budget presentation by the Minister of Finance. So it's not an arbitrary process. It is a list that is submitted by the opposition leader, and they're the ones, the opposition bench, they're the ones who take the lead in probing how the expenditure for the financial year will be spent. So once again, today we have 9 heads of expenditure, and they are Ministry of National Security, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Personnel Department, Service Commissions, Environmental Commission, and Judiciary. And the chairman of today's committee, Mrs. Bridget Anisette George, is making her way into the chamber. So we will take you now over to the chamber for the start of day 2 of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives.
The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will now resume. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Head 22, Ministry of National Security, $2,998,386,800. I now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Consistent with the highest standards of leadership and management of the security of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, as Minister of National Security, we have adopted an approach to safety and security that seeks to better outline and assign the various levels of responsibility for all actors on the national security architecture. In this regard, policies are applied as instruments of governance, strategies applied as instruments of guidance, while plans are applied as instruments of and for implementation. To this end, the Minister of National Security, as both a member of the Cabinet and in this case a member of the legislature, is a key contributor to the development and articulation of government's policy instruments on security. These, of course, include legislative issues, cabinet-appointed policy positions and documents on national security, and of course, including Vision 2030. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Health, Education, and National Security are 3 of the largest of the 4 allocations in this budget, which illustrates government's policy, newly defined as viewing national security, crime in particular, as a public health issue. Armed with a body of policy instruments, the Minister of National Security interacts with the career strategists at the ParlStrat level. And they have the responsibility, whether it's the Commissioner of Police, the Chief Fire Officer, CDS, and others, as well as other operational heads, the responsibility for direct and indirect impact on national security. As senior policy and strategy advisors, the various heads lead the design and implementation of the strategies, as I indicated, are designed. As Minister, there is, for me, the ultimate responsibility for public safety and security, and we must therefore balance that overall role with the respect for autonomy and statutory authority of the various arms of national security in order to optimize our coherent and cohesive approach to the sustainable safety and security for Trinidad and Tobago. Our allocation has been set out, defined in part by you, and we are here to take any questions and further analysis of same. May I thank you?
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,698,386,800 for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of this schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,698,386,800 $800 for Head 22 Ministry of National Security is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Naparima. Yes?
No, sorry, it's 002.
You're not in 001, General Administration?
No,
Okay.
sorry.
Item 002, Fire Services, Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Could the Honorable Minister, I'm referring to 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, and I see a $92
Page 126.
million increase at 01002. And would the Minister care to list for us the reasons for? I see it includes provisions for vacant posts with incumbents, but is there anything else?
The anticipated payment of so-called back pay on the basis of the recent completed negotiations.
All right, so it does not in any way include the regularizing of the auxiliaries.
No, that figure, as allocated, there is largely for the back pay, as I have indicated.
Okay.
Are you finished, Member for Naparima? Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on 01 salaries and COLA, Minister, just based on your previous response, can you just confirm the increase of $92 million under this line item, is that representing the back pay figure, that $92 million?
I think
Member,
I just said that.
I believe that's what was said.
I'm just confirming because I have another question.
No, let's just try. We did fantastically well last week. It may have escaped you. Let's try to use our time effectively. That was quite clear. It was repeated by the Minister twice. So I invite you to go on to your real question.
Madam Chair, sorry, it didn't escape me, but I want to ask the Minister, in terms of this line item, whether or not, can you just tell us how many vacancies there are on the establishment of the fire service?
Thank you very much. I'll give you a little more than that. The number of posts, 2,707. The number of posts filled, 2,319. The number of posts vacant, 388. Vacant posts with bodies, 268. Vacant posts without bodies, 120.
Madam Chair, I would have asked the Minister, that 120 vacant posts, whether or not in this fiscal year, whether the ministry is going to take, or the fire service is going to take steps in order to fill those vacancies.
We are always engaged in taking steps to fill vacancies.
Minister, we heard the exact same answer last year, and those vacancies are almost the same amount.
Well, let me say to you, we are always engaged in sorting out vacancies, recruitment and training, an ongoing process as circumstances warrant.
Minister, you would appreciate the risk in terms of the work that these fire officers do, especially when there is a shortage of manpower. Can you give us a date or an estimated timeline in which we will try to fill these 120 vacant positions, and also those 268 persons who are acting, whether or not they would be regularized going forward?
What's the question?
Can you give us a timeline of the filling of these 120 posts that are vacant without bodies?
I would be unable to give you truthfully any timeline, sensibly. So I'm saying to you, this process promotions, filling of vacancies, the engagement of the Public Service Commission is an ongoing activity for as long as the fire service exists and will exist.
Item 004, Prison Service. Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Minister. Again, 01, explain the rationale behind the increase of $92 million. Is it for back pay?
Didn't I say that just now? Didn't I say that? Madam Chair, didn't I say that twice?
No, that was fire service.
Oh, you're talking about
Fire service was out under fire.
It's prison.
Yes, prison.
Yes.
So in page 127.
The story is the same. It's the back pay. These organizations have settled their negotiations with the CPO, and they are now entitled, and as the Minister of Finance indicated rather accurately, they will be paid and paid promptly. Allocations for these in terms.
Could you,
yes?
it includes 01 provisions for vacant posts with incumbents. Could you indicate us the number of vacant posts and the levels to which they apply?
I'll give you a little more than you have asked, as I want to do.
Thank you.
The number of prison officers on the establishment, 4,271. Number of posts filled, 3,500 flat. Number of vacant posts, 771. Number of posts with bodies, 252. And without bodies, 519. If you wish the civilian component, I can add.
No, I don't.
Thank you.
What I wish to find out is what is your timeline for filling these vacancies? The 771 vacant posts.
I have just explained to your colleague from Barratt.
No, but this is prisons right now.
I have just explained to your colleague that there is an ongoing process in these regards. That process is underway, and we always are making efforts to have them sorted out.
I asked a specific question.
Not it's ongoing.
It could be ongoing forever. Could you give us an idea?
Well, it wouldn't be ongoing forever. We have recruited, we have trained, we have promoted. That's a process.
Okay,
and
process.
It's underway.
03 overtime. Because of the fact that you have not filled these posts, you have to increase the overtime. Does this suggest to us that actions are not being taken to ensure that the prison service operates efficiently?
It does not. For the time being, these are the state of affairs as they exist, and we anticipate and in fact expect that it would improve going forward.
But
in light of the process that I had.
The president of the Prison Association has said that the prison service is in shambles and neglected. And here you are telling us today it's an ongoing process. We'll take our time. We will appoint it in due course. And I'm asking still for the deadline, and you say you can't give a timeline. So I give up.
Now, the president of the association is entitled, in our democratic tradition, to speak. I am equally, as minister, entitled to speak. And I am now in a position to declare to you that the prison service is not in shambles. It is out there performing its role and its function to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as is expected.
So a clear answer is you are satisfied with the state of the prison services in Trinidad
say I was
as
satisfied.
It relates to vacancies.
I did not say I was satisfied. There's always room for improvement. What I have said and will restate is that it is not in shambles as you have second-handedly described it.
Okay, so I think member for Aruka Moroni.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I find it very curious that the member for Naparima seems to want the Minister of National Security to speak on the job of the Public Service Commission. These are commissions that do a particular job in relation to filling vacancies. And consequently, it is not within the minister's purview to determine how fast or how slowly it is done. It is the independent service commissions who do the filling of vacancies.
Yes?
Asked and answered.
I'll take you after, Minister. Member for Naparima.
Member for Digo Martin Northeast for confirming that the minister is not responsible for the agencies under his control.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's.
Thank you very
West.
much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is Madam Chair, it is somewhat misleading, as usual, to come here every year annually and have the members opposite ask the same question. It is a fact that not only the Public Service Commission, an independent constitutional body that the government cannot intervene with, have to make the appointments, but they also are in charge of the promotions. So as we have found over time, existing now for decades, when the promotions are not done, those below cannot rise into the positions. So it is somewhat less than honest for the member to be taking that position with the Minister of National Security.
Madam Chair,
I also put on record his constant interest in the prisons.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Just one minute, member for St. Joseph. I'll call upon you in time. Member for St. Augustine. I'll call on you after.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just don't want us to get off on the wrong foot this morning. The issue of the independent service commissions and staffing goes across the board in several ministries. It is a challenge for ministers and in different political administrations, but the challenges are real. I think when we examine things in this committee, we want to get to the bottom of the problem. It is not to necessarily cast blame on the minister. And sometimes you just have to be frank and lay out what the issue is. It is not your fault, say so, it is no problem. But the issue of staffing and the issue of the public service and vacancies is a crucial one. So this is a great opportunity for the minister to respond to the member for Naparima by indicating what the challenges are, because I know, Minister, that there are challenges. Thank you.
Member
I suspect that the other side, though there are those among them who were not actually in government from the other side, they would be familiar, as the member for Aruka Maloney and the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West correctly indicated, they would be very familiar that these issues exist since the establishment of the service commissions under our Constitution. So when you carry on with these questions, it does lend the impression as though it's a new development, foreign to you.
Okay, so I think, member for St. Augustine, you've really summarized it very nicely in the spirit that we would really like to proceed here, and I thank you for that. I take the member for St. Joseph. Do you still want to make your contribution?
The matter has been.
Thank you
done.
so much
Thank
for
you.
recognizing that. Just 1 minute, please. Member for Sama Barataria, you no longer wish. Member for Naparima.
Yes. Perhaps the minister could correct me. In the Constitution states that the minister shall have overall direction and control.
Naparima, I think the issue, that particular issue, has been dealt with. Please put that down. We're not arguing here about any issue about the Public Service Commission. You could bring a private motion on that if you wish. Can we go on to the estimates? Do you have another question on the prisons? Thank you. I'm sure you wouldn't like me to do the same thing to you. 005, Regiment. 006, Coast Guard. 007, Immigration. 008, Probation Service. 009, Forensic Science Center. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm on 01. Minister, this allocation of $6 million, this would be for salaries for persons on the establishment at the center. Can you tell us how many pathologists we have currently?
2 pathologists in the theater as we speak. We had 3, and 1 would have retired recently. And again, we are in the process of making efforts to resolve that shortfall.
Minister, can you tell us what efforts you have made?
We have gone international with our searches, genuine searches regionally, internationally. We've enlisted the support of an international agency in that regard, the UNDP, and we are working feverishly on recruiting persons.
Minister, do you know that we have had this recurring answer for about 4 years now, ever since the member for Port of Spain, North, Centre and West was even the minister in terms of recruitment of a pathologist?
I am aware.
And you're coming now again in 2023 with the same answer.
Because there's only one version
Minister,
of the truth.
may I ask the question? May I ask the question?
1 minute. Remember, everybody's entitled
Yes.
to 5 minutes on each intervention.
Yes.
Yes, member for Barataria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Minister, we have seen many articles, I raised it in the contribution, that the bodies of the 4 young ladies were in fact decomposed. The young man who was shot since Tuesday at the Avenue, his body is still waiting for the examination to be done. At Monday now, it's almost going to be a week for the autopsy to be completed on that body. Minister, can you say what urgent steps we can take in order to clear that backlog in terms of the staffing of the amount of pathologists at the center?
The fact that you identified that this problem existed when the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West was at this desk, and I can tell you it existed a long time before that, demonstrates, as I have indicated earlier, this is an ongoing process. You hire, they retire, they move on. For example, recently we recruited one, we completed the process, and when it was full and complete, he then indicated that for personal reasons, and non-national of course, that he will no longer be able to take up the position. So you have really made the point. It's a process, and it is as old as Methuselah. However, in respect of the example you gave with those 4 bodies, I have investigated the matter, and I can assure you it had nothing to do with the Forensic Science Center per se. There's an arrangement in place where funeral homes pick up bodies on a rotational basis, and it appears from what the Funeral Agency Association indicated that the particular funeral agency that picked up those bodies on that occasion, for one reason or another, did not refrigerate those bodies as well as was expected, and they should. But it had nothing to do with our Forensic Science Center. And on the other issue, and that matter has been resolved in the sense that they would probably not be able to treat with anything until they demonstrate that they have the capacity that they had given assurances for in the first place. And on the other matter about somebody not yet having had the postmortem performed upon it, when bodies are brought to the Forensic Science Center in the context of COVID-19, which still exists, no longer a pandemic notwithstanding, they first are tested for COVID-19. That determination helps in terms of the way the body is disposed of consequently. Once that is done, then the Forensic Science Center performs the autopsy, and this too is happening on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
So, ma'am, Minister, are you then suggesting that the delay in the performance of the postmortem operations are not as a result of the lack of staff, but because of the COVID-19 testing?
I don't understand your question. I think I was quite clear that in any event, it had nothing to do with staff. In any event...
So the current delay we experience is not staff?
In any event, COVID testing is done, and when that is determined, then the autopsy takes place.
A COVID test can be done in less than 5 minutes now, Minister.
Well, you go and perform it in 5 minutes.
No, I'm not going to do that. It's your responsibility to staff the center.
Well,
you have utterly failed in this regard.
Come and take up
You
an
have
appointment
utterly,
as a pathologist.
All right, so member for Chaguanas West. Member for Chaguanas West. Member for Appropriation, I assure you I'll recognize you in your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, in terms of the same line item, is it possible, I know you mentioned in the case of one potential candidate that for personal reasons they did not take up the position. With this particular increase, are you satisfied or confident that we are providing the correct packages so that we can entice persons to take up these positions to fill the vacant posts?
That's a matter for conjecture, some speculation. I know most professionals would always want more, but what we have on offer is what we have on offer until that changes.
And Minister, just to follow on respectfully from my colleague, member for Barataria Sawan, the individual mentioned who one of the persons awaiting the autopsy is actually a constituent of mine. And I know you indicated that the issue is with the funeral homes and how they may conduct a rotation in how they take the bodies and possibly store to return to the Forensic Science Center. But isn't it that the end point is the fact that we don't have sufficient pathologists so that we can have quicker autopsies performed? So the delay is still at that point, not necessarily the fact that the funeral homes have to take away the bodies.
No, I can't agree with that. The issue is separate from the Forensic Science Center, as I had painfully and painstakingly explained. Insofar as activity in the Forensic Science Center, I can tell you, notwithstanding the fact that we have 2 pathologists on deck, there has been no pile-up of bodies and long lines on the Monday mornings or as we had seen in previous years. Those who are on deck are working at optimal capacity, and we have not had that problem of any pile-up within recent times. I explained to your colleague, a COVID test must in any circumstance be done, and once that is done, the results are known, then the rest of the procedure follows.
Member for Naparima.
Minister, my understanding is that the Forensic Science Center has several sections or units. We have one forensic pathology section, and I'm speaking here to 01, Madam Chair, the vacancies. Forensic pathology, they handle postmortems. The biology section, DNA analysis. The chemistry section, drugs and stolen vehicles. The document section, the firearms section, ballistics, and the toxicology section, the poisonous drugs, etc. Are there any vacancies in these areas? And if so, how many?
What I've presented to you would be the general figures. I can provide those specific figures for you at a later stage. First opportunity.
Member for Naparima.
And the second question is, as in the all-of-government approach, has the Ministry of National Security sought to speak to the planning division in respect of awards of scholarships so that we could more, in a focused manner, tie our scholarships to the pressing needs of the Ministry of National Security? Has that approach been tried, or scholarships are just given to study whatever they wish and they are not tied to our national security needs?
So, Member for Naparima, I would give you an opportunity to rephrase that question. I don't think the Minister of National Security could speak about scholarships in general.
Can the Minister indicate whether, as part of his strategies, he has approached other ministries to award scholarships in these areas?
What you are suggesting is, of course, not new to Trinidad and Tobago. You're a relatively newcomer to this House, but the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and particularly my government, We have done that for eons, for decades. I can tell you of several pathologists, one recently retired Dr. Boris, and others who have left the platform who came through the government scholarship program. And as for the specific activities of the scholarship section, as the chair correctly identified, I would hardly be able to speak more accurately to that. Simply to say that what you are suggesting is not new, it's not unique even to your head, but it's well-known tracks for us.
Any any students who want scholarships in this area?
So I'm not going to allow this
Okay.
under salaries and cost of living allowances. Okay, I think we've looked at vacancies and so on, but this sort of discussion on scholarships and so on, I'm not going to allow. Anything else? If not, I move on. Item 012, lifeguard service. Yes, member for point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning to you. Minister, line item under lifeguard 02, wages and COLA including leave pay, $50 million is budgeted for 2024. Minister, could you tell the House, how many lifeguards are presently existing and how many vacancies exist?
Thank you. You deserve more than your colleagues, I think, even more than that. So let me help you. Number of posts, 114. Number of posts filled, 88. Number of vacant posts, 26. Number of vacant posts with bodies, 20. Number of vacant posts without bodies, 6.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, every year we seem to have an issue crops up given the time of the season for lifeguards, especially in Maracas Beach facility area. Question is, I want to ask is that why does that happen? Is it because they don't have enough bodies in place or there are vacancies that are not being filled? Could you help me understand?
I think it's a genuinely good question, and I should respond in terms. The arrangements for the lifeguards as daily rated workers governed by a trade union is a very peculiar one from my perspective. Their schedule allows them to work a defined time during each day based on their agreement. What do you call the agreement? The collective bargaining agreement. It says that they must work from 10 a.m. to, I think, 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. People go to the beach at 8 a.m., 6 a.m. People go to the beach after those hours too. And particularly on weekends and holidays, we find that when these beaches are crowded, the workers cleave to the bargaining agreement, the bargained agreement. So there's always that issue. And to get them to work outside of those agreed terms requires tremendous amounts of overtime. And I can tell you, in trying to respond to the public need and the public good, as Minister of National Security, particularly on the busy Easter and other such weekends, we have, through the administration, the permanent secretary, actually called out, not once, not twice, several times, all of them, so that they will be there in larger numbers to accommodate these developments on the holiday weekends. And they agree to come, and then on the actual day, you see a mere handful of them. So the problem continues. As a consequence of that, I have developed a policy position where we looked at the lifeguard arrangement as it now exists. We have looked at the problems as I have just explained to you, which results in the public not being adequately served, and we are mindful of that. I have developed a policy, and I am on the door of the cabinet, approaching the cabinet any minute now with that policy and some recommendations for a reworking and an improvement in these arrangements. Hopefully, getting cabinet's agreement would lead to us being able to treat with this problem and provide a better service to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly you as a regular beachgoer, from what I have heard.
I'm good.
Member for Naparima.
Has the minister, the ministry, done a study in terms of what are the optimal numbers or levels of lifeguards to ensure that our major beaches are patrolled at the times when the citizens use those beaches? And I ask that in the context again of the president of the Lifeguard Association, Anthony Paul, who you know, must know, who says that there are significant manpower shortages and that there are no lifeguards patrolling some beaches because of dilapidated conditions of the tower as well as the lack of transport from the headquarters. But the question is, what is the optimal? Have we done a study? What is needed?
The lifeguard personnel who you just alluded to, whose comments you just alluded to, he obviously speaks from the viewpoint and from the standpoint of the workers. I can't enjoy that luxury. I have to speak not only from the standpoint of the workers, but from the standpoint of the public, in the public good, in the public interest. And therefore, his view will be different to mine. Yeah. Insofar as the other part of your question is concerned, whether we have done a study, I have just indicated to the honorable member for a point of peer, your colleague, that we have done a policy review on the matter, and that, of course, included our needs and circumstances.
Follow-up question. You have indicated to my colleague that there are 114 posts on the establishment, and you have indicated 88 filled, 26 vacant. You have indicated that that you have a policy in place, and I'm asking with respect to one area of that policy, what is the optimal level, having regard to the fact that we have only 114 on the establishment?
We pay close attention to governance models and the governance structure of this republic. And I did not say I had a policy. I said I had a draft which we worked, and I'm on the door of the cabinet. It is not yet the government's policy. And therefore I am constrained and unable to go any further. When it is approved by the cabinet, then it becomes a government policy, and I will speak most articulately about it.
You'll give us, therefore, an undertaking, possibly, that next year...
I give no such undertaking.
Wait till I'm finished. Wait till I'm finished.
Member, in terms of this, we under wages and salaries,
salaries and cost of living, because this will affect salaries.
And cost of living. Okay?
Sorry.
And we've examined
02. And
your wages and COLA?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've examined manpower, resources, shortages, etc. The minister has spoken to our policy. I would like you to really address something on the figures
but
here.
Madam, $110,000 does not recognize that there's a policy that will increase, that possibly will increase.
You're going back to salaries. We're not on wages and COLA.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
The 110,000 is minuscule, having regard to the fact that a policy is in train, we are told, which may result in an increased number of lifeguards. So it means this policy does not address this figure, 110,000.
Is that a question you're asking the minister?
Yes. Why does this figure not address the possibility that there will be more lifeguards recruited? Give me your policy that will be sent to cabinet.
Well, as I indicated to you before, it is not yet the government's policy. I am now making an approach to the cabinet in that regard, and I can assure you that the solutions proposed may not necessarily be along the lines you are thinking. It may be otherwise, and therefore any additional expenditure may very well be otherwise contemplated.
Item 015 Cadet Force. Item 016 Air Guard. Member for Naparima.
Dealing, Madam Speaker, with item 23, salaries again, and I see a decrease of $10.5 million. Could the minister indicate to this Honorable House, what is the complement of the Air Guard? And I ask this question because my understanding is that there are 420 personnel to service only 2 working C-26 fixed wing and 2 barely operating helicopters. So we almost have 210 officers per operational aircraft. Is this so? And therefore, what are you doing about it in the context of the huge expenditure on salaries?
Your logic is far from impeccable. Troubling, actually. So let me share with you the facts.
Right.
Insofar as the Air Guard is concerned, there are 110 commissioned officers.
Right.
Of those, 59 positions are filled and 51 positions are vacant. The number of commissioned officers recruited in 2023 was 7. Insofar as other ranks, so-called, or non-commissioned officers, those that don't take a salute,
yes,
there are 437, demonstrating the figure that you had to be absolutely wrong. So let me help you. It's 437.
But within the ballpark of
forget
reliability.
The ballpark.
But forget that.
I don't want to hear nothing about ball.
The central point. Yeah.
We have I understand you're passionate and you have a lot to contribute, but let's go with a structure.
Here, for your protection. It's 437. The number of non-commissioned posts filled, 403. The number of non-commissioned posts vacant, 34. And we recruited 50 non-commissioned officers in 2023. I thank you.
Could the Minister indicate how many aircraft or air assets are operational at this time?
I will not allow that question on the
because
salary. I will not allow that question on the salary.
I'll rephrase it in a different way. Your figure is even more troubling, sir, because I had 420 personnel, you have 110 commissioned, 437 non-commissioned, making a total of 549. And all I'm saying is that you ought to give some consideration to this expenditure of $64 million and whether this is adequately used in order to provide safety and security to the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago.
Another question?
You know, so it's a statement. You're entitled to respond if you wish.
No, I have no sensible response to a nonsensical statement.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration, item 002, Fire Service, item 004, Prison Service, item 005, Regiment, item 006, Coast Guard, item 007, Immigration. Is that your hand up, Naparima? Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Member for Naparima.
02004, Prison Service. It went so fast that I couldn't collect my thoughts. You're not going back.
I will take you. Those were the ground rules we set. Those were the ground rules we set.
The ground rules of speed?
Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Anybody?
009. Page, please.
Member for Baratari Salmon, you have anything on 009?
Please, Madam.
Member for Shoguanas West?
Madam Chair, my pages are sticking. We just need a little time to change the pages.
Well, 09, 010, 011.
You know, we are so modern. You know, in days we used to have a little, like a little stamp pad with water where we dip our fingers, you know. You all now have stickets.
Madam Chair, with COVID still on the horizon, I don't want to employ those methods, Madam Chair.
No, the COVID is when you lick your finger. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the pads. But you also have the tabs. Okay, so I gave people enough time to get to 009. I'm moving on. Item 010, Fire Service, Tobago. Item 011, Prison Service, Tobago. Item 012, lifeguard service, Mr. Lee, and I see you are showing a good example as the whip. Yes, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under Lifeguard 012, page 141, line item 17, training. I see an allocation of $2 million this year. Nothing has, in the last 3 years, have been allocated in training. Could you help us understand what that training is about for the lifeguard section? Page 141, line item 17, training, $2 million has been allocated. Nothing has been done in training, at least for the past 3 years, 22, 23.
The increase, you want an explanation?
Well, there's no increase. There's now an allocation of $2 million for training in respect of lifeguards services. Could you help us understand what that will entail or design for this fiscal year in respect to training?
Well, as far as I'm told, we want to return to the training models that we've had previously following COVID, and we propose to do just that, along with possible other things, as I had indicated earlier, in a policy position contemplated.
So there's nothing specific that, in respect to training for lifeguards, that you want to share with us at this point in time?
Yeah, it's the usual thing, we are continuing with the normal training arrangements, CPR, first aid techniques, and those things that lifeguards must have and must continually upgrade in order to be effective.
Can I go into another line item, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Line item 15, Minister, repairs and maintenance to equipment. This year, $300,000 have been allocated. Nothing has been spent for the last 2 years. Is this repairs and maintenance, this line item, respect specifically to lifeguards equipment?
Yes.
And could I ask a general question? This is a very critical area, in my view, how nothing has been spent previously in repairs and maintenance equipment when you hear all the issues that the lifeguards have been pronouncing previously, that the equipment is under, in need of repairs, etc., or needing replacement. Could you help me understand?
In terms of what you hear?
Yes.
Well, I don't guarantee that I hear the same things that you hear. But what I do know, in this country, as one Calypsonian put it, half of what you see is just illusion and most of what you hear is not the truth. So I want to tell you, the fact that we had no expenditure suggests that there might have been nothing to repair. I, for example, as soon as I came here, handed over items that had been procured by the previous minister of some jet skis. I have had absolutely no complaint or issue in respect of their functioning, requiring, for example, training or any other equipment for that matter. So I think it's no news might very well be good news.
And line item, Madam Chair, 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings, $700,000 allocated this year. Could you help me understand if that's specifically those buildings per se, with respect to the lifeguard towers or their infrastructure?
The answer is yes, of course, and that would cover things like plumbing works, the maintenance of the physical structures, pest control, and those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yes?
Minister, is that Calypso the same basis as to your resolve that half the population don't support you?
Madam Chair, can you protect me from the frailty of the mind of Tobago?
Member, thank you for the comic relief. Can you proceed?
Madam Chair, it's the same line item.
No. Do you have an line item? Therefore, I go on item 013, Immigration Tobago. Item 014, Defense Force Headquarters. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Cadet Force.
Please.
Member for Naparima.
And I'm grateful
You're getting there.
for you going in a way that I could follow and ask the necessary questions and turn pages in time. Item 03, uniforms. I see an increase of $1.49 million. And I'm just asking this in the context of the fact that in a couple pages before, there's a $10.6 million decrease in salaries.
Just now, you're in uniforms?
Yes,
On page
but-
144?
Yes, 145. 145. There's a 10.6 million decrease in
so
salaries.
So you're air guard?
Yes, air guard.
Just now. So, 1 minute, 016.
Air guard.
Air guard.
Yes,
And at
01603. Right?
Uniforms.
And I'm seeing a $1.49 million increase in uniforms. And I'm just saying that this does not seem to make sense on the surface when we note that there's a 10.6 million decrease in salaries and wages, but we have an increase in uniforms. So it requires an explanation.
Consists, just for helping you, of the blues, what we call blues, operational wear, shirt, they wear nice light blue, sky blue shirt and soft trousers.
Yes.
They wear white ceremonial uniforms, rank slides, boots for operational wear and ceremonial wear, shoes for those who work, those in the offices and so on. And of course, kit involves, physical training as well. Because of the heavy wear and tear on those that clothe the bodies of those in the service must be replaced and replenished as we go forward. So what you see here is really in keeping with all of that.
No, Minister, it doesn't make sense. You have a decrease in the number of bodies and an increase in the uniforms. Were the bodies that were not there and therefore indicative of the decrease in salaries, were they not wearing the same labels and shoes and same? So the question is, you have less men, but more uniforms.
No, that's not necessarily the case, I'm saying that there's always need for, I think I told you that we recruited another 50 persons last year. So these are ongoing elements of expenditure. Thank you.
I give up. Section 1.5, subsection 1.5, repairs and maintenance.
Item?
Repairs and maintenance of equipment, $368,000. Since we only have 2 planes operational, is this to repair those that are non-functional now? Or this is to buy shoes and pants and uniforms?
No, it's a bad cap for you. What's your question?
The question is, the 368 allocated under item 15, is that to increase the number of serviceable aircraft that these 500 officers will operate with?
These are for the maintenance of
equipment,
the repair of generators, pressure washers, Hobart aircraft ground power unit, aircraft rectifier units, fuel-proof Bowsers, overhead crane, radios, desalination machines, kitchen equipment, and such like.
Will this increase the number of operational aircraft?
Properly answered.
That told you what it will be used for.
But it does make sense in terms of, I'm trying to find out if these things, the Bowsers and whatever, will make the aircraft serviceable.
Yes.
So that's all I wanted.
It's a stupid question.
I have questions coming later.
Member for Orbuchwas.
Thank you, ma'am. I refer the Minister to line item, sub-item 61, insurance. I note that you had an actual spend of almost $8 million in 2022, and you had budgeted a similar figure for 2023.
Which line?
61, insurance.
Insurance. So you had an actual spend of $8 million in 22. You budgeted a 7.1 in 23. You only spent 4.3. You have now an even smaller budget for 2024. So given $8 million in actual spend, a revise of 4.3, and a now estimate of 3.14. Minister, I'm trying to find out if there are any arrears that would have been accrued that would now account for a fall, so that you would have spent more last year to justify this small figure. which is half of the actual spend for 2022.
Can
you explain why there's this?
A policy position was taken to move to third-party coverage.
Thank you. Just to follow, Minister, would that have been as a result of the age of the equipment, or is it that a specific decision was taken to simply go this way, which is unrelated to the age of the equipment?
A number of sensible, reasonable considerations.
Minister, would you share those sensible, reasonable considerations with us?
Including, of course, the age of the equipment.
Item 017, Immigration Detention Center. Item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Fire Service. Member for Naparima.
Other minor equipment. And I'm just inquiring, since again the President of the Fire Service Association has indicated that there are only 10 sets of breathing apparatus in the whole of the fire service, and they have to be shared among officers. That's Newsday, September 17, 2023. I want to know if this other minor equipment will address that concern.
Yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Could the Minister indicate then whether this figure will ensure that the required number of breathing apparatus sets will be available to all stations in the country?
Well, let me say, since this is a very topical issue, and I see where you are heading, the aim is to have as many breathing apparatus kits as there are firefighters. Not all of the personnel of the fire service are firefighters. The aim further, by virtue of the policy we have adopted, is to move towards a situation where you have the units and you have a personalized piece for each of the firefighters.
Agreed.
We are not yet at that stage. What I can tell you is that we do have, since I've been Minister of National Security, we have allocated money and we have undertaken a program of repair of those that were repairable. We also purchased more. And recently the Cabinet approved they approved the purchase of, I think, 225 of those units. In the meantime, in answer to your question on behalf of the public who we all serve, there are sufficient breathing apparatus sets to deal with more than one fire needing those for their defense at a time. Let me try and make that a little more clear.
You need to make it clear.
In other words, we have sufficient breathing apparatus sets to attend to more than one fire at the same time.
Per station.
In the fire service. Because the fire service, on the basis of its resources, like every other organization, spreads them around as is sensible and reasonable in the view of the chief fire officer, and moves around apparatus, whether it's tenders or breathing sets, in accordance with his professional determination as to the need. So I'm saying to you, some fires require breathing apparatus sets, some not. And recently, just by way of testimony, there was a fire, and I am told the Fire Service Association president, Mr. Ramki Sood, was among the firefighters in that fire. There was a need for breathing apparatus sets. They were present for all personnel and enough to defend that fire, and it went down without murmur. Just to support the point that the situation is not as dire as you and others have suggested. And we are on the move to acquire the new 225, which are being procured as we speak. and we move towards the ideal position as I've explained.
Would you, so you're assuring the population as best you could that each fire station will be equipped with sets
I'm assuring,
in the event
I'm
that
assuring
they
the
need
population that if there's an event reported on time and all things being equal, the fire service will respond to it, and there are sufficient breathing apparatus sets available to the fire service to man that and other fires at the same time.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I have one more question. On that same other minor equipment, $2 million. It is reported, and I think you must have seen it, that in terms of minor equipment, some $999,000 was allocated to buy 20 wooden ladders at $50,000 each. All right, and I wanted, and it was $999,000. Is this to handle that situation? Because I understand the wooden ladders are now in the back of the fire headquarters, discarded.
You always allow yourself.
Yeah, but answer the
you
question.
always allow yourself to be subjected to bogus
Will
information.
this handle it?
1 minute. You know, there is a tendency in this conversation between Member for Naparima and the Minister for each of you are not giving the other an opportunity to finish and to respond accordingly. That is very counterproductive. Okay, and you know, member, you've sat in some of the very high chambers. I think we should get some of the benefit of that experience you have in here. Okay, please. So you asked.
Sit in high chambers. I didn't know.
Member, Minister, please don't contradict me. You have the floor now to answer the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the fire service, professional outfit as it is, guided by the principles that govern their operation, requested of the Ministry of National Security the acquisition, the purchase of ladders, and the government provided the resources to facilitate that.
Full stop.
Okay. Member for Tarisano.
I'm on also 04 other minor equipment. Minister, you had an allocation to spend $6 million in 2023. However, $2 million was spent out of that $6 million. Can you indicate why the full sum was not utilized?
I'm unable to say, but I can tell you generally speaking, as we transitioned from one procurement pathway to another, there had been some teething issues and so on, which are being ironed out, which have to a large extent been ironed out. And I think that may, in the generality, have been responsible for some of that across the board,
Minister,
across all government ministries.
What I can tell you is that there is an exemption under the law for the procurement of goods and services for purposes of national security. So I can't see the procurement transitioning affecting the procurement of goods and services under this line item.
That is your view.
No, that's the law, Minister. That's the law.
Yes. The same law that you all challenged when recently.
Madam Chairman.
The same law that you all challenged when recently it was done.
Madam Speaker, for the record, that law was not challenged.
Can we get back to the objective that we are undertaking here, please?
Sure.
You have another question, member?
No, Madam.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Under the same headed goods as a follow-up with regards to the breathing apparatus, can the Minister indicate how many of those breathing apparatus units are available now currently? I know you indicated that you recently had approval to have some 200 and something additional.
225.
225 pieces. Can you indicate when those will be available to officers, a date by which those will be dispatched? And I raise this in light of a recent newspaper article where fire officer was badly damaged, badly burnt, and the article indicated that it was based on a shortage of the proper breathing equipment. So while there are fires that people respond and they have the apparatus, there are many of our fire officers who are responding very often without the sufficient apparatus. So can you give us that?
Let me, in response to one half of your suggestion, I too had exposure in the newspaper and on social media shortly after my own budget presentation in this House, some fire officer who is alleged to have been burnt. I immediately asked the chief fire officer, his boss, to have this, to provide me with a report. I am now awaiting that. I've had some preliminary indications, but I wouldn't rely on those. I am awaiting a report on that. So the question of the cause of the injury is still to be determined, Member of Parliament.
Okay.
And I cannot, like you, suggest what was the cause until the professionals report accordingly.
Right.
That's item number one. And secondly, in terms of breathing apparatus kits, as I speak to you now, we have 50 of them for immediate access and use, meaning if you need 50 of them today, they are available, and a number of others are under repair as we speak, as I suggested earlier.
And of the 225 that you
Efforts are
recently
underway to procure those. Cabinet recently approved the procurement of those.
So can you give an indication, an estimated date by which that will be available?
I would be a little bit hard-pressed to give you any specific date. All I can assure you is that we are moving expeditiously in this regard.
Thank you.
Item 004, Prison Service. Item 005, Regiment. Item 006, Coast Guard. Item 007, Immigration. Item 008, Probation Service. Item 009, Forensic Science Center. Item 010, Fire Service Tobago. Item 012, Lifeguard Service Member for Naparima.
Lifeguard Service, other 04, other minor equipment, and $750,000 have been allocated for fiscal next year. Could the Minister give us a breakdown of the items, particularly as we have the President stating what he thinks are shortages in terms of the equipment supplied, under which they operate?
This line item, I can tell you, is really to deal with wireless equipment, cell phones, refrigerators, stoves, fans, microwave ovens, and power tools.
So
the one that you have just identified.
Yes. So therefore, it has nothing to do with items identified for the carrying out of their jobs.
All of these, in some way, obviously, as public expenditure, enhances the carrying out of their jobs. But the line item you have just raised is specifically to deal with the issues I've just described.
014, Defense Force Headquarters. Item 015, Cadet Force. Item 016, Air Guard. Item 017, Immigration Detention Center, Member for Naparima.
Item 02, Office Equipment 03, and item 02. And the question was nothing was spent in 2023 and nothing spent in 2022. Is there a reason for this? Given reports we hear about the equipment shortages in the IDC?
So, and we can't...
Why nothing was spent?
Member, I can't allow you to interrogate 2022 in the manner that you ask. If you want to ask for 2023.
Could the Minister indicate what the increase of 68,980, what that will deal with in regard to the fact that nothing was spent?
This line is to deal 01702, office equipment, is to deal with computers, printers, adding machines, shredders, scanners, binding, machines, and such like.
Item 018, Volunteer Defense Force Reserves. Sub-item 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies, Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much,
This one?
Madam Chair. To the Minister, we took note.
Just go ahead.
Okay. We took note that there are increases for two contributions, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and the Crime and Security Impacts. Given that these contributions are more or less the same each year, could the Minister account for the increase in both the contribution to those agencies? Impacts, I believe, was the agency that was fingered in the kidnapping of Brent Thomas. Is it related in any way to services provided by Impacts to the Trinidad and Tobago law enforcement?
I think in fairness to that very important CARICOM entity, it behoves of me to place on the record that it is a well-established and strong-serving Caribbean institution, and the way the member put it about fingered in some kidnapping, I cannot associate myself with those derogatory comments, and therefore I would want to dismiss that. Insofar as both Impacts and SEDIMA are concerned, we are very much a part of that. They have their own budgeting arrangements, and they make requests in terms of the apportioning of that for each of the countries of the region, and the Cabinet approves the amount of money that we eventually make available for our participation in and our benefit from those two important Caribbean CARICOM institutions.
I have a point of view.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, in respect to your last response, line item 05 and 01, how is that cost shared? I'm just curious, is there a fixed contribution that the country puts forward every year, or it changes, or how is it shared among CARICOM?
Yes. So they design, based on the arrangements, the institution designs its budget, and then it reaches out to each of the countries on the basis of previously arranged capacity to pay, to contribute, because not every country in the region has the same financial and economic strength as others. And that's the formula that they use, and they then suggest to each of the member states what your contribution should be.
Item 004, international bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 02, Vision on Mission, and which provides critical service in what we call crime prevention and crime rehabilitation, more so crime rehabilitation. The question I have for the Honourable Minister is, why would you, in the context of the view on this side, that we need to give equal or more attention to crime rehabilitation and crime prevention, how does the Minister explain a decrease of 1.5 million to Vision on Mission and 270 plus million to the spy agency, the SSA?
Let me attend to that fallacious position about 270 to a spy agency. We don't have no spy agency here. We have the well-established under law Strategic Services Agency, which is defined by law and operates in accordance with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, and have not been brought into disrepute, as you are trying to do in any time in its very proud history, as item number 1. 2, by virtue of their role and responsibility, and particularly as the repository of a lot of the security apparatus that the state holds and uses to protect all of us from terrorism and extreme violence, to counter violent extremism, and all of the other work that it does. They are the repository of that, and you will find a lot of expenditure directed to that agency to deal with those things, including the National Training Agency, National Security Training Agency up at Kamuto, which is an institution that trains all of our personnel towards professionalism and efficiency so that we could respond effectively to the demands for security products in Trinidad and Tobago. That is item number one. Insofar as vision and mission is concerned, we have indicated a major policy shift, moving from where we were to viewing violence as a public health issue. So if you want to see where the government's response, as you are intimating, to those issues are, you have to look in the Ministry of Education, you have to look in health, you could look in social development, you could look in housing, and certainly in the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. We have elements of it in national security. Vision and Mission is an agency. We were the government that recognized its legitimate contribution to the state of affairs. We were the government that says it performs essentially a public function, but as an NGO it might do it more efficiently than the state. They were operating before. We came in and we decided on an annual allocation to them on the basis of our financial circumstances, on the basis of their needs, and we have come up with the figures that we have come up with. Yes, we recognize their importance, and I trust that that answers your your thoughts on that matter.
Could you therefore indicate to this Honourable House how this will affect the capacity of Vision and on Mission to carry out what you agreed to is a significantly important mandate?
Every agency, every individual would want more, but the Minister of Finance and the government has to produce more with what we have on the basis of revenues. Thank God the Ministry of Energy, led by its minister and the Prime Minister, was able to fill a gap of $14 billion. Otherwise, I don't know where we would have been. And we are confident that with the allocation to Vision and Mission, they can carry out their function and will do so.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Member for Naparima.
Item 02, Strategic Service Agency. And I see in the estimate is 243 million. In the 2022 budget, we had, in the mid-year review, we increased their allocation by 66 million. But we now see that was not used. It was not used. From 243 in the mid-year review, we increased it by 76 million. Sorry, but that was not used. Yeah.
Where are we?
We are in 02.
Yes.
And we see in 2023 it was 243.
Yes.
And I am indicating that in the mid-year review 2023, it was increased by $76 million.
76? Are we
in the mid-year review. That's a fact. And yet we see that only, in the revised estimate, only 250 was spent. Could wait a minute.
He has lost us.
Yeah?
Lost us. Where are you?
009.
00902.
Yes.
Right.
In
on page 2020, in 2023, the estimate was 243.
And the revised?
I was here. The revised estimate is 270. And now asking, but
it's how much?
So the revised estimate is 250.
So that is 66 million, you told me?
No. I said in the mid-year review, a request was made and it was indicated that it was increased by $76 million. That's a fact. That is a fact.
It cannot be a fact. That's your theory.
that came to the...
That cannot, you don't have any evidence of that.
It
Please
is in
produce the
media
evidence.
review.
Where's the media review
I'm
document?
going to get myself.
Please.
To send it here. Before the day's end, I'll get it, madam. So the question is,
Madam Chairman, if you'll allow me, Naparima, please
Yes.
allow me. The fact of the matter is that the revised estimate would be the increase from the original to the mid-year.
Yes.
That's what it would be.
Right.
So that the revised estimate is 250, the original was 243. If you are saying that there was a 77 million increase from the original,
we were told,
then it would be, if you are saying that, because it has to be in a document, then that would mean the revised would be 310. But this is showing the revised at 250. So perhaps there's an error here, or you are mistaken with your theory.
no. I'm getting the information, Madam
No,
Speaker.
well, Minister, I understand what...
So can we, therefore, there are some other members on this item. So let's ask, and then hopefully you'll get information and come back. Yes, thank you so much. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 28, electronic monitoring unit. We see a decrease of 470,000 in the budget statement. The booklets refer to the acquisition of 470 electronic monitors. How do you reconcile acquisition of these monitors but a decrease at this line item?
Member repeat himself there.
Yes, Madam Chair, Minister, we have seen a decrease here in this line item, but in the budget statement, it spoke of the acquisition of 470 electronic monitors. So I'm asking the question, with this decrease, would we be able to have the acquisition as stated in the budget statement of the 470 electronic monitors?
The answer is yes.
And Minister...
Those items are paid for otherwise.
Minister, do you care to tell us the details of the otherwise? How are they to be paid?
Say again? Where do you be paid? Right. No, he's talking about the equipment. Right, right. That expenditure is taken up under the development program. Thank you.
Member for Barachari Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 02 Strategic Services Agency. Now, Madam Speaker, over the last few years of budget exercise, we know this would be an allocation for the national CCTV camera infrastructure. Minister, in the last...
Which line?
02, SSA.
Okay. Yeah.
This is page 154.
Minister, you said in the budget last year that 2,500 cameras would have been installed for the fiscal that has just ended. Can you report to this Parliament how many cameras of those 2,500 were in fact installed from the announcement from last year's budget?
I am unable to say precisely how many, except I would add that I indicated when I spoke last Monday in my presentation that I anticipated, based on information available to me, that by the end of that week, we would have installed cameras, having already done the backbone and the NEMA boxes and powered them up, and all of the back-end work that must have been done, and to make sure that they were secure in light of certain threats. We would have installed by the end of last week in 5 areas in the Port of Spain Police Division, and as at this week, we would be embarking on an installation across the country. So that work is ongoing as we speak, and I therefore cannot tell you this morning with specificity how many have been installed. Suffice it to say that all of the back-end work has been done, and the cameras themselves now are being installed as we speak. The contractor promised that we'll get them at a rate of between 35 and 50 per day across the country, and those sites would have been determined by the professionals in the law enforcement platform on the basis of their needs.
Minister, can you name the contractor for us?
The contractor that would have done the backbone for the system would have been Digicel, as I answered in this parliament on several occasions before, but by way of repeating this morning, Digicel and JCI Johnson Control Incorporated are the ones who procured for us and will be installing and are installing the cameras. Is that good and clear enough for last time?
No, and then, Minister, there are other cameras that were currently in the framework. Those were the ones that were installed by a previous government. The last check we had, there were about 1,796 of those cameras. Can you tell us, out of those 1,796 existing cameras, how many are functional as compared to those that are not functional?
Well, I would have answered this question to you and your colleagues 1,000 times.
And
I indicated on each of those 1,000 times, every occasion, that it is an ongoing process. A camera could go down today and be repaired later today, and another one go down, some bad weather, some shrubbery come in front of it and obstruct its lenses and what have you. So it is a day-by-day affair. And to tell you this morning, but if you want me to get a written answer for you or an answer as at today, I can do so. Again.
Thank you very much, Minister. Also, with respect to the cost of the camera that is being procured by Johnson Control, can you tell us what is the cost per camera?
I'm unable to tell you that now.
Can you provide that in writing?
I think so.
And can you also tell us the amount of money is paid to Digicel so far for the infrastructure? Same SSA, ma'am, with the CCTV cameras. Can you tell us how much Digicel was paid in order to provide the service of the backbone of the CCTV cameras?
I am unable to tell you that figure today to the cent. I am unable to do so, but I can provide that as of today to you at an early stage.
In writing. Thank you very much.
Member for Naparima.
I want to take this opportunity to...
You're going back to 2, right?
Yes.
Yes.
To place on record that I was right. The Minister of Finance was wrong.
No, member, if you give us the
I'll
source.
give the fact.
Yes, please.
Page 142. I refer the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Minister of National Security to page 142, the second report of the Standing Finance Committee, dated 5th of May, 2023. And I quote, it's in the Hansard, and I quote here, 0400902, Strategic Services Agency, 243097580, $76 million supplementary funding is required to facilitate the upgrade of the security software and the installation, training, and initial operation of a dedicated data connectivity solution for the National Closed Circuit Television CCTV network for the period October 2022 to February 23. So it's a fact, and the question stands. I demand an apology from the Minister of Finance.
Member for Naparima, could you just repeat the question that you want? So we've corrected. You're correct.
Oh, yeah, corrected.
Could you just tell us what the question is?
So the question was, why did the Ministry of National Security request $24 million? Well, I'm rounding off here. And in the media review, requested an additional 76, which will bring it up to 300+ million, but only, when we look at the revised estimate, only 250 million was spent. Could you explain?
Minister, fine.
Opportune time to explain the 4 numbers that appear.
The apology first.
Could I have no comments from others, please? I'd like to finish what I'm saying. I did not interrupt the member for Naparima when he was speaking. I think it's an opportune time to explain the 4 numbers that appear in all of the estimates. you would see there would be the actual expenditure for the previous year. There would be the original estimate for the year under review. There would be the revised estimate for the year under review. And then there would be the estimate for the year going forward. So if one looks at page 154, Head 22, National Security, 009, Other Transfers, 02, Strategic Services Agency, one will see the actual was 246,772, 246 million in 22. The estimate original for 2023 was 243,097, so 243 million. The revised estimate for 2023, 250 million. And the estimate for 2024 going forward, 270 million. The important number to be aware of here is the third one, the revised estimate. And what that is an estimate by the budget division based on the information available to the budget division about 2 weeks before the delivery of the budget statement, because that's when we close off the calculations using best information available at the time. That is what would be expected to be spent in 2023. And therefore, the supplemental, the entire amount of the supplemental was not spent. That is how you interpret all of this. And it is in that context that the question can be posed to the Minister of National Security.
So the question arises, when the request was made for the supplemental, that was based on what criteria? Since it wasn't used, it meant the money didn't evaporate. So it meant...
So 1 minute. The question with respect to what criteria, I think you would have had an opportunity to ask that in the media review.
Yes.
Yes? So I think you need to revisit the type
was
of question you want to ask.
Yes. Why was the money not utilized for dedicated data connectivity solution for the National Closed Circuit Television Network for the period 2022 to February 2023? Why was it not utilized as you indicated to the House?
Madam Chair, in answer to my friend, we sensibly and properly made provisions for it, but we had not yet been invoiced for it by the provider. It's as simple as that.
Yes, so it came out, I figure out a thin air. But go on, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Simple as that.
Member for Oropouche East. I think somebody other want you to come in the conversation because every time I think I have your name, I'm mistaken. Member for...
I'll join.
Baratara San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on number 20, line item 27, Migrant Registration Framework, Venezuela. I saw $200,000 was spent for 2023 when there was no allocation initially made. Can the Minister indicate what this money was spent for?
Sorry.
We are at page 154,
item
009,
I didn't
sub-item 27.
I didn't hear the member's question.
The spend of the 200,000
Yeah.
on the migrant registration framework.
Yes.
Yeah. Minister, there was no allocation previously, but then I saw that there was actually a spend for this line item. What was that for?
The re-registration. Yeah, the re-registration. You would have seen the Ministry of National Security on the basis of government's policy. We implemented a program for the re-registration of the migrants in the framework, and we went back to the original. In other words, we kept it open to all of the persons who were originally registered in the framework back in 2018.
How many of those re-registered, Minister?
About 9,000. Right, it's about 9,000 plus, but we are now, we're going through the process, so we are about 7,000 now. Yeah, we are about 7,000 plus as we speak.
So as we go on, we'll just keep re-registering them?
Well, until further government position on the matter, yes. We're monitoring the international scenario in the neighborhood and all of the other indicia and concerns.
And Madam, can I just ask on number 10 also?
Minister of Finance.
So clarifies. with respect to these 4 columns. Quite often you would see in an estimate for the year that is under review, in this case 2023, you will see no allocation at all. That is because at the time the 2023 estimates were prepared a year ago, there was no plan to spend money on this item. But quite often during any year, things come up, ministers submit notes to cabinet, cabinet will deliberate, cabinet will make a decision, and then you have an expenditure which was not catered for, and this is one of those. This is something that happened in the middle of the year, and therefore it would not have been catered for when these documents were prepared last year. I just want to clear that up.
Sure. I just want to move on to line item 10, ODPM. Minister, I saw that there is now an allocation of $17 million.
Which line?
10.
10. With respect to this allocation, several of my colleagues on the opposition bench, we often complain about the lack of resources, especially at a time of flooding. Minister, can you indicate whether or not, or you're in a position to tell us the total number of emergency vehicles or equipment that we as members of parliament could request from the ODPM, especially at times of severe and dangerous flooding in our constituencies?
It's genuinely an unfortunate state of affairs that I can't tell you the details of that, but I can provide that for you.
I do appreciate that.
Most certainly.
Member for Oldbush West.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, I want to draw your attention to line item 24, a very importantly named National Crime Prevention Program. And based on what the Minister of Finance's explanation was just now, in 2023, you had planned to spend $600,000, but you spent 1/3 of that. In fact, less than 1/3. You spent $188,000 on the National Crime Prevention Program. Minister, can you advise why it is you did not spend the full expected spend, or what was left out?
In the context of the government's shift in policy to an whole of society, whole of government, whole of region, whole of world approach to crime as a public health issue, this particular program, which falls into that general thrust, is itself under review.
Agreed, Minister, but I'm trying to gauge from the numbers provided what was not actually done, because you've come back again and asked for the same allocation again, which meant even though you're under review, you did not do some things in 23 that you're proposing, hopefully, to do in 2024. So what was it that was not done in 2023 at a cost of almost $420,000 that you plan to do?
The entire program, this is under review.
So you are reviewing, Minister, just for clarification and to conclude, you are reviewing the efficiency or the need for a line item 24, National Crime Prevention Program. You are reviewing the need for that program?
The program, and seeing how we can incorporate that into other things. The program is under review. I can't say more, but yes, it's under review.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Item on 009, item 10, Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management. The 17 million allocated to the ODPM this year. My question is, the ODPM is responsible for the establishment and the outfitting of disaster relief centers and shelters. Every year we see a list of shelters advertised, and I have, in my experience as a member of parliament, experienced where those advertised shelters are often not equipped or not even inspected by the ODPM. Can you indicate if it is on the program of the ODPM this year to outfit the shelters that they have designated for disaster, to outfit them and inspect them to ensure that they are up to scratch before we go into this rainy season, which often has flooding and some disaster?
With verve and vigor, you have given your opinion, your view as to what was outfitted and what was not. I can tell you that
as the member of parliament for those areas, I can tell you those community centers are not equipped. Don't tell me about verve.
Member for St. Augustine, I would, just one minute, I would really sort of urge you to readopt the posture that you had set, that standard you had set, that very good standard you had set for us at the beginning. Okay? Remember, you've said something, the minister is answering, and certainly you will be entitled, if you wish, another intervention. Minister.
I met her in a church recently looking pious as ever.
Minister, please, let's get on with it.
Thank you very much,
please.
Madam Chair. I was saying that with verve and vigor and vitality, the member simply expressed her opinion. Of course, the director of the ODPM has another one, the one on which I as minister am prepared, and on the basis of my own observations and the other feedback that I get other than from the opposition, I am not to associate myself with that impression of the work of the ODPM. And I would like to say that the items that we have here are, and the funding that we've provisioned here, are for operations, costs, salaries, rents, etc., policy planning, GIS analysis, mitigation planning, data collection, and facilities protection, preparedness and response to natural disasters, public information and community outreach, and to procure minor equipment. Only recently, I was in the public domain establishing another early warning system where we are now able to measure the rise in capacity or the flow of water in our rivers as an early indication of what might be happening and what is to come, so we could move resources and move people in order to protect them as we set out to do quite professionally. So I am not in a position to associate myself with the comments of the member, the honourable member. Suffice it to say, this allocation is for the items as I've just demonstrated pellucidly.
I thank the minister for his pellucid explanation, which, however, does not address the question I asked.
You can hardly
Madam Chair, if I may, the question with regards to the outfitting of the centres, I am not privy to the report that the minister would have from the ODPM, but I wish to invite the minister and the head of the ODPM to visit with me the St. Augustine South Community Centre as well as the Bamboo Community Centre, which are both listed on your advertised list of shelters by the ODPM. They pay for that advertisement in the newspaper and so on, and those are not outfitted. I have been writing to the ODPM and the Ministry of Local Government's Disaster Management Units. I have even asked them to give us the list of what the shelters should be outfitted with, so that I will get donations, as I have been doing over the past years, to assist flood victims, to outfit those shelters. And they have not even been able to provide me with a list of what the shelter should have. So in all respect for whatever report that you may have, things are a little bit different in the actual shelters. So don't put your head on a block for the report. I invite you, with or without me, to visit those shelters, and let's get things.
Madam Chair, I am not privy to the letters written by the honourable member to anyone. If the honourable member wants to engage me in it, the honourable member is free to send me copies of those, and I give her the assurance I should interrogate them and act as I always do in the interest of public safety and security in Trinidad and Tobago. However, Madam Speaker, invitation to go along with her is a bit troubling. I would not want to. I'd be afraid to
I would be troubled to visit anywhere with you too, Minister. What I'm asking you is to do your job.
Based
That's
on
all. Do your job.
To my attention.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program, subhead 09, development program consolidated fund, item 004, social infrastructure. Honourable members, item 004 spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, Coast Guard. Member for Naparima.
Thank you. I refer to item 052, in which nothing was spent in 2022, and I know the chair has told me he's not responsible, the minister is not responsible, but last year, in the revised estimate, $15,000 was spent. And my understanding, and in this year we have allocated 100 million. My understanding, the minister has indicated that this is to repair the 12 damming vessels which they inherited as new vessels from the People's Partnership government. Given the fact that nothing was spent, and now 100 million is being spent, this gives credence that the minister respond to the view that these boats were deliberately allowed to run down, and so that our borders remain porous.
Madam Chair, I don't have the documentation in front of me, but I seem to think that we acquired those vessels way back in 2012. And as vessels go, they would need upgrade, maintenance, and this allocation is in anticipation of that, and we really are looking forward to making them available to the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard to improve our border security efforts to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Would the minister, could the minister indicate that when this 100 million is spent, what will be the coverage, 24/7 coverage of our coastal areas?
Well, I must say to the member, I did say in my opening remarks as permitted by the Speaker for 5 minutes, the model we take is that we provide these resources and so on. These operational issues are going, of course, to be for these agencies. However, we provide the resources to get these, just as we did with the 2 Cape-class vessels that we acquired in 2021, just as we did with the 3 OPVs that were built by BAE and which someone in their lack of wisdom destroyed, dismantled, and chased away to Brazil. So we will do that. And insofar as their deployment is concerned, that is a matter that will be left to those who are more technically and legally competent so to do. Suffice it to say that I am confident that with the resailing and utilization of those 12 vessels, it should logically, and we anticipate, take us a long way to improving our border security efforts as I have described them.
But Minister, this is not your positive prognosis. It's not consistent with what you said. In Guardian, May 25th, 2023, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard does not currently have and never had enough, I'm quoting you, enough vessels to provide 24-hour patrol service along all areas of Trinidad and Tobago's coastline. Did you make that statement, Minister?
Oh, yes. The point I was making is that with 264 identified illegal possible points of intrusion into our country, along with, of course, our legal ports, I don't think, layman as I am in that regard, I don't believe that this country, or any country for that matter, would be able to patrol all of our coasts 24/7. I just don't see how that is possible. Maybe you can.
Minister,
however, I know that with the policies we are implementing with the 2 Cape-class vessels, resailing these 12 damming, along with the others that we have, other sea assets, marine assets that we have, and the other assets available to the Air Guard, and the other assets available to our land forces, along with our radar, 360 radar coverage around the islands, and the very recently upgraded Coast Guard Command Center, I believe it will take us a very long way in protecting our borders. And just before I close, with our adherence to the principles and participation in the international best practice facilities of AirCop and SECUP and the continued collaboration with our regional and international partners, the ongoing training and professionalization of law enforcement and the defense force across the platform, all these things coming together will certainly improve the national security protection of our borders and incursions here with drugs and human trafficking and so on. And we will not dismantle our Cape Class patrolling capacity as another government did. We are heading in the right direction.
Minister, Minister, all I'm trying to get for the peace of mind of the average citizen of Trinidad and Tobago is an assurance that expenditures like the $100 million will redound to a situation where we found a cache of arms and ammunition that befuddles the mind of right-thinking, ordinary citizens of the country. And the talk is that most of those came in either through our legal ports or through our porous borders. So all we say is to help the police service. So when they take guns off, guns are not replaced. So all we're asking is an assurance that there is a coverage of our marine areas so that we could have comfort that guns do not come in unimpeded into our country. That's all we ask.
As a member of the UNC opposition, you will never be comforted, but I have given the public the assurance that even with the 4 new riverine and coastal patrol vessels that we have acquired with the help of our international partner, the United States, and with our efforts to create and to provide more marine assets for the already existing coastal and riverine patrol unit of the police service, which is responsible, along with the other riverine craft and patrols by the defense force, to keep watch on our rivers, our inlets, on our coastlines up to 2 miles out. All of these things are being put in place to give the public that assurance, and robust gun retrieval on the ground inside of Trinidad and Tobago, which is what you saw in the matter that you just alluded to in Santa Cruz recently. The police are on high capacity, full throttle, looking for guns, and all we do is ask the public, if you see one, if you are aware of one in your house, in the backyard, in the community, in a car, tell us. We will come and get it and give them the assurance. By so doing, we'll make the country safer. We also would like to tell them that we can be assured of the support of the opposition in this House as we seek to put in place laws to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Can I give them that assurance?
This would be my last input. You have my assurance since he asked the question. My assurance that once you come with good legislation, well thought out, we will support it.
Except, of course, you are not in a position to determine what is good. You are so ungood.
But I have one last question on that.
Well, I was going to invite, because while you have an intervention of 5 minutes, I think I would like to invite other voices. I'll put you back on another term. Member for Urupuch is.
Madam Chair, and I really regret interrupting this conversation between both gentlemen. I am on Coast Guard 0.014. Minister, in this heading, you have already indicated, which is public information, that we do not have adequate vessels, Coast Guard vessels, to patrol our borders at this time that are operational. There's a specific vote here of $1.5 million. So there's some specific equipment or vehicle that is intended. Could you tell us what vehicle or equipment is intended to be purchased for the $1.5 million?
Yeah, it's about acquisition of vehicles to perform maintenance activities and for transportation of vessels and equipment. For example, acquisition of 150 to 60-ton step deck trailer for hauling vessels, extra heavy vehicles and extra long vehicles, 1 spider lift for maintenance activities at heights, and the procurement processes for these have already been initiated.
Thank you. I'm at another area here, 053, I believe this is a new project. Just for the benefit of the public, could you indicate what exactly is a hyperbaric chamber? And it is a costing of $5 million. Could you indicate the process and where we are at this time? What process has
My
been used to
understanding is this
I'm not finished, please.
Yeah.
What process was used to procure this particular piece of equipment, and when can we expect it to be operational?
Well, we are in the process of, we are heading once, well, we settle these, we are in the process of, we will embark on the process of its acquisition. But the hyperbaric chamber is for the Coast Guard. The diving department of the Coast Guard performs dives for vessel maintenance and search and rescue operations, and for support for maritime law enforcement in the form of high-risk dives to recover narcotics. Very often, they throw them overboard, and the Coast Guard may see that, and they want to send divers to retrieve them, and, of course, firearms and corpses as well. So the hyperbaric chamber, recompression chamber, is a chamber used to treat and prevent decompression illness as they come, something we used to call bends. So that is what this is about.
And where are we in terms of the procurement of
Well,
the
once
chamber?
we settle these today, we'll embark promptly on their
could you say now whether this would be sole selective tender or go to the CTB?
I can't say as to the process, and if it is sole selected tender, it will be done in accordance with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly recently passed law.
Sure.
Member for Old Puch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to go back to sub-item 052. Integrated support services for the naval assets of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. The ministers, and I want to refer back to the minister's very spirited explanation of how important he thinks the protection of our naval assets are and our coastline. And I share his view that we are very concerned about the security of our coastlines. However, the question I have to ask is, given his commitment and his concern, why is it that $10 million was estimated in 2023, but you only spent $15,200? If you are so concerned about the security of our coastlines, $10 million was viewed as required in 2023, but you only spent $15,000. What was left out? What was not done, and why?
Well, this, as you know, is for those to resaling, recertification, and resaling of the re-outfitting of those dam-end vessels. We, of course, the procurement of those and the negotiations with the service provider were ongoing, and we are really now at the cusp of it. We have gotten to that place where I'm confident in very short order, we'll be on target.
So, Minister, can you advise what those support services are that were not, in fact, being able to be finalized in fiscal 2023?
The entire contractual arrangement, they had to be assessed, of course. So the team would have come do their assessment, then they would report to us, and then the engagements ensue, and then contract terms and those kinds of things. So it all took a little time, but I give you the assurance we are really the matter is now receiving the attention of the final position of the cabinet.
Minister, I am not comforted. You had $10 million to spend. You spent $15,000. You have now asked for $100
I give you the assurance.
Allow me, please. You'll have your opportunity. Allow me, please. So, I am not comforted to start with that you would spend the money that you have now been asking for.
Well, we must wait and see.
Allow me, please, Minister.
Sure, but we must wait and see.
Thank you. Minister, you said just now in explanation as to why you did not spend the $10 million that was allocated in fiscal 23, that some assessments and so on were done. Is it that no bill came to you in fiscal 2023, so that is why no money was spent from the $10 million? You said that over fiscal 2023, several things were done. You did the
being done
and so on. So, did those things not have a cost, or did all of those assessments, etc., cost $15,200? Because my question is about this $15,200. You had $10 million to do what you said, to do all these assessments, etc. Great. But then you only spent $15,200. So what was this $15,200 spent on?
One moment, please. I can get that, what it was spent on, and provide that to you in particular. However, as I indicated, the Damen group would have come, they would have done their own assessment, and we got Cabinet's approval to proceed on a sole select basis with Damen, and the thing is very well underway as I speak. And I, unlike you, am very confident, very shortly, we would settle that arrangement, and those vessels will be available to us in the time expected on the anticipated contract.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line 14, purchase of vehicles and equipment for Coast Guard. Minister, last year you requested and you received an estimate for 2023 of $1 million, and you told us that was for the purchase of a 40-foot lowboy trailer for the Coast Guard. The entire fiscal term has been completed, and we see no money was utilized for this vote. Can you explain to us why it is this money was not utilized for the purchase of the equipment that is necessary for the Coast Guard? And with respect to the 1.5 allocation for 2024, can you confirm that this piece of equipment will be purchased, and a timeline for the date that the Coast Guard can expect to receive this piece of equipment?
As I indicated,
the 40-foot trailer.
As I indicated earlier, we were engaged in the procurement process, trying to get value for money wherever in the world we looked, and we are now at a place where we are ready to advance on it.
Minister, you took an entire year and you did no purchase to purchase a 40-foot trailer for the Coast Guard. I'm just asking you, can you tell us in fiscal 2024 when we can expect the completion of the procurement process so the Coast Guard can get this critical piece of equipment?
We are moving very hastily upon it.
Minister, you appear to be sleeping on the job.
I appear, but I'm not
Minister,
running.
you appear to
I'm
be
not
sleeping
running
on the
any
job.
trade between here and Venezuela.
So, member for Couva North, Minister of National Security. I move on. Member for Naparima. Member, we're not investigating anything with human trafficking, all right? And I just want to. Okay, right? So we now go on to member for Naparima. No? All right, so let's move on. B, regiment. C, Air Guard. D, Defense Force Headquarters. E, Defense Force Reserves. C, Prison Service. Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Item 032, Program for Rehabilitation of Young Offenders. Nothing spent based on revised estimates. And I see 200,000 allocated, and in the context of our concern on this side for crime prevention and crime rehabilitation, could the Minister explain why nothing was spent in 2023 and only 200,000 allocated in 2024? Program for the rehabilitation of young offenders.
Item 032.
The prison service continues to engage in the rehabilitation program for young offenders, and I am advised by the prison service that they are currently in the process of developing some new programs along the lines of international best practice in this regard.
Yes, member for Naparima.
Another question. Item 038, installation of an alarm system at remand yard. I see nothing allocated. 037, installation of CCTV at the Port-au-Prince prison. 38, installation of an alarm system at remand yard, and upgrade of plumbing at extended remand facility. And I'm asking this, is this sufficient given comments 2 weeks ago by the President, Gerard Gordon, and he flagged aging infrastructure, including broken air conditioning units, no functioning alarm, I see you have something here for it, issues surrounding communications as a major concern for prison officers operating at the maximum security facility. And that is reported in The Guardian, September 22nd, 2023. And he described the maximum security prison as, quote, a ticking time bomb, end of quote. So the question is, the allocations here, are they appropriate, given what the President has said, not Rodney Charles, what the President has said about the condition of the maximum security prison?
Moving, as we always must, to improving our CCTV coverage of the Port of Spain prison, installation of the alarm system at the remand yard. Both those projects, by the way, have gone over to the IDF. And insofar as the upgrade 039 is concerned, the upgrade of the plumbing system at the remand prison, this is to facilitate the installation of prison-grade stainless steel, combination steel, penal wear to achieve the mandate for improved living and conditions of the inmates. I can tell you, recently we completed the upgrade and the outfitting with toilet facilities in each cell at the remand prison, both the north wing and the southern wing of same, improved the water system for those facilities. And one of the things we had to do was to re-outfit that same, where they were formerly tables made of concrete in an upheaval at the prison. The experts say they don't know how, but they were able to break up these concrete tables. I saw some myself and use pieces of that as weapons against the prison officers whose business it was to quell their misbehavior. So we have then moved to the stainless steel wear, as I have just described, and those matters are ongoing.
Member for Old
all with a view of improving the circumstances, as you would realize is necessary.
Member for Orupuchis. Member for Orupuch. Member for Shogunas West.
Madam Chair, I think Member for Naparima asked his last question under line item 36. Minister, under line item 14, what will these monies allocated be used for? 2.5 million.
Security?
Yes.
Installation of an alarm system, and this was approved by the Cabinet, and a contract between the National Security Ministry and the contractor was executed in 2021. The contractor was paid his down payment and got involved in the project, and the project is underway.
When is this expected to be completed, Minister?
I am being told that this work is expected to be completed around May next.
Thank you.
Member for Orupuch West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I refer the Minister to line item 034, Community Residence Rehabilitation Center to accommodate female child offenders. Minister, you had an allocation of $2 million in fiscal 2023 for this very important factor. There was no allocation in 2022. So this was an item that you brought in 2023 that you viewed as very critical, important enough to establish a line item here. Allocate $2 million to it, and then you spent zero on this very critical issue. Minister, can you advise why there was no spend on this line item?
For one administrative or technical reason or the other, the procurement process that we undertook had to be abandoned. I can't tell you the exact reason at this point, but it had to be abandoned, and we had to restart that. I could tell you, though, that we have, with the resources we already had, created a space for the few female offenders at that institution, making sure that in accordance with best practice and our laws around the regime of children, that they are separate from the adults. There is a facility now where they are so kept, but as I said, the procurement procedure had to be abandoned and we had to restart. So we are on the way.
This 2024 request for $1 million is to facilitate the new infrastructure or to facilitate the existing infrastructure that you have now
I would say improvement of the circumstances as now exist.
But I'm saying that this is a new line item, so that since you did not spend any, you've now used existing. If I'm to interpret you correctly,
we were able to create a place.
Minister, allow me, please.
Yeah.
You've now been able to create a space within your existing infrastructure to house these female child offenders. So you've now created a space within your existing infrastructure. That is not a new line item. So you're using your existing facilities, your existing infrastructure. My question then comes to this new line item, this $1 million, is if it were to facilitate the enhancement of what exists now, it would not be a new line item. It would be existing in some other item that exists already to deal with the infrastructure that you have adjusted.
My understanding is that we have some legal dictates that govern the way we must deal with the youngsters, and this is for the improvement of our facility in this regard. At the moment, though, those few that we have made provision for them, and they are being kept in those circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
E, immigration. F, fire. Fire. Okay, Member for Couva North. I call Couva North. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer the Minister's attention to line item 192, acquisition of equipment for the Point Fortin fire station. Minister, this line item was allocated $2 million in 2023. However, none of it was utilized for the acquisition of equipment for the Point Fortin fire station. Can you explain to us why it is this monies were not utilized?
Let me say to you that the Cabinet approved $30.1 million expenditure for the purpose of equipment for the Point Fortin fire station. Also approved for Point Fortin is a water tender, a chemical industrial tender, one pickup, and the Central Tenders Board undertook the process. The Central Tenders Board had issued an award for the acquisition of the chemical industrial tender and pickup. The pickup has already been received by the fire service. The awardee for the chemical industrial tender is in the process of finalizing their bond to make the contract binding. The Central Tenders Board did not issue an award for the water tender because none of the bids received met the required technical specifications. The Ministry of National Security, however, has since invited bids for the provision of a water tender. Bids have been received and are being evaluated as we speak. Provided that the specifications are met in the satisfaction of the evaluation committee, an award is expected to be made early in fiscal 24. And of course, with those custom-built pieces of equipment, delivery will be expected in about 18 months.
Thank you.
I thank you as well.
Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm on line item 178, improvement works to fire services buildings. Minister, there's an allocation of $9.7 million to be spent in 2023 for these improvement works, but only $100,000 was actually spent from that. Can you indicate why?
That project has been shifted to the IDF.
I'll ask when we reach
So
it.
we'll come
Sure.
to that.
Okay.
Member for Orpuch East, Orpuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm referring to line item 156, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the fire service. A $2 million projected expenditure was approved by the Parliament in 2020 for fiscal 2023, but the Minister only expended $500,000. Minister, can you advise what was not purchased? Because to come up with the $2 million estimate, you would have determined that you needed item A, fire trucks, cars or buses or vans or whatever. You would have identified specific need which would have come up to $2 million. But you only spent $500,000. The question, Minister, is what was not purchased?
Let me give you full details. I sought and achieved Cabinet's approval in 2022 for the $30.1 million to purchase equipment for Penal and Mayaro fire stations. Insofar as Penal fire station is concerned, it was to purchase one water tender at a cost of approximately $3.5 million, one emergency tender, $5.8 million, one rescue boat, $200,000, and one breathing apparatus trailer, $1.7 million. As for Mayaro, one water tender, one hose layer, and that is to facilitate getting water for that area from the ocean, of course, one ambulance, and one pickup, and one breathing apparatus trailer. The Central Tenders Board did the procurement process for the Penal fire station. Awards have been issued for the acquisition of the rescue boat and the breathing apparatus trailer for the Penal fire station. The breathing apparatus trailer has been received by the fire service. The rescue boat is in the process of being cleared. It is on our port by the customs as we speak, and they're going through their process to have it cleared and released to the fire service. The Central Tenders Board, however, did not issue an award for the water tender and emergency tender, and none of the bids, because none of the bids met the technical specifications as required by the professionals and experts in the fire service. The CTB did not invite bids for the Mayaro fire station at that time. The Ministry of National Security has since invited bids for the water tender and emergency tender for the Penal fire station and all the vehicles for Mayaro. Bids have been received and are as well being currently, as I speak to you, evaluated, and it is expected that awards, provided that the specifications are completely met, will be made early in fiscal 2024. And again, with these kinds of equipment, delivery will thereafter be expected in 18 months.
Thank you, Minister.
I thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. Before I ask my question, which is on 156, I'd just like to correct the Minister. He said that the 12 Damen vessels were acquired in 2012. It is the June 1st, 2015 indicates that they were delivered in 2015 and therefore handed new to your government. All right. So I've clarified that.
That I did not have the documents in front of me?
You did.
Okay, thank you very much.
So 156, purchase of vehicles and equipment for the fire service, and I see 18.7 million is estimated. And I want to ask the Minister if this $18.7 million will ensure that all fire stations in Trinidad and Tobago are equipped with functioning appliances. And I ask that in the context of Deputy Treasurer of the Fire Service Association, Acting Fire Sub-Officer Mohammed, who said that of the 11 fire stations in Northern Division, 6 have no tenders. That's the Northern Division. So I'm asking now, throughout Trinidad and Tobago, how many fire stations are without functional appliances, and would this 18.7 million rectify that situation?
I may not always hear the things that you hear because I don't go to places that you go.
It's newsly.
But I'll tell you, I tell you, I may not hear the things that you hear. And anyway, but I can tell you, in accordance with the government's policy, there are 25 fire stations across the land. It is our anticipation, all things being equal, that they would all be outfitted with a water tender and to be able to provide the service that might be required from time to time in emergencies. Of course, as vehicles go, there would be wear and tear, there would be some mechanical dysfunction, and vehicles have to be constantly managed and maintained. And there would be times when they get to the point where maintenance is not an option, they would have to be replaced. And this process of refurbishment, re-outfitting, and purchasing new ones, renewal as I would call it, is as old as the fire service, is an ongoing process. It happened when you were in government, and it will happen in all governments, because that's the way it goes with equipment. However, we are aiming to have every one of them sorted out. As I speak to you, I've been advised by the Chief Fire Officer that there are 5 stations that do not have its standalone water tenders. There are about 3 of them that are under repair as we speak. And we expect that as soon as that is done, and that should be very shortly, because we are outstanding with some specialized parts and so on. Have they come in the country as yet? And the parts have come to country. They will be installed, and these 3 would be operational. And as you know, and as I have already indicated, we are taking the action I've described to procure vehicles for tenders for the others. So we are expecting that we'll get to that point with tenders and all the other things that we do, hoping and praying that they are always functional and would save the lives of our citizens, because whenever a citizen is lost, for whatever reason, it is a very traumatic exercise, not only for you and I as citizens, but also to the members of the fire service whose business it is to save lives. So we are making every effort to do that.
Follow-up question on, say, 156. It is for vehicles and equipment. Does that equipment include fire hydrants in Trinidad and Tobago? I understand 99% of them are non-functional.
I tell you, the places you go,
I know.
you will hear those things.
But tell
and
us.
the people you associate with, I would hardly hear that. I have to rely on the official position from the fire service. And that which you have widely said is inconsistent with the official information that I have.
So what is the official number of percentage?
I have a report in my possession on that, not right here today, but I will make it available to you in the shortest possible time.
But you could ask
But what missed you a while ago when I told you about hose layer, we have since introduced into our firefighting capacity the technology to allow us to bring water from any open water source, including swimming pools in the vicinity, including rivers, and including the sea. We now have the capacity to do that. You didn't hear that? No, because you go to the wrong places and you associate with the UNC, the wrong people.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 193, acquisition of equipment for the Aruka Fire Station. Minister, this line item in 2022, we were looking at 5 million. However, the actual for 2022 is nil. In 2023, an estimate of 500 million, a significant reduction in what was projected for 2022, was made available to you in 2023. That 500,000 again was revised down to nil. Nothing was utilized to provide equipment for the Aruca fire station. Can you explain to us why?
Yes. The matter, as I speak to you, is achieving the attention of the Cabinet of the Republic. There was some concern for the cost, and as a government that looks out for the taxpayers' money very scrupulously, the Cabinet was engaged in a process to ensure that every single dollar of taxpayers' money is properly to be spent and properly to be accounted for. It is gaining Cabinet's attention as we speak, and like all other projects under this government, when we come up with it, it will be a value for money project for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. No handsy-pansy.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for your response, Honourable Minister. Minister, can you advise us the 2024 estimate of 500,000, what that sum of money is going to be utilized for?
I imagine, what is that? Well, that is for the I would say preliminary and so on and work in respect to that. Vehicles and equipment will be required to outfit this station, and once Cabinet settles its position, then we will be able to proceed with the acquisition of same. And as I said, Cabinet's determination is imminent.
Member for Naparima.
Item 178, improvement works to fire services buildings. And I take it that that refers to the 25 fire stations in Trinidad and Tobago. And if I'm correct, the question is, given government's poor track record with maintenance of its buildings generally, not necessarily the Ministry of National Security, but including the Ministry of National Security, is 100,000 adequate for 25 stations?
Member, 1 minute, please. If we had item 178,
yes, improvement works of
I
fire
see
service
no
buildings.
allocation for 2024.
Oh, sorry,
and
no
I see
allocation.
it's now under IDF.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right, I'll go to that when we reach it. 185.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly. Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I refer to the same line item of 178. Yes, the 2024 estimate would be dealt with in the IDF when we arrive there. However, with respect to the accountability for 2023, out of the 9.7 million allocated to this line item, only 100,000 was utilized for the improvement works to the fire station buildings. Minister, can you advise again why it is this 9.7 million was not utilized for this line item in fiscal 2023?
So it would come under the IDF.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honourable members, item 005 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, administrative services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I refer to line item 22, computerization of the Defense Force. This line item was allocated $1 million. None of it was utilized in the revised estimate of 2023. Can the Minister explain why?
I'm advised that the project is still in the developmental stage.
Honourable Minister, line item 22, 25, and 44. Can you advise us if all 3 line items, computerization of the Defense Force, computerization of Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, and the computerization of the Defense Force Reserve, are all one integrated project?
They are expected to be all integrated as this technology goes.
And it's the same reason why that you gave for the
the
non-utilization of the funds for 22.
Minister, just
Sorry.
please don't be anticipatory. Yes.
And can you advise us if the same reason that you have given us for the non-utilization of funds for line item 22 is the same explanation for 25
Generally,
and 44?
Yes. Generally, yes. The pursuit is to ensure that we purchase the right technologies at the right price and to meet the expectations in accordance with the wider military and public interest. Yes.
Minister,
sorry. Yes,
continue.
Governor, sorry.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 15, computerization of National Security Head Office. This line item was allocated a $2 million allocation in 2023. Again, none of it was utilized in the revised estimate. Minister, can you advise us why?
The Ministry of National Security is seeking to implement an enterprise solution to integrate all aspects of the ministry under common platforms for information collaboration, data availability, data analysis, and decision making. This includes the development of an ICT framework, a unified communications solution, and a disaster recovery solution, all very technical matters. And we are gaining the support and the engagement of that newly established Ministry of Digital Transformation to ensure that we get it right.
Thank you most kindly, Minister. Minister, can you give us a timeline, duration of this project, when it is expected to be completed?
As with all things Ministry of National Security, under this minister, with promptitude.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am on line item 45, the upgrade of automated fingerprint ID system for the Immigration Division.
45.
45. Minister, there was an allocation of $10 million in 2023. No money spent in 2023, and then there's now an allocation of $5 million for 2024. Can you give us a status of this project?
A review of the laws and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, we took the matter to Cabinet, and the matter is, for reasons I've explained earlier, the careful consideration of the Cabinet is being applied as we speak in this regard.
Minister, just having a glance of last year's Hansard for the same SFC, I asked about this line item and you said it was before Cabinet last year also. Do we expect when Cabinet may finish its deliberation of this matter?
I just said as well that these matters are made to benefit from the expertise of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, all with one thing in mind, to ensure that there is no misfeasance and that the public of Trinidad and Tobago get value for money in products that could serve well for the foreseeable future. It is gaining the attention of the Cabinet.
Okay, and Minister, I want to engage your attention to line item 46, the upgrade of machine-readable passports to the e-passports. I had also asked about this last year. There has been an allocation of $10 million, again, non-spent in this fiscal year. Is there a reason why the transition hasn't started from the MRP to the e-passports?
Well, again, the careful consideration of the Cabinet. You know, around this world, you have all kinds of people who want to supply these things and certain circumstances around the commercial elements. So the Cabinet would have approved this, and it gave approval for us to carry out a selective tender after much deliberations via the Central Tenders Board. The Ministry of National Security has issued the invitation, and bids have been received. Evaluation is in progress as we speak, and a recommendation is expected in the next couple of weeks.
And we believe the $5 million allocated for 24 will be sufficient for the provisions of these
e-passports. We believe
e-passports?
it will take us a long way, and if it doesn't, we can, with great justification, approach the Minister of Finance at the appropriate time to resolve any shortcoming.
Sure, I look forward to the transition.
Thank you. Me
Member
too.
for Naprima.
Me too.
Madam Chair, I refer to item 060. 060. National Baseline Survey to measure public safety and security. Would the minister wish to advise us on since 120,000 was spent on the outcome of this survey, this baseline survey? Huh?
Well, as you may not have known, that project was well and truly completed, and the report coming out of that is engaging the attention of the Ministry of National Security.
Would the minister care to tell us whether the survey said that the majority of citizens felt that they were safe and secure under your watch?
I don't have that report in front of me, but I would be surprised if it didn't.
Member for Couva North.
When will it become public?
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the minister's attention to line item 61, project building blocks. And Minister, you will be familiar with this project, formerly Cure Violence Program, which is an initiative of the Ministry of National Security that is partially financed through an Inter-American Development Bank loan facility. The program's objective is to reduce crime and violence in 41 high-needs partner communities in Trinidad and Tobago through the financing of preventative intervention addressing the most proximal and modifiable risk factor. Minister, this line item, which was allocated $3 million, only $900,000 was utilized. Can you explain why it is the full allocation of the $3 million was not utilized for the execution of this program?
This is one of the projects of the Ministry of National Security that reflects our new philosophy of treating violence as a public health concern. We consider it to be very important, but as a responsible minister, we reviewed the project with a view of finding greater efficiency and effectiveness in these regards. As a consequence, that background work was done. We built some bridges between project building blocks and the GRACE program, which is supported by the United States, of similar ilk, and as well the projects that are dispensed by the Interagency Task Force of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, particularly the Hearts and Minds unit of that agency. We built some bridges so that they can collaborate and coordinate their activities more effectively. And I can tell you, as at the time of the preparation of these figures, it was not yet resolved, but it has since been resolved, and Cabinet has approved funding to continue that program on a higher level with greater effectiveness in the context of treating violence as a public health concern. I thank you for your question.
Thank you most kindly for your response, Honourable Minister. Minister, this unit is listed in the Ministry's website under the support units that provide that support to the Ministry of National Security. However, what we are seeing in fiscal 2024 is that there is no allocation towards this line item. Can you explain to us?
When these documents would have been prepared, since then the Cabinet has approved that we proceed and allocations have been settled in that regard.
So we should be seeing some adjustment in the media review.
You must, you will.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
refurbished and revitalized for greater effect.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 63 on the following page, under this same grouping, enhancing the technical capacity and capability of the Forensic Sciences Center through acquisition of equipment. Honourable Minister, this line item was allocated $1.5 million in fiscal 2023. However, the revised estimate shows that none of it was utilized. Can you explain to us why?
The Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center is always seeking to improve its capacity, in particular, its capacity to treat with the current and foreseeable future demands on that institution. In order to bring about this improvement, critical pieces of equipment are needed to strengthen the institution. In fiscal 2023, awards have been issued for one gas chromatograph with dual detectors, one gas chromatograph with FID, 1 ultra-high hydrogen generator, and 1 digital microscope. The gas chromatograph with dual detectors was received by the Forensic Science Center on the 19th of September 2023. But the bills have not yet come in, apart from the fact that these figures would have been probably settled before that. Apart from this, it is expected that the other equipment will be received very early in this fiscal. In fiscal 2024, the acquisition of the following will also be pursued, and I'm sure you'll be rather enthused to learn this. Scanning electron microscope, a piece, gas chromatography as well, drug abuse testing system, a genetic analyzer, a comparison microscope, a mass spectrometer, automated pipetting workstation, and liquid chromatography, high-resolution spectral comparator, all very technical pieces, but necessary in the practice of the science that improves Trinidad and Tobago's capacity to detect crime and to bring perpetrators in all aspects of crime, including human trafficking, to justice. We are getting stronger. We are getting better. And I am confident we'll do what we've got to do.
Thank you most kindly for your response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you most kindly for your response, Honourable Minister. Minister, taking what you have said into consideration, I recognize that in 2024, estimate 500,000, which has been estimated for 2024, may not be sufficient for the explanation you have given. Is this another line item that we expect to see a review in the mid-year review?
It's quite possible. When the bills come, once we don't have an allocation that would meet that, we simply turn to the Minister of Finance and the government, recognizing that crime and violence, and more specifically, murders that flow from them, are a major bugbear to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, creating trauma across the board. And we are committed as a government to focusing on strengthening law enforcement's capacity to push back on the criminals. So I am confident that I'll be knocking on a wide open door when I go to the Minister of Finance, if that becomes necessary.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, and I'm sure the Prime Minister, taking into consideration the company that he keeps, he will also be happy to hear this.
You don't keep yours. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, moving on or following on from line 63, enhancing the capacity of the Forensic Science Center, I want to go back to line item 001, page 61. I observed that the monies allocated in 2023 appears not to be spent. What is the status of this project in computerizing the Forensic Science Center?
Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center is in an ongoing effort seeking to improve its ICT infrastructure and to digitize its data. The work in that regard is ongoing, as you would imagine. Before you go to actual procurement, there's a lot of backgrounding that has to be done.
Which is? Okay. Member for Naparima.
Thank you. Item 064, provision of DNA profiles by the Forensic Science Center to populate a DNA data bank. And my question is, I see nothing was done in 2023, 500,000 allocated. And could the Minister give us a status of this very important crime-fighting tool?
There may have been no expenditure. It doesn't mean, member for Naparima, that nothing was done. That agency is up, running, dealing with these issues, providing information to the police, Forensic Science Center providing information to them. And I can tell you, one of the law, the DNA law, mandates certain institutions, for example, the police service, the defense force, the immigration, the customs, and other agencies under that law to have their profiles in on the database. There was a significant deficiency that we inherited since then, and we have taken action in the last year. This minister demanded in national security that our personnel comply with the law. So we have improved substantially the number of persons. As a matter of fact, I want to share with you, we even make it a condition for certain things on the part of our personnel to ensure that along with the other groups of persons as mandated by the law, the database is populated, because the more people are on the database, the more our capacity to solve crime and to eliminate persons who may not be associated with it as a criminal, but who may have contaminated the scene by virtue of their office.
Excellent.
And presence.
Excellent, and I thank you.
And I want you to congratulate the government. We have done that.
Albeit too late. But
Public.
The F. We're not at F yet.
Public
yet.
buildings, member for Naparima.
Yes. Extension and modification of facilities at the Forensic Science Center. And the question I have for the minister is, I refer to the Trinidad Guardian, 16th of April, 2023, and it says, you, the minister, have said a parcel of land, a floor plan, a cost, and a contractor have already been earmarked for the construction of the new Forensic Science Center. The question I ask is, why these allocations to the existing building when you have already in a near advanced stage of constructing a new Forensic Science Center?
This new Forensic Science Center is a donation, a gift from one of our international partners,
China.
on this occasion, China. But we still have responsibility in and around it. So any expenditure you see here would be necessary expenditure in terms of our obligations in accordance with this.
G, equipment and vehicles. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004 spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, Coast Guard. B, Regiment. C, Air Guard. C, Prison Service. Member for Barrett Sanwa. We had C, Prison Service.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at line item 011, construction of a special court on the compound of the MSP. Minister, there's an allocation of $1 million, and I don't see a spend there. Is it that this project is going to be continued, or what's the status of it?
Recently, a subcommittee of the cabinet, as mandated by the very learned and distinguished and noble Prime Minister, interfaced with the judiciary on a number of projects that emanated from the judiciary. You would have heard the Chief Justice in his remarks at the opening of the law term commended the government for its engagement with the judiciary in this regard. I was a part of that subcommittee of the cabinet, and I can tell you that the judiciary has come up with another idea, in their view, superior to the establishment of this for that facility, and we would have approved that in terms.
So the expenditure here of the $500,000 will go towards that new project?
I am not able to say whether it will go towards that, but I know that they are now pursuing that goal in another way.
So we'll have an announcement shortly of that new project?
Well, that's a matter for the judiciary, sure. Yes. The cabinet having approved it, as it must have.
Sure. And 012, the construction of safe house for officers. $500,000 allocated 2023, no spend again, no allocation for 2024. Minister, we have seen it over the past years that the lives of prison officers have been under threat, attack, and most recently we saw what took place last week right in Barrett area. I'm seeing that no allocation was made for the construction of safe houses. I'm asking why no spend was there for 2023 and no allocation for 2024.
As you would imagine, these matters are particularly sensitive.
Yes.
And a sensible minister like I know I should be and am, I would not want to comment too fluently on that very sensitive matter. Suffice it to say that I am largely guided by the leadership of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service in this regard, and the considerations from them are underway.
While I accept the risk in divulging certain information,
yes.
I just want to say that we have to do more to protect these prison officers in terms of proper housing and security.
Well, you know, if you are talking particularly about this project,
yes,
I just told you what the circumstances are around that, and this minister will be guided by the leadership of the prison service on the one hand, and of course our other intelligence and law enforcement personnel working together as we do. But in the generality about housing and security for prison officers, I could not agree with you more. They have been identified by the criminals in this country by virtue of the work they do,
yes,
as being at particular risk, and we are taking, along with them, all possible action to resolving that problem. And I must tell you, it is not only prison officers who are at risk. Every one of us is at risk, because there are people in this country who feel they could do wrong and still be predominant, and do wrong and get right, and kill to go in the jail, and they are prepared to kill to come out too. So I want you to be assured that we are all very, very, very sensitive and alive to the risks, and the law enforcement platform in Trinidad and Tobago will continue to do all that it can, working in conjunction with the prison service, to treat this and other matters.
Sure.
Honorable Minister, I'm asking this question under line item 001, page 184. And the question, I know the line item deals with the perimeter fence and infrastructural works maximum security prison. Minister, in recent media articles, we have seen reports of breaches whereby we have drones that are now delivering contraband and other items in the prison. I'm asking under 001, but are you in a position to tell us what investments are being made, possibly with drone tracking technology or otherwise, to treat with that situation?
Let me say publicly, I wish you would permit me to defer the answer to that. I can provide that to you in writing, if you would accept that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we would accept.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so can we go on? Immigration? Yes, Member for Barataria one.
Thank you very much. Minister, 02, upgrade to the IDC, this is a repo. Minister, is it that this $3 million, let me ask you then, what is the purpose of this $3 million? What work is expected to be done? IDC, Aruba, yeah.
Yes. Cabinet approved this project in December of 2022 at an estimated cost of $11.8 million. And Cabinet also approved our engagement of a state agency, the National Infrastructure Development Company, to execute this project. NIDCO has since submitted its draft contract, which is receiving the attention of the Ministry of National Security, and the contract, therefore, is to be imminently finalized.
Minister, will this, the scope of works here, will it be to expand the center for a larger hold? The reason I'm asking is in context of what took place recently, where we did not have enough space to house Venezuelan nationals that they had to be housed at the Defense Force holding. And in this case, I'm asking whether or not this will be an expansion of this facility to cater for instances like those.
No, this project
Yeah.
will not yield expansion.
Okay.
It will upgrade and improve the facility as it
The
now
existing
subsists.
facility.
Yes.
But
But we are anticipating as CARICOM, through the same impacts that one of your colleagues spoke derogatively about a while ago, we are anticipating an upsurge in migration patterns, including inflows into the entire CARICOM, of course, including Trinidad and Tobago. So as a result of that, this minister is engaging the attention of the government as a whole to creating additional facilities to supplement the limited facility that we have at the IDC.
Sure.
And we are in a very advanced place in that regard. I might not boast, but say.
Well, it's not in the budget, so.
I know it's not. You don't want to hear it.
F, Fire Service. Yes, member for Barataria San Juan.
Previously, I had asked this under the DP program. This is 015 improvement works to fire service buildings. This is the $4 million allocation here, Minister. Can you just give us a breakdown of, maybe you could do it in writing, because if it's extensive.
I'll give you the inner. You want it in writing? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll do that.
all I just want to confirm or ask is whether or not Sour Fire Station will be part of this upgrade.
Well, come straight to it now and don't give me the dance, the UNC dance. What do you want to know?
I want to know whether or not Sour Fire Station will be part of the improvement works here.
You don't have to be deceptive, as I indicated.
No. I wasn't going down
I'm sorry. But I'm sorry. I withdraw that. But the gentleman did say, he wanted something else and he was coming from another door.
Well,
so no, it's all right. I withdraw that. But I did indicate earlier that our ambition is to ensure that all of our facilities are optimally outfitted for the comfort of those who occupy it and work in there, meaning the fire officers, but they are not the primary and only focus. Our focus is really on serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly in their emergency circumstances, and therefore outfitting, an upgrade, and providing equipment is indeed our ambition as the budget allows, because there are many needs.
But is SAWA included in this line item?
All of our stations are constantly in our focus, and you don't have resources or even capacity to do all that you want at any one time, but we take them on a priority basis as guided by the Chief Fire Officer and his very proficient team.
Member for Kuvanor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to 008, construction of Point 14 Fire Station, which was allocated $18 million under the IDF. However, only 9.4 was utilized. Can the Minister advise what outstanding works from 2023 is still yet to be completed?
I am advised by the Chief Fire Officer, who is happily with us here today, whispered to me, and I am recalling now from documentation available to me, that we are about 80% along the road in that regard.
Minister, for 2024, $10 million has been allocated. Can you provide us in writing the detailed scope of works that this $10 million is going to be utilized for?
What I could tell you at this juncture is that with it 80% completed, we just have obviously another 20% to go, and this allocation is expected to be able to deal with that. And if it can't, then of course we have access to the Minister of Finance to making that up. Would that satisfy you?
Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us a scope of work that this $10 million is expected to be allocated towards?
If you insist, I should do that.
And the ongoing works, if you can provide us the percentage completion of the ongoing works and what is outstanding to be completed in this financial year. Moving on to another line item, Madam Chair. Construction of Aruka Fire Station 001. That line item was allocated in 2023 an estimate of $10 million. However, none of it was utilized. Can the Honourable Minister explain why it is none of this allocation was utilized in fiscal 2023?
We got a proposal from the contractor for a price that we, the Cabinet, considered to be more than it should be based on our knowledge and experience in this regard. So we did not accept the cost that was proposed, and therefore the project scope was adjusted and the implementing agency was requested to submit a revised proposal. The revised proposal was indeed submitted in December of 2022, and we are reviewing that, and the matter is still engaging our attention, all with a view of ensuring that we get value for money.
Thank you very much.
On the behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, from a 10 million estimate in 2023, we are now seeing a 3 million estimate in 2024. Would you be kind enough to provide us with a scope of work of what is being proposed for 2024?
If you insist, most certainly.
Thank you, Minister. One more question, Madam Chair. Moving on to line item 015, improvement works to fire station building. And we looked at this item in the development program, and we said it has been shifted to the IDF in 2024. Taking into consideration the allocation under the development program of 2023 of 9.7 million and the revised estimate of 2023 of only 100,000. Minister, can you provide us with the scope for 2023 estimate for that 9 million and a report?
1 minute, member, could you assist? We had 015. So you have, all we have here is 4 million?
No, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this line item refers to a project that is connected to project number 178 at the development program, which I did in fact question the Minister about, and he said when we come to the IDF, this item, he will be able to provide us with the explanation. So what I'm asking for, Madam Chair, is if it is, the Minister can provide us with the explanation for this same project number 178 for fiscal 2023, which was allocated 9.7 million, the scope of works for the last fiscal term of 2023, what was in fact completed with the 100,000, and now we are seeing that this line item has been reduced to only $4 million. So there are certain works that are now going to be removed from this project in fiscal 2024. If the Minister can provide us with the scope of work for this new fiscal term.
Member for Aruka Moroni.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to indicate that once we move a project from the consolidated fund to the IDF, it's a signal that this will be done by one of the state enterprises. So NIDCO, NIPDEC, one of those enterprises. And the work that is to be done would be estimated for this period, so that the $4 million is not the $4 million is what can be completed within this fiscal. It may not be completed totally, but that is what the $4 million represents. It means that whatever had been allocated or put in as the estimate last year, it means that there is a more realistic figure in relation to what can in fact be completed within this fiscal.
Thank you.
And if the member does in fact need the scope of works in writing, I'm sure the minister will provide that.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Member.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, would like the scope of work in writing for 2024 and what was estimated for 2023 that was not completed from that 9.7 million. Thanks.
Right. So, members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings. Member for Naparima.
And the question is the construction of a new facility for forensic laboratory and pathology services, 6 million allocated. And just the question, is this expected to be a standalone project or will this be incorporated in the new forensic science center that is proposed and work has already begun on it?
Forensic Science Center.
This is part of that project.
Yeah.
So you're doing it in modular form. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Thanks.
G.
But wait, a question. If the Chinese are giving it to us as a gift, as you previously said, if the Chinese are giving us a gift, you say this is part of that new facility. Why are we spending money?
Well, we do have, notwithstanding they giving us a gift, we do have some obligations under it. They're giving us $30 million worth of gift, and we have other responsibilities in it.
G, equipment and vehicles. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,698,386,800 for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,698,386,800 for Head 22, Ministry of National Security, now stands part of the schedule. Okay, so I just want to advise members, we're running like an hour and a half behind time. So we're going to have to do some makeup because it means that the other ministries are here waiting. I also think that this is an opportune time just to give members, I would love to say a 5-minute break, but you might have to run a little far. So if we could be back here at 1:15. 1:15? So this meeting is suspended for 1:15 and we'll go to TTPS. Okay, I thank you. This meeting is now suspended. We return at 1:15.
Excuse.
1:15. We start tomorrow.
Who? Who? No, but also when she went to record. I mean, just now. When I was outside today.
Let me see if he. Oh yes. All right. Thanks.
TTPS are here, right? They want to find out if they can assume their seats.
Yeah, they could come in because she's coming. I'm not so they could never know. Yeah.
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Deputy Chair, just a few minutes so that we can make sure.
Yes, the Minister did ask.
All right, thanks.
Honourable members, we resume the Standing Finance Committee after that very short break. And we have with us today Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I'd like to welcome the Commissioner of Police and also the senior executives from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Welcome to the House of Parliament. Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, $2,937,923,200. I will now invite the Minister of National Security to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Very kindly, Mr. Chair. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is the agency of national security that has, in keeping with the laws and the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, the sole responsibility to, among other things, to detect and to prosecute crime in Trinidad and Tobago. It is worth observing that that agency, the police service, has been called and is being called by the society, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, more and more as criminals in this country become more adventurous, more bold, more brazen, more daring. And the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is committed to improving its levels of efficiency in response to that social phenomenon. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service works closely with the other arms of national security, particularly the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force and the Strategic Services Agency, particularly in light of the fact that the government has embarked on an approach of seeing violence and crime, including murders, which is as a result of some of that violence and crime, as a public health issue. So it is with and against that background that the police service is present today to further analyze the estimates, the development program of $129.06 million, the IDF of $54.8 million, and of course a recurrent expenditure of $2.8 million. And we are here, led by the Commissioner and her team, to take any questions and to respond to this committee in that regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,937,923,200 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service stands part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,937,923,200 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 293, item 001, police service. I recognize the member for Urupuchis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and of course, we want to welcome the Commissioner of Police and her team of the executive of the TTPS and express our own gratitude for her time and for the answers that would be provided during this very important session. The first issue to raise is on this matter of salaries and cost of living allowance. There's an increase of $290 million, 01. I just want to clarify whether this increase deals specifically with the outstanding back pay to the police officers, or is this as well facilitating the budgetary initiative of 1,000 or more police officers for the fiscal?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This payment is to be made to regular police officers and special reserve police officers and public servants who serve the police service. The increase is to pay the increase in salaries and cost of living allowance of approximately $2 million per month, and arrears to police and special reserve police officers of approximately $260 million.
Thank you. So could I ask, this will
okay,
not
go ahead,
include,
Member Orupuchis.
This does not include any provision for the increased manpower that is anticipated in the fiscal 24?
We are not increasing the manpower, the establishment as such. What will happen in 2024 is that where typically we recruited and trained about 300 persons for the year, in light of the demands of the national community and the circumstances that burden us, crime and criminality, we have decided to put things in place to recruit in 2024 1,000 persons rather than the 300 that would ordinarily have been recruited and trained.
And the resources to recruit and pay would be found where?
Across the board. At the moment, for example, I am told that, well, we would be using state-owned facilities because the capacity at the police academy will not cut it. In addition to that, they would recently have acquired tremendous amounts of kit, uniform, shirts, pants, boots, and the like, which the Commissioner assured me would be able to meet the needs of this police service, even in the context of the recruitment of which we just spoke. And any additional expenditure, because it was only announced in the budget, and of course on the recommendations of the police service largely. So any additional expenditure that would flow from this we would treat with it with the Minister of Finance
with the
at
Ministry of
appropriate
Finance.
time. Yes.
Member for Bartares and one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. On line item 03, overtime monthly paid officers. Minister, I want to query this overtime bill. In the revised estimates of 2023, we would have expended about $359 million in overtime. And then in 2024, we're now estimating to spend $418 million in overtime. That's an increase of $59 million. Minister, can you just give us an explanation of why the overtime bill is so high at the TTPS?
Mr. Minister.
Yes, following the negotiation and the successful completion of it with the Chief Personnel Officer recently, there are indeed some arrears, and I'm advised that this will cover some of that, as well as commuted allowance which are paid to members of the police service who operate in certain specialist sections. In addition to that, I am advised that, of course, the Commissioner, in response to this burgeoning crime problem, would have called and would continue to call on police officers to go beyond their contracted obligations. And in anticipation of all of these, we would expect that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, allowance monthly paid officers. And to the Honourable Minister, what we are seeing here in terms of allowances is that there has been an increase of 52 million for fiscal 2024. Can the Minister advise us what quantum of outstanding arrears is being owed to the police service under this line item for allowances?
Minister. Recently successfully completed negotiation with the Chief Personnel Officer. There would be and there are some allowance arrears of approximately $12 million per month. $12 million monthly amount of obviously roughly $1 million.
And these arrears is expected to be paid during this financial year, right, Minister?
Yes. Yeah.
In addition to that 12 million, can you explain the additional 40 million out of the 52 million, taking that 12 million away from the 52 million? Can you explain the additional 40 million increase in this line item?
Well, as I indicated earlier, officers are being called more and more to function above and beyond their contractual obligations, and it is in anticipation of that and that you would find we are making provision for it.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance of 2024 estimated 1.3 billion approximately. Could you state, given the negotiations have been completed with the police service, have the officers been getting their new rates of pay? Their new terms and conditions have been put in place, and when that was done?
I am advised happily for those officers, they have been receiving those new rates for some time now.
Member for Rupert West.
Thank you. Minister, I refer you to line item 05, government's contribution to NIS. Minister, I just want to confirm that this sum of 114.5 million will sufficiently pay off all debts to NIS so that there will be no outstanding balance in terms of arrears for fiscal 2024.
Mr. Minister.
I am advised that this allocation would be about right because there is no outstanding money from the police service to the NIS, and most of the officers, I am told by the experts, are at their optimum.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Subhead, Goods and Services, item 001, Police Service, Trinidad, And for the records, we're on page 293 and 294. I'll recognize Barataria Sanmon first of all. Barataria Sanmon first of all.
Yes. Thank you very much. Minister, I'm on line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. There's an allocation of $50 million in 2024 for the maintenance of vehicles. Can you tell us at this time the total number of vehicles the TTPS has, those that are functional as compared to those that are non-functional?
Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, Member. As it now stands, the police service is possessed of 2,244 vehicles. The number of operational vehicles as we speak are 1,369, or is 1,369. Non-operational vehicles, 260 of them, meaning not operational but can be repaired and made operable in quick time, reasonably quick time. And the total number for disposal, meaning beyond the repair, is 611 of them. And insofar as vessels are concerned, with the recent establishment of the Coastal and Riverine Patrol Unit, they now are possessed of 4 of those, just as an aside and in passing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Deputy Chair.
Barataria.
Minister, for contract employment, there's a large allocation of
16?
Yeah, 16, yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
$81 million that was spent as compared to the $88 million allocated for 2023. Just to confirm, would the SRP salaries be drawn from this line item?
It is not anticipated that it would.
No, meaning this, okay, well, let me ask this question. This line item for contract employment, which class of employees will fall under this line item?
Civilian contract workers.
Civilian contract workers.
Yes.
Okay. And the last issue here is on 23 fees. Minister, I see that there's an expenditure of $26 million in fees. Normally this line item will include that of legal fees. Can you tell us what value of this $26 million spent in 2023 were for the provision of legal services and or fees to the TTPS?
Mr. Minister.
To tell you at this juncture how much was spent on legal fees. What I can tell you is that the fees generally and the allocation you see here represents expenditure for our GIS system for police vehicles, approximately, well, for police vehicles, the annual license fee for body-worn cameras, data analytics software, which we pay annually as well, the a software called SPSS for statistical analysis, as used by the CAPA, our network security, which we pay annually, the Police Academy portal, which we pay annually, a system called Versadex for the maintenance of personnel records and record management, Cisco for the protection from online threats from hackers, malware, and phishing, PHISH for those who are listening, ING, HP server maintenance, which we pay annually, website maintenance, we pay annually, Microsoft Office support and maintenance applications license, and that's for the renewal for data and analysis software, printer maintenance licenses, email management, the IP PBX phone support and maintenance of those. Other fees include, of course, forensic, accounting, and advisory services, then legal fees. We pay some money for translation and interpreting. We pay some money for motorcycle instructors, and examination markers. All of those comprise the fees that we pay.
Minister, would you be kind enough to give me the expenditure for the forensic fees and the legal fees and the beneficiaries of those?
You want to know who the police paying for legal advice?
Yes.
In the pursuit of criminals?
Yes.
All right, you will get that.
And a complete breakdown so that we know how much they were
Yeah,
paid.
you will get that. With pleasure.
Definitely.
Member for Naprimo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Maintenance of vehicles.
Number?
Item 1313.
Sure.
It was 27 million in 2022 actually spent. It jumped to 50 million in last fiscal, and next year 50 million has been allocated. There's a view that the vehicles at the TTPS are, let me just, for want of a better word, their lifespan is not against benchmarks, global benchmarks. Are there any, as far as you're aware, maintenance schedules, preventative and ongoing maintenance for vehicles, so that we can ensure that the monies allocated, the $25 million, will be used in the interest of a better TTPS?
Mr. Minister.
In terms of international benchmarks, I have had the opportunity on 2 occasions to experience the way vehicles are procured and used and maintained in, say, the United States. They largely use custom-built vehicles in anticipation of the long hours police vehicles and the rigors of policing. Because these vehicles basically run 24 hours, as a shift change. Another one is there. And I have witnessed, so our vehicles are not custom-built. Okay. It is something that we have considered. And that consideration is not new previously, but the cost is a little challenging. So we search among regular vehicles to get the most sturdy of them. And therefore, to measure against international bench practice is a bit of an awkward stance. We have aged fleet. We have heavy use, as I have just described. We have road traffic accidents, because our roads are
not the best,
crazy in this country, and we need to purchase new vehicles as we go along. So you will find that this allocation is designed to treat with the preventative maintenance. And to ask your question about that system of management, we have had fleet managers, and I'm sure we still have fleet managers employed to deal with this. But I would want to say, in my own opinion, we are yet to cover ground in terms of the way we manage and maintain these vehicles. For example, just very quickly, when I did some ride along with police patrol in Fairfax County, when the driver comes back with a vehicle, there's a form by the key ring. He completes it to indicate if there's any issue with the vehicle at all. He puts it on that form and he leaves that pad, that sheet, along with the keys. Tomorrow morning, or at the first opportunity, the mechanics who are attached to that police precinct, they see it. If they see anything wrong with it, they tackle it before he comes out again. By the way, he has a car assigned to him. So when he leaves the car, nobody else using that one. We haven't matured. We haven't gotten to that level as yet. It is, of course, an ambition, one would say, but I must say that I don't think we are there as yet. In the meantime, though, we do have fleet manager, we do have systems for maintenance, and we do them. And we have a maintenance policy which guides this in answer to your question.
Rest assured, we would support you in any initiative that will ensure that the taxpayers' money, we get value for it. So rest assured.
I'm not so sure, Give me your
members, please.
I just responding. I'm responding to you. I'm saying.
Okay. Members, I recognize Urupuch East.
No, sir. I have other questions.
You have other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 17.
Well, let's go to the question rather than the comment.
I want to say item 17. We have 200
training.
Training.
Right.
2.5 million last year and 2.5 million estimated for next year. And if we are recruiting 700 additional police officers in 2024, and this is for 2024, why didn't we not anticipate and put in an additional figure?
The police service has a very healthy training plan, 2023 to 2025, geared towards its approach to public safety. It considers training to be critical to the organization's success to accomplish and work towards reducing crime, in particular violent crime. Various levels of training have been identified to facilitate meaningful improvement in this regard. And I have a list of all of the courses, but just for the citizens who are paying attention to this: accident reconstruction course, advanced methods of crime investigations, anti-kidnapping and human trafficking training, breathalyzer training, evidence-based policing, gang investigations, intelligence and crime analysis, speed gun training, techniques in financial institutions, and I have a thorough account of all of the elements of training, some foreign, and of course some at the already established academy, which I can tell you is well on its way to accreditation. They are working hard, submitting the reports, doing the things that the accreditors expect of them, heading towards these accreditation of the campus, and many of the programs that they offer are already accredited. So yes, training is a very important component in it, and as a matter of government's policy, sharing the concept I've just shared with you from their training plan, we believe that further professionalization, upskilling of our police officers, male and female, young and old, is critical to the response to crime, and you would see allocations along this line going forward.
Member for Naprima again.
Fuel and lubricants. In the budget speech, in the public sector investment program, I see an investment of 25 million will be made for the acquisition of sport utility vehicles, sedans, long wheelbase 4x4 vehicles, and 30-seater buses, end of quote. But given these new investments, which the PSIP talks about, why the allocation for fuel and lubricants has remained the same as last year? One would have expected that if you have additional vehicles, they at least cater for fuel and lubricants.
I hear your question, but I must tell you that based on my access to police affairs, fuel has not been an issue, and I don't expect that it will. And of course, if as a result of the acquisition of those, the fuel bill goes up, the Minister of Finance has given on behalf of the Cabinet the assurance that this would be easily dealt with at the appropriate time.
Last question, of this 20 million, could you indicate how much is owed to NPMC, National Petroleum? I worked there as the marketing manager for
I don't want to hear about your very...
Please, let's keep it with regard to the finances.
Debts by the
with regards to the finances. Is NP owed any funds in this
I'm unable to say, but no doubt. At all points in time. But what he really wanted to tell us is that he worked at NP. He didn't tell us so that they had
Mr. Deputy Chair, yes, I'm struggling to get my question in here.
Okay, don't worry, you get it in now.
In the aftermath of learning of the glory days at NP of the member for Naparima. I have two very brief questions to the Minister. And the issue of, the Minister told us earlier that there were, I'm on 13, and then I'm going to 58. So
maintenance of vehicles.
Yeah, you were indicating earlier, and we have heard this over the years, that we had some 611 police vehicles that are to be disposed of. Could you indicate what has been some of the problems, bureaucratic or otherwise, with disposing of these vehicles? Because I believe they are in some iron graveyard somewhere in Central or so. What would be the problems faced by the TTPS in disposing these so they come off the record, so to speak?
Mr. Minister.
As far as I'm advised, there is no problem. The process, as previous processes, is ongoing. There is no particular problem.
But you're aware that every year we are hearing about 500, 600 vehicles to be disposed of. And they're not being disposed of every year. So there's some keepback there in terms of the auction, whether it's any other process. Are you aware of that?
Well, they do have, from time to time, they have auctions of those vehicles, and they do have them, as I said, when they're ready, they organize an auction and it's done, but there's no problem.
Okay, fine. Item 58.
58.
Medical
Proceed.
expenses. And on this line, we had an actual of 3.4 million, estimated 7 million, and now we're down to 5. Could you just indicate for the record whether there have been any changes to the medical coverage of police officers over the last 2 years or so in terms of their insurance coverage? Any changes to their medical, whether it's dental or whatever, that has impacted on this line?
Well, let me state, thank you very much. Let me state for the record, I attended a service yesterday for the police, and I heard the police association, speaking on behalf of its many members, indicate that they have only now introduced, they did not have for all of the years, any insurance, group insurance for the police officers. That was left up to individuals. When I was a police officer, I bought my accident and my other insurance. So in terms of your question as to whether there's any downgrade
or changes?
No, there was none to change.
Okay,
it's only recently introduced.
Fine.
Member for Couva-North, Member for Couva-North?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, electricity. Minister, the actual spend for 2022 was 20 million. However, we are seeing that the revised estimate for 2023 is 16 million. Can the Minister advise if it is that the TTPS is owing T&Tech arrears with respect to this line item?
Yes, the answer to your question is yes. It's an ongoing thing. So they get billed, they owe, they pay. It's an ongoing process.
Can you advise us the quantum of that arrears that
as at today's date? As at today's date, because it will change next week.
As of the end of last month?
As at the end of last month, you want to know how much was owing to T&Tech. That will be provided.
Thank you very much. Minister.
As at the end of last month.
Another question? Proceed. Move on.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, with respect to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles, 37, janitorial services, 40, food at institution, 21, repair and maintenance of building, and 28, other contracted services. Can the Honourable Minister provide us in writing the service provided, the date of the service provided, the service providers, and the amounts paid for these line items called out? Thank you, Minister.
Shogunus West, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, returning to line item 13, maintenance of vehicles.
Sure.
With regard to the explanation that you gave where you detailed the different categories of vehicles, and I believe you said 611 were non-operational for disposal. I was particularly interested in hearing about your ride along in the police car in Fairfax. Minister, I want to ask that based on your experience, is it that we have in our own system where we are able to determine whether issues arising with the vehicles are as a result of misuse of the vehicle? And so we are recording that kind of data where the misuse of the vehicle is leading to it being somehow inoperable. So that the question I'm really asking, do we have that kind of data, or do we have a system where we are checking whether or not it is as a result of the misuse by police officers themselves?
In accordance with police regulations and police standing orders, every incident involving a police vehicle or police issue, police equipment, is to be formally reported through the divisional commanders or the branch or heads of the various divisions on its way to the Office of the Commissioner of Police. So the answer to your question is yes.
Mr. Deputy
Go ahead,
Chair.
member.
Yes, thank you. Just a follow-up on that. So would the minister be in a position to tell us whether by way of a percentage, if not numbers, of the 260 non-operable, let's just use that category for now, what percentage of those vehicles are as a result of the misuse of the handling of the vehicle?
I'm not in a position to tell you that. But of course, it is, I think, a matter of record and fact that in all cases, reports are to be made, as I have indicated, and investigated.
Thank you. Right. Member for Caroni Central.
Deputy Chair, it was asked already.
Asked already. Asked and answered. Kuva North. Follow up.
Thank you. Thank you,
Member.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I refer the Honourable Minister to line item 96, fuel and lubricants. Taking into consideration the newspaper article of 26th of September 2022 that highlighted by the Newsday that highlighted the increase in the price of super and premium gasoline by $1 and diesel by 50 cents a litre. Minister, we are seeing that the actual spend for 2022 was 20.8 million. The revised estimate for 2023 is 20 million, and the same amount is being allocated for 2024. Can the minister advise how the increase in fuel cost has affected this line item and the response of the TTPS? And also, can the minister also advise if there is any outstanding arrears on this line item to the service provider?
Minister. So the police operate what they call the government fleet card system, where they go, they're able to get gas on the basis of that, get fuel on the basis of those cards, and of course it is paid for at a later stage. So the question of owing suppliers is an ongoing question by the minute. As we're speaking now, there's probably a police officer loading up in a service station somewhere. So it's quite obvious that the police will always have money to pay. But insofar as fuel is concerned, as Minister of National Security, it has never come to my attention, as representing the cabinet, as minister, that there's any issue around fuel. And we are confident that the allocation here will deal with our fuel engagements. And if not, we have recourse to further sums to treat with it. But as I told you, the question of owing is an ongoing business.
Thank you.
We breathe.
Thank you most kindly.
Member again, Kuvanot.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to this said line item, well, you did indicate the number of vehicles for the TTPS is 2,244, with 1,369 functional and 260 being non-functional but scheduled to be repaired or could be repaired. For this financial year of 2023, can you advise if any additional vehicles were added to the fleet that would require the use of this line item, fuel and lubricants?
We acquired in 2023 80 new vehicles.
How much is that?
80.
80.
80, yes. And I give you, and I can tell you further that the police service has indicated to the government that it is in need of more vehicles, and we are in the process of facilitating acquisition of more in 2024.
Member for Naparima.
Referring to maintenance of vehicles, And you talked earlier.
Line item 13.
Yeah, line item, you talked about a policy for the maintenance of vehicles. And I'm asking, in respect of this line item, if there is any special training, defensive driving or otherwise. Line item 13, maintenance, to ensure that the vehicles are maintained and the money is used. Do we have any special driver education program for police officers? I look at the NYPD, and they have special driver education training for their policemen. And I'm just asking if we have an equivalent.
I'm more than happy to let you know that we applied a policy where every person joining the police service now must be possessed of a driver's permit.
That's basic.
Because there was a time, just for the history, there was a time when the position was we had vehicles but there was no driver. Now every police officer has a driver's permit. In addition to that, they are all made to undertake what they call the defensive driving course, akin to that which you have just described in the NYPD. So on that score, we are in consonance with best practice. Would you like to applaud the police service on that?
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Item 002, Police Service Tobago, page 295. Subhead 03, minor. On what I just said, or you're waiting for me to finish?
Tobago.
Right, well, no, let me just finish it off. Item 002, Police Service Tobago, page 295. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you once more, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, electricity. The actual spend for 2022 was $2.229 million. However, what we see estimated for 2024 is only $1.5 million. Can the Minister advise if this will in fact be sufficient and what areas of Tobago that utilize electricity in 2022 that is not going to be using electricity in 2024?
We anticipate that the allocation as stated would do the job.
And are there any areas that utilize electricity in 2022 that is not going to utilize in 2024?
Not that I'm aware of. We expect that the allocation would do the business.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, Police Service Trinidad. Item 002, Police Service Tobago, page 296. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for St. Augustine on page 296.
Thank you. 005, non-profit institutions. 01, police youth clubs. The allocation of 1.5 million towards police youth clubs, which I think play an integral role in getting young people on the right track, away from the criminal elements. My question is, how many police youth clubs are there in Trinidad and Tobago? And how on earth do you plan to utilize this 1.5 million to sufficiently support the police youth clubs and the good work that they could be doing?
Well, I might tell you that we are fortunate that the police officers, alongside their regular demanding schedules in resisting crime and criminality, a lot of it white collar, of course, they have established, and there exists 133 police youth clubs across Trinidad and Tobago. And that's in addition to those run by the prison service and by the Defense Force, their youth programs and so on, so that the Ministry of National Security understands what you have just said and has been practicing that long before you and I came here. Particularly you, of course, I've been here a long time. But So this expenditure, and by the way, they do raise funds because it's very community based. So part of the development is getting the children to understand self-sufficiency. So they raise funds, and this allocation is to keep that going. So yes,
Mr. Minister, I am trying to make a case.
Just to answer your question, we believe that this allocation will assist and will do the business for the police youth clubs, and where it does not, we will at the appropriate time get additional sums to support it. A lot that is done with the youngsters engage and utilize already an existing police resources. For example, personnel who are paid otherwise in the normal run of things.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I am trying to help the police youth clubs and you by making a case for additional funding to police youth clubs, because I myself have a very active Oropun Police Youth Club in St. Augustine constituency, who from time to time do engage in a lot of fundraising in the community, and I have often supported them. But when I look at this 1.5 million, and I want the area in Trainline and St. Augustine South that has this lot of murders and so on, to also have a police youth club, and to pull the resources together, and police officers volunteer. So I am asking, even if this meager 1.5 million could establish one in St. Augustine South, and I'm aware of many other requests. So I am saying, I'm begging to differ. I'm strongly differing with you that this 1.5 is sufficient, and I am making the case here on record in the presence of the Minister of Finance that police youth clubs should have a higher allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Minister.
I would say to you, just on Saturday, at a very successful PNM Sport and Family Day in Laventille West, we had the Beetham Police Youth Club perform the national anthem and other elements of their renditions on the pan. And I am aware that they function, they teach them music, and they do stuff. And you will always have a need, and you will always hear, we would like more resources. But we are saying, all things considered, this allocation will do the business, and where more is necessary, action will be taken to ensure that this important aspect of the government's policy is resolved.
Well, I take this opportunity to make a request for resources to be allocated to St. Augustine South in light of the increased murders.
The police service are the ones who would have designed these 133. And if you want to have another youth club or two in your constituency, I think you should write a letter to the police commissioner and make your request, and the commissioner, on the basis of resources and all other things considered, will give consideration.
Thank you, members.
Thank you,
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Member for St. Augustine. I now recognize Member for Couva North. Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, Police Youth Club. And Honorable Minister, this line item was allocated $2 million. However, I see the Police Youth Club did not receive that full $2 million in funding. What we are saying in the revised estimate is $1.5 million. And similarly, in 2024, under this line item, there's going to be a cut in the funding to the Police Youth Club of $500,000. And Mr. Chair, I want to make reference to a Guardian newspaper article dated the 16th of April 2023 this year, which the headline of that article states, "Police Youth Clubs Need Funding to Help Curb Crime." The article was written by Rhonda Dowlett, and the article states, and I quote, "To effectively engage in crime fighting, more focus needs to be put on the youths throughout Trinidad and Tobago. There must also be proper funding for Police Youth Club, as they are already making an impact in communities. This is the view of Sergeant James Beckles of the Community-Oriented Police Section, Riverside Plaza, Besson Street, Port of Spain." Mr. Chair, this is not just my views or that of my colleague, the MP for St. Augustine. I endorse everything said by my colleague, the MP for St. Augustine, but I'm also highlighting here the statement made by Sergeant Beckles, who's involved in the community-oriented policing section, calling upon this government and calling upon the Minister of National Security not to stifle the funding to the Police Youth Club by cutting their allocation from 2 million down to 1.5 million, because Police Youth Clubs does human service to all of Trinidad and Tobago with the over 11,000 plus members that are part of the Police Youth Clubs. They provide hope, they provide guidance to the youths of Trinidad and Tobago. I have been working very closely in the Couva North constituency.
Point made, member.
Just one last closing remarks in my contribution, Mr. Chair, and I would like to tell the Honourable Minister and the distinguished Commissioner of Police who is here with us today that I've been working closely with the Police Youth Club in the constituency of Couva North, the Waterloo Police Youth Club, under the leadership of Corporal Cumberbatch, and they have been providing a lot of support. However, these youths have been facing some very challenging experience, one with the weather and the heat, because the building that we have provided for them, which is the Empowerment Center, the Bank Village Empowerment Center, we need that building to be properly outfitted with air-conditioned unit, with electricity, and we also need additional work.
Okay, Honourable Member, point made. As the Minister said, feel free to write the distinguished Commissioner of Police in order to list and identify your concerns. However, Mr. Minister, I'll give you the opportunity to reply.
Now that the member for Couva North has indicated that he works closely with those children, it is a matter that I think I'll take close note of.
Members, hold on, Mr. Minister. Members, remember the decorum still exists. Minister for MP for St. Augustine, MP for Naparima, I'm just making it clear that the decorum still exists in the Standing Finance Committee.
And it is a matter for me as Minister of National Security worth noting. However, I am advised by the leader of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that there are 9,000 plus youth involved in the police youth clubs across Trinidad and Tobago. The plan coming from them is that in 2024, the focus will be on the leadership and management and training of those who lead these youths as we head off in positive and more positive directions. I am suspecting that persons are creating problems where none exist, because the Commissioner of Police is saying, like everything else, yes, people will always want more, but every request that came to her was met. Every request from the youth clubs that came to her was met by the leadership of the police service. So when I hear my friends from the opposition speaking in the way they do and quoting Rhonda Dowlat and quoting one police officer, on this occasion, I am quoting one police officer, the head of the police service, with no axe to grind, with no agenda, speaking neutrally and professionally, as the Commissioner always does. And Mr. Speaker, we are confident on those bases that the allocation will do the business. And again, I state emphatically, the Minister of Finance said it here when he made his budget presentation, what the police service requests, need, in keeping with our circumstances, will be provided to the police service.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
The Minister is in a different
I am recognizing the member for Shogunas East.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Given all that was just said by the Minister of National Security, Minister, can you provide a breakdown of expenditure for 2023? Line item 01, Police Youth Clubs, for this $1.5 million, as well as the proposed expenditure for 2024.
Member will be, Minister, to
if
be
you
provided.
cannot now, willing to await it
What
in
does the
writing.
member want?
Hold on 1 second. Member, could you kindly repeat your question, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm kindly asking under 01 Police Youth Club, a breakdown of the expenditure for this $1.5 million in the 2023 revised estimate, as well as the proposed expenditure for this $1.5 million under the 2024 estimates.
Mr. Minister? Time wasting as it is, I will.
Right, fine.
Waste
It will only benefit
Members,
young people.
again.
Wasting time.
Members, as I said previously, the decorum still exists. So the
Mr. Chairman,
item 007, households, page 297. Item 009, other transfers, 297, member for Naprima.
Trinidad and Tobago Police Academy. There is no increase, even though we are told that they're recruiting next year, in the same fiscal year, 700 additional police. And the police academy, that is the premier institution for training these individuals, has no increase in the budget. And we're supposed to accept that.
Mr. Minister?
I did give a thorough explanation as to the approach that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will take and will undertake in light of the very sound government's policy announced by the Minister of Finance in relation to increasing the number of officers recruited in fiscal 2024. I gave a comprehensive explanation earlier, and I would like to say to the member for Naparima, in closing on this matter, that the Police Academy accommodates only a limited number of trainees. We are using other state-owned facilities. We'll be using our instructors. We'll be bringing trained instructors from other arms of the police service back into the training to accommodate this. We might even use personnel from the defense force and other elements of law enforcement to conduct certain aspects of training for the 1,000 that we hope to, that we expect and will produce in 2024. And therefore, we are confident that the current arrangements would do it. However, if the current arrangements do not meet our financial demands, the Minister of Finance stated on his legs in his budget presentation, as he announced this policy of recruiting 1,000 persons as opposed to 300 in 2024, that he will take immediate action to meet any shortcoming in the circumstances.
Member for Naprima.
Said so.
Is the minister aware that the government has promised to recruit 1,400 municipal police, of which they have recruited less than half? So if they're serious, you have to add to the 700 those that are yet to be recruited under the municipal arrangement. And I could tell you in Princestown Regional Corporation, they were promised 100 officers. Only 33 have been appointed so far. So therefore this figure is totally unrealistic in relation to the realities of recruitment by the TTPS.
Mr. Chairman, I am far more sanguine than the member for Naparima on this matter, and we are confident we will do it. Mr. Chairman, let me say, though, that the question of municipal police is on another track. That's quite apart from what we are talking about here. And I can assure you from my last conversation with the minister responsible, recruitment measures are underway for more municipal police in accordance with a very sound government policy to have a cadre of police officers which will have specific responsibility in our communities across the 14 corporations, boroughs, and cities. So this project here for the 1,000 is separate and apart from that. No connection between the two, and we are confident we will deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
As promised.
On the same line item?
Yes, same
proceed.
line. Is the minister aware that the 1,400 officers that were promised 7 years ago, 7 years ago, only less than 30% have been appointed? What assurance do we have that the 1,700 extra will be recruited?
All right. Member for Naprima asked and answered. I'm proceeding. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, We will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, and we are on pages 124 and 125. I recognize the member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I had my hand up when we were discussing the Police Youth Club, and you moved on to another line item. So as we are under the development program, I want to go to line item now 041, Establishment of the Police Youth Club Facility. Mr. Chairman, I made a representation.
Are we on page 124?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and line item?
Mr. Chairman, line item 041 on page 124 under the
Proceed.
Development Program, Social
Establishment of the
Infrastructure,
Police Youth Club
Public
Facilities.
Order and Safety, Group B, Police Service. And I go to line item 041, Establishment of Police Youth Club Facility.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, in the 2023 estimate, this line item was allocated 800,000. However, the revised estimate demonstrated once more that the full allocation was not utilized. We see only 350,000 was utilized under this line item here. And in 2024, a reduction, just like how a reduction in the draft estimate of the allocation to the Police Youth Club from 2 million to 1.5 million, we are seeing a reduction from 800,000 to 400,000. Mr. Chair, the Police Youth Club, the Waterloo Police Youth Club that utilizes the Empowerment Center in Bank Village, is operating without an electricity supply. It's operating without air-conditioned units to that building. When we held the vacation camp for these children had to use fans to fan themselves because it was extreme heat. And I'm using this line item to make an appeal to the Honorable Minister of National Security and the Distinguished Commissioner of Police to kindly look into the resources and the facility at the Bank Village Empowerment Center that is being utilized by the Waterloo Police Youth Club so that we can ensure that this facility is operated to the convenience and the efficiency of the Police Youth Club so that they can carry out their function by providing that support to the children.
As we will do in relation
Mr.
to
Minister.
all of the youth clubs. Thank you.
Member for Shagona Cease.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under 004041, Establishment of Police Youth Club Facilities, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Minister, in 2022, October 6th, you would have indicated that you will look into the Cunupia Police Youth Club, and you found it to be a useful suggestion to consider rendering any form of assistance or allocation to the youth club to offset labor costs. I note that not much has taken place, or if should I say nothing, can I ask if you can give consideration again under this fiscal year?
Cannot associate myself with your suggestion that nothing has been done. The youth club exists?
Nothing has been done.
The youth club exists and it is running?
You are not speaking to your child.
Members.
You are not speaking to
One
your
second.
child.
Members, as stated previously by the Minister, we can all write to the Distinguished Commissioner of Police in order to get action on the various youth clubs. Any additional question, Member for
My question
Shagona
was
Cease?
not answered, Mr. Chair, but if you wish to move on, sure.
No, well, I think the Minister has given an answer.
The Minister shouted at me, that's not an answer.
To suggest that it was naked and nothing was done
Mr. Chairman,
is not correct.
Mr. Chairman,
no decorum, no
Mr.
autopsy,
Chairman, I think
nothing.
it is about time
This
for
minister-
you to address the conduct of this minister in this committee now.
Members,
Mr. Chairman, you
Members,
are
members,
without reprimanding the minister.
continue-
This minister is operating without respect for the community that is looking
again,
on at
members, all
Yes, sir.
members, all members, if it is that you would like to be treated,
And when you finish, I'd like
I think the Speaker had made it clear, the Chairman of the committee had made it clear earlier that we were running behind time. Members, we need to ensure that we get each item completed during the course of today, right? And that is how we are going to conduct the meeting as we go forward. Minister of Finance,
yes.
Do you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to know if the standing orders relating to the conduct of business in the Standing Finance Committee still apply in terms of amount of time to ask a question, to make a commentary. Do those rules still apply?
Again, each member has a 5-minute interlude before they can go into their particular question. That still stands, and the decorum still stands.
And the
but
rules,
as the chairman would have mentioned, there's a little flexibility that we probably go with the standing finance. But again, we need to ensure that the decorum is maintained.
And the rules about not interrupting someone when they are speaking, that still applies?
Yes, Mr. Minister. Fine. So again, members, Shogunas West, you still have a intervention here?
Mr. Deputy Chair, I was looking at line 46, please. Yes.
Purchase of vehicles.
Yes, please. Minister, can you tell us how many vehicles is proposed under this line item, please?
Mr. Minister, line item 46. Purchase of vehicles.
Project is aimed at procuring 115 vehicles for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, of these vehicles, are any going to be fully armored vehicles?
It is to purchase 115 vehicles for the police service. That aspect of it is a matter for the police service for security reasons.
Member for Batara Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm on line item 29, refurbishment of Riverside Plaza. Mr. Deputy Chair, I have received information that there have been problems with respect to the air conditioning at that building. I think it's because of electrical issues that may have resulted in the AC shutting down, and that building houses very important divisions of the TTPS, if I'm not mistaken, the homicide division, and it may have stymied some of the work of the officers there. Can you give us an indication, based on this $1 million allocation in 2023, why no monies have been spent? Is the work completed, or what's happening with the building right now?
Condition problem that you have just raised was within the attention of the police service, and it was resolved in June of 2022. 23, sorry.
Okay, Minister, because quite recently I have still received complaints that it works apparently in 1 month and then another month it will cut off. So I don't know if you could just make some, if the Commissioner, through you, could make some intervention there to make sure the officers are properly housed at a satisfactory standard.
Mr. Minister.
Tell the members a matter of common sense and course. If there are any problems, they would be tackled as indeed the main problem was unresolved in June of 2023.
Well, I think you should still do some checks, Minister, because I don't believe the problem was in fact fully rectified.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 55, establishment of facilities for Divisional Command Center, which was allocated $1.5 million. And to the Honourable Minister, can you advise if this project, this line item, was there to provide support services to the various divisions with respect to the real-time monitoring of the CCTV system? at the various divisions.
What's the question, Mr. Chairman?
Over not?
No, he hasn't
Line
sleeping.
item
He wasn't sleeping.
0.
He was looking for the
55.
line item, Honorable Minister, line item 55, establishment of a facility for Divisional Command Center, which was allocated 1.5 million in 2023. What I'm asking is if this project was a project to provide support for the various divisions across Trinidad and Tobago towards the monitoring of the CCTV system.
Yeah, that project is ongoing.
However, Minister, out of the 1.5 million, none was utilized in 2023. In the revised estimates, we are saying nil, and there isn't any allocation for the 2024. You indicate that the project is still ongoing, but there is no allocation here. Can you kindly explain?
Well,
Minister.
I'm being told any expense in this regard is being treated with under the recurrent expenditure pattern.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. And Chair, I'd like to move to another line item.
Proceed.
With respect to the purchase of vehicles for police service, I see, Minister, that there is a line item 46.
Right. Go ahead.
Line item 46, and there's a $25 million allocation for 2024. I want to make a request, Honorable Minister, that consideration be also given to the various police youth clubs across the country. The St. James Police Youth Club vehicle was in an accident and it is still down. And the St. James Police Youth Club, led by Officer Derek Shabadi, has been doing a lot of work to assist these youths, especially those who come from single-parent home who doesn't have transport, to come in afternoons to the Police Youth Club to do their homeworks, to do extracurricular activity, and to be dropped back safely to their home. The Police Youth Club provides support. So one, Madam Commissioner, through you, Mr. Chair and Honourable Minister, consideration be taken to replace that St. James Police Youth Club vehicle that has been non-operational for the longest while due to the accident, and the other police youth clubs that do not have that facility of a vehicle assigned to the police youth club to assist these youths, these at-risk youths, that consideration be taken into consideration for this.
Mr. Minister.
While giving you the assurance that matters as to the support for the police youth clubs is always in the mind and in the heart of the leadership of the police service, supported by, of course, good, sound government policy for the development of the nation's youth, I will communicate your ambitions to the Commissioner of Police.
Thank you,
Member for
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Item 047, purchase of equipment for the police service. Police, and it's $67 million. And the PSIP, Public Sector Investment Program, indicates that this $67 million will be allocated for body cameras. The question I have is that given that the U.S. State Department has indicated negatively that extrajudicial killings by the police service is a worry for them and it will factor into future reports. Now, I know they are good police officers, and I know they put their lives on the line, but I think it is incumbent on the government to provide them with the equipment to exonerate them if they kill civilians in a situation where their lives are threatened or are consistent with standard operating principles. So the question I ask now, how many of our 7,000 police officers who represent the sanctioned strength of the TTPS, how many of them right now have body cameras?
Mr. Minister.
Body cameras are not issued to an individual police officer like a pants, a cap, or a shirt. Body cameras are available to police officers in the course of their duty. As we speak, Right. As we speak, there are now we now have 1,121 available body cams.
Deputy Chair, I cannot hear because I'm getting noise in that direction. The
Okay,
figure,
I'll protect you.
if you could repeat the figure, please.
1,121 available.
Are now available. Another recently purchased 192 are in port to be cleared in the next couple of days. That's another 122. And for this year, we are aiming to get to 3,000, to purchase 3,120 more body cameras.
Could the minister indicate what, from the TTPS, what is the number that they have indicated to the government that they need in order to...
They have indicated that for 2024, they would like going...
Both sides, please.
To answer your question, the police service has indicated that going forward, it wants to purchase for the time being, for the foreseeable need, 3,120 additional body cameras.
You're given, therefore, an undertaking that any time a civilian is killed, that there will be evidence to exonerate the police officers.
I would say this. I heard in the run-up to your question, you mentioned extrajudicial killing.
By the state.
That has, I don't care by who,
again,
that has certain implications, and I will not associate myself or the police service with that, regardless of who said it, locally, regionally, or internationally. What I can tell you is that all matters related, well, what they call police-involved shootings are thoroughly investigated. And there have been many occasions in the past when police officers have been prosecuted by police officers for committing murder and other serious crimes in Trinidad and Tobago. So I cannot associate myself with any suggestion, regardless of who it comes from, about extrajudicial killings. I know of no such thing. And all matters, even when that is alleged, have been and will be investigated.
Thank
and
you,
I
Mr.
do not
Minister.
think, before I close, that the member for Naparima is a member of the parliament and wanting to be a member of government should be mouthing that kind of recklessness against the Trinidad and
Okay,
Tobago
members,
police.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Chairman, he should be,
members,
Yeah, what kind of
that
reckless behavior this is? I can highlight recklessness here on the part of the minister, you know.
That affects our trade.
Again,
community.
Member for Carney East. Carney East, you have a concern?
Thank you.
Yeah, question.
Minister.
Carney East. Member for Carney East, proceed. Member for Carney East, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, line item 62, establishment of a coastal and riverine patrol unit, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can you just bring the
Member
members
for
of
Carney
government
East,
to
you
order?
proceed. Member for St. Augustine, I need no assistance.
I am not.
Member for St. Augustine, I need no assistance. Carney East.
I'm not hearing my colleague because of the noise from...
Well, I am hearing him. I am hearing him. Carney East, proceed.
Thank you, Minister. Given that in 2022 the actual was 28,000 and nothing was budgeted in 2023 as well as in 2024, can it be said that this unit is now fully functional and equipped? And the reason I'm asking is that the TTPS had a community meeting in St. Helena in 2022 in which the residents complained that the criminals in the area were using the Carney River to conduct many of their illicit activities. So my question to you is, can we say that this unit is now fully commissioned and functional?
The riverine police unit of the
yes.
Coastal and riverine unit of the police service?
Yes.
Yeah, they are fully commissioned. They are functional. They are possessed of 4 vessels. And we are giving them more. This was announced a few days ago.
Thank you.
And of course, I must add to to the comfort of your constituents, if they are the ones on whose behalf you just spoke, the police service, and I'm aware of the fact, along with the Defense Force, have within recent times begun to pay very acute attention to that Caroni River and other river inlets around Trinidad and Tobago. And those 4 riverine patrol vessels that the Coast Guard just received from the United States will add in this fight in managing those river inlets around Trinidad and Tobago. So help and comfort is on the way.
Member for Couva North, you still have a question?
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 077, Development Works at the St. Madeleine Police Station. Mr. Chairman, this line item was allocated $5 million in 2023, but again, we see the reckless performance of this minister not utilizing the allocation and not providing the services that is required. I would like the Honourable Minister to provide for us, please, the scope of works that was related to this project 077 and what was not completed in this fiscal year.
Mr. Minister, will provide it in writing.
Just to advise the member, Pasa, that we are in the design stage, and the design is being now reviewed for advancement of that project, and the work is good, and we'll provide whatever information he has just requested.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 076, Establishment of Headquarters for the Special Reserve Police and the Police Retiree Association Headquarters Northern Chapter. Mr. Chair, this line item was allocated $1 million, but again, we see the reckless performance of this minister when none of this fund was utilized in 2023. Can the minister provide us again with a detail of the project scope that this 2023 estimate was allocated towards?
Mr. Minister.
And why it is that it was not utilized for the execution of this project?
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
The police service, the implementing agency, have indicated that this project is in the design phase and that those designs are being reviewed and fine-tuned and all that. I don't design them, I don't build them, and I take objection to his description of me on that basis as reckless.
Thank you. Member for Couva North.
I do withdraw that word, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to move on to another line item, please.
Proceed, Couva North.
Moving on to line item 073, relocation of Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau, ACIB, which was allocated $500,000 in 2023. And we see once more, nothing was done. So I will not use the reckless term, but I will ask if this is a matter of incompetence on the part of the minister for not utilizing this $500,000, because we are seeing in the revised estimate,
Mr. Chairman,
nil,
standing
and
order
in
44.5,
we are seeing the line item.
1 second.
Standing order 44.5, which is conflict of interest before participating in consideration of any item of business in the House in which he has a financial interest. A member should disclose the extent of that interest.
How about your brother?
Again,
and I would like to ask
members,
NCB Global.
Members,
200 and something.
overrule, proceed, Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Chair.
Let's get to the question, Mr. Couva North.
So I have asked the Honourable Minister of National Security to provide us with the scope, not the details of the recusal by the Minister who raised the standing order, but the scope of works assigned to this project in 2023 and why it is no funding has been allocated in 2024.
073, line item, Mr. Minister.
The ACIB was relocated from that particular location. They eventually went all together to one of the units at the waterfront complex as item number 1. Insofar as is the ACIB he's talking about or the PSB?
ACIB.
Yes,
ACIB.
the ACIB has been relocated and it rendered the need for the work that he's talking about for the time being not necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, page 126, Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure, page 220. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,937,923,200 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,937,923,200 for Head 64, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Madam Commissioner of Police, and to the senior executives from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Thanks for coming. The change over to Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Honorable members, Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, $2,573,534,000. I'd like to welcome Madam Permanent Secretary from the Ministry, and again all the senior executives and technocrats from your ministry. Mr. Minister, I will now invite the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for your warm welcome, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we are the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. We are mandated with supervision for ourselves at head office for 14 municipal corporations throughout Trinidad, for the Rural Development Company and the CPEP Company. We are here to report and answer questions relative to the expenditure. We are in a state of reform. I wish to indicate that we have before us estimates which are to be supplemented at mid-year, and by way of general statement that in our estimations, because of the reform, there will be many items that will need to be adjusted at mid-year, and, Mr. Chairman, that we also intend to use liberally, wherever we can, the process of variance. I make myself available to answer colleagues' questions.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,573,534,000 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,573,534,000 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, and we are at subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, page 244. Muruga Tabalan, do I recognize you, member?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, with regards to 08 vacant posts, we had a commitment of 3 million, none was expended, and then we have our commitment this year for $1 million. Could the Minister explain as to why no expenditure?
Mr. Minister.
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Member, for the question. As I indicated in the opening statement, we're in the process of reform. 4 vacant posts, therefore, the fill-out of posts are going to be part of the reform and what further proclamations we have. Therefore, as the election was held in this year, in the last financial, this financial just concluded, we did not occupy the positions under this head, vacant posts. Instead, we engaged in short-term employment as the further proclamation steps will be held. We estimate, therefore, this year the sum of $1 million to cover the sums as we proceed with the further proclamation of the local government reform package.
Noted, Minister. I know that response was given last year as well, and the same commitment was given as well. Yeah. So it's noted.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the honourable members are part of the opposition and recall as well that the decision of the Privy Council came in May of this year, which accelerated our implementation of an election which we had catered for, according to the Court of Appeal, in December of this year. So I know my friend is well aware of the change in circumstances.
Member for St. Augustine, you on this line item?
I want to raise a question on a light item before this one.
We had item 001, General Administration.
Yes.
Proceed.
Yeah, General Administration 01, salaries and cost of living allowance.
Sure.
There is an increase of 6 million. In the last fiscal, the Minister explained that part of this expense is to deal with the municipal police. Can the Minister indicate the total number of police officers, municipal police officers recruited in the last financial year, and the number which has been assigned to each regional corporation and, if any, at the headquarters?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. We had 200 Public Service Commission municipal police officers. They will take effect of November of this year. Last year we had, if I recall, it was 57 officers come into the last batch out of the training of the supplement. We anticipate by November of this year further 200. As to the distribution, they've been distributed across the regional corporations to take care of retired positions, etc. Some of them have been at head office. We're endeavoring to move officers from head office into the corporation. Specifically, you'll notice that we have in this budget asked for instance, security services to be contracted out. And that, a little later, will constitute one of the reasons where we're moving municipal police from head office, moving them away from security provision, and instead contracting those services.
Right. So what I would like is if you can provide a breakdown in terms of the number of officers assigned to each region thus far. Well, in the last financial.
I can say, unfortunately, that number will be in a state of flux. We've had officers come and go, and with reassignments as a result of resignations over time. So I regret that it would not be a precise figure because the number would have changed consistently over the last financial.
Okay, well then, can you just share the total number of municipal officers attached to each region?
I can do that, sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
Do you have that figure with us, Madam Chair?
Yeah. Provided in writing? Yes, thank you, Mr. Minister. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 244 and 245. I recognize member for Kumutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 03, uniforms. Can the Minister indicate the number of persons that are intended to benefit from these increases of $3 million for uniforms for the new fiscal year, 2024?
The number is 200 for the municipal police that we intend to contract with effect from November 2024. 2023, forgive me. 24, November 2024.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 246. Item 001, General Administration. Member for St. Augustine.
02001, 16, contract employment. The allocation for this year is 1.6 million less than in previous year. Given that the minister spoke in his contribution during the debate about numerous jobs created by the ministry, given what you would expect in terms of employment and contract employment to be, I want to perhaps ask both concerning 16 and 22, which is short-term employment. Short-term employment is $6.7 million less. You indicated in the last fiscal that there were 81 additional people who were employed. And my question is, one, given the decrease in the allocation, is it that some of the persons who were employed in the last fiscal will no longer be employed? And if they remain in the employ of the ministry, how do you intend to pay them with this decreased allocation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back. Madam Chair, in answer to the member's question, as I indicated in my opening statement, we have anticipated 6 months of expenditure in this cycle. Any further supplementation required, we'll approach at mid-year for. We have consistently obtained monies at mid-year for the last 3 years.
And on item 17.
One minute, please. Member, I believe you've gone back to subhead 02. Subhead 03 was already called. I didn't stop you when I took the chair because you were in mid-flight. But having regard to the rules that we've set, we weren't going back. Okay? So we had already called subhead 03, minor equipment and purchases. Okay, so I'll ask everyone to really pay attention. Okay? So we in subhead 03. Right? Minor equipment and purchases, item 001, that was called general administration. Anybody has any questions there? Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 007, households. Yes, Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, I'd like to refer your attention to line item 40, gratuities to contract officers. Minister, this actual spend in 2022 was $5.4 million. However, what we are seeing from the estimate in 2023, similar, the revised estimate is $2.9 million. Can the Honourable Minister advise if there is outstanding arrears, outstanding monies that are being owed in terms of gratuities to contract officers, and what sum of money we are talking about here that is being owed to workers?
Madam Chair, no, there is no record of outstanding amounts. The 2022 actual was because there was. The 2023, as the numbers show, we estimated 5.5, but we only spent 2.9 because the Public Services Commission, etc., that has to do the positions of settling positions did not click. So what we've done is to simply make estimates based upon, my records indicate that this is adequate funding according to the trends of the operationality of the service commissions.
Member for Governor.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay. Item 009, other transfers.
009.
Yes, okay, so I saw Marika Tegalan. After that, I will take into custody.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with regards to CPEP 04, can the Minister indicate how this decrease would affect the organization?
The funding is insufficient to take us to the year end. We intend to ask for further supplementation at the mid-year.
Minister, okay, with regards to the increase in minimum wage, shouldn't this be taken care of at this point in time?
We have more than enough money for 6 months to cover that. As I indicated in the opening, we intend to come back at mid-year.
So this is an exercise in under-budgeting. Thank you, Minister.
No, it's not an exercise in under-budgeting. I have indicated in my opening statement that the mid-year utilization of appropriations has been a standing feature of the government. I also said it in my debate, but in the Standing Finance Committee, we are absolutely certain in any event, CPEP does not pay at minimum wage levels, and they are above minimum wage, which my friend should know. So the allocation of minimum wage is really, I didn't want to be uncharitable in answering your answer at first, but as I said before, we have already recognized that we do not have enough allocations to take us for 12 months. We intend to come back within 6 months or so to adjust any matters that are there. We always have the facility to via funds, as I indicated in my opening.
Professor Augustine?
Does the CPEP company intend to reduce the number of employees or the number of contractors in its service over the next fiscal?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Professor Augustine, you finished? Yes?
On that item, but
Okay.
I have a question on 11.
Okay,
011.
well, go ahead. You have
Don't
the
want,
floor for a little
I don't
while.
want to be missed again.
No. Go ahead.
Item 011, line item 96.
Stop State
Right.
Enterprises? That's where you are?
Yes.
No, okay, sorry. So we're still in
009.
009. So member for Couva Knoll.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, CPEP. Honourable Minister, since 2016, this government had pronounced the utilization of CPEP to assist the agriculture sector in Trinidad and Tobago. However, up to today's date, that has not been implemented. Can you advise over the next fiscal term if we can see more involvement of CPEP into the agriculture sector as we work towards the diversification of our economy and putting agriculture at the fore of that development?
Agriculture is such a broad term involving everything that is vegetative. CPEP has certainly been involved in certain aspects of agriculture, and CPEP will continue with its current mandate, which has been working extremely well. I wish to just simply point out, as it relates to CPEP, the tremendous work that they have done. I'd like to publicly congratulate them, in particular in times of disaster, Madam Chair. So the conflation of CPEP into agriculture is not intended to be replacing what the Ministry of Agriculture does, nor the Ministry of Youth Development, which has taken a significant portion in diversification efforts. But we do have certain amounts of agricultural aspects which we intend to bring by way of further projects forward.
Would the Minister be kind enough to share those projects with us also, please, in writing, if not at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, and at this point we have some pilot projects that we have just done the data analysis on, which we'd like to present to the Cabinet to get the policy prescription in order so that we can expand the enterprise.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, just one last question to follow up.
With 009, still right?
Yes,
Yeah.
on this line item. Can the Honourable Minister provide us with a breakdown of the CPEP contractors by constituency, and also take into consideration that in the Couva North constituency, while we do appreciate the support that we get in Couva North from the CPEP, we would definitely like if there can be an increase number of contractors allocated to the Couva North constituency, because there is a lot of work that remains outstanding that can be executed with increasing the allocation of contractors to the constituency.
Madam Chair, as I do every year in relation to this item, and as my colleagues that preceded me did, CPEP is not organized per constituency, it's organized per region, and therefore there is no actual breakdown of CPEP per constituency. What I can say right now is that in the North Central region, there are 63 contractors. In the Northeast region, there are 57 contractors. In the Northwest region, there are 76 contractors. In the Central region, there are 44 contractors. In the Southeast region, 30 contractors. In the Southwest region, 63 contractors.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister, and for the Central region where you indicated there are 44 contractors there. I know these contractors are designated with responsibility of specific areas to execute maintenance work. I am kindly making an appeal that consideration be given for the increase in these numbers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Member for Kumucha-Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asked and answered. Member for
Harani Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, in one of your previous answers, I believe was to Muruga Table, and you indicated that you will come at the mid-year review for any lapse in allocation that is not covered by the 430 million that we are approving today. Would you wish to indicate what is the total number or the total budget that your ministry has allocated or requested from the Ministry of Finance in respect of this line item?
Sure. It should be close to $574,073,145.
Shugona cease.
Thank you. For the Minister. Minister, can you state the number of staff employed at CPEP as at 30th September 2023?
$105.
Thanks. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. I'm still on 00904 with regards to the CPEP. Mr. Minister, you are aware of the severe flooding we faced in the St. Augustine South in the last rainy season. I have a humble request to you to assemble some resources to supplement the resources of the regional corporation to clear the water courses in the St. Augustine South area from Bamboo 2, Bamboo 3, Valsine South, and St. Augustine South in particular. And the exercise could be coordinated through the regional corporation and the councillors to ensure that the water courses leading to the pumps and so on are in fact clear to facilitate the flow of water.
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for an excellent suggestion. I just wish to say that together with the Ministry of Works and Transport and the regional corporations, we have developed a cluster approach towards the maintenance of positions. Last year's disaster in terms of flooding was in large part attributed to 2 breaches of water courses across the embankments, which the Ministry of Works had to go in and take attendance to, including the water courses there. So thank you for this suggestion, but we'll continue with the cluster approach and certainly be working with you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. I believe that's where you are, Member St. Augustine.
Yes, thank you very
much.
Please. Item 96 here, the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited was transferred to another ministry, Ministry of Works. My question to the Minister, this company was allocated $200 million. What is the status of the information gathered, the submissions from councillors, regional corporations, MPs and citizens that was sent to the Ministry of Local Government at the time of the establishment of this company?
Thank you, Member, for the question. It's a very important one. We still continue to receive submissions coming from regional corporations, from MPs, anything that is a secondary road, because those roads are vested in us. They are not part of the vestings under the Highways Act. The material which was gathered already is in fact at the Ministry of Works and Transport and at the Secondary Roads Company. The decision to amalgamate pure divisions work together with secondary roads was in large part because of the aggregate and asphalting concerns. So we thought that there would be a better economy of scale to have one ministry manage those things. It's why we transferred Lake Asphalt from the Ministry of Energy across to the Ministry of Works as well. So the work which was collected is there. The execution program for those works is there, and we'll continue as the local government ministry to aggregate requests coming from all members of Parliament and regional corporations and provide it to the Secondary Roads Company.
Can the Minister again then give a report on how many of the roads the Ministry of Local Government would have submitted to this Special Roads, Special Purpose Company, How many of the roads that you have submitted to them have been paved?
Because it doesn't fall under Head 42, I'm not in a position to report on the matter.
Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question to the Minister refers to RDC 09, but in the context National Reforestation and Watershed Rehab, if the Minister could provide this House in writing with regards to how many contractors exist underneath this particular program, as thankfully Maruga Tableland benefited during the July-August from new contractors, and I would just like to know how many contractors, and if we will see such with regards to employment in the constituency. Also, Minister, with regards to RDC, if the Minister could provide this House in writing, how many projects was executed in under the RDC company, the Rural Development Company, for the last fiscal, and also what is projected to complete for this financial year. And Minister, while I have you here,
if you give the Minister one question at a time, I'm certain we might be a little more productive, because halfway you're going to be asked what it was again.
No.
Okay? I'm not going to cut you off.
Madam Chair, there were 80 contractors, 36 staff 80 contractors, 36 staff members, employing a total workforce of 2,430 people. The projects under, I'm sorry, these are high impact projects. Do you have the record of the number of projects? There were 79 projects completed by the RDC company, 3 bridges, 13 pavilion and recreational facilities, 25 retaining walls, and 38 roads and drains.
Minister, if you would recall, I would have written yourself with regards to Sadat Road, where a contract was awarded under the RDC company, and to date not completed, and it was awarded 2 years ago. So I would have asked an update.
The report on that particular Sahadat Road retaining wall, clearing and grubbing were undertaken. Site assessment and testing for physical work is set to begin this month, so the work is ongoing. The geotechnical work was an important aspect of it. As you know, there was a failure, and it wasn't an easy job just to simply reinstate. The problem was the mass land movement, which would have caused further slippage had we just gone ahead and built it without geotechnical.
Noted, Minister. Minister, with regards to the 80 contractors, could the House be provided by region or by constituency to get a fair allocation as to where the contractors operate?
Sure, of the 80 contractors, 28 were in north, 20 in east, and 32 in south. 30 persons per contractor, 2,400 employees.
And with regards to this coming fiscal, the projects to be undertaken by RDC, could we be provided that in writing?
Madam Chair, if I could just inform or remind my honourable colleague that 6 weeks after the national budget has been completed, every aspect of procurement must be published on the website of every public entity, and therefore there will be full condescension of all particulars on every website for every public body, including the RDC. It's premature at this point because the procurement exercise must be managed in accordance with the procurement law.
With such transparency, Minister, thank you.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 23, Port of Spain City Corporation. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, public health and disposal. Item 003, abattoirs, markets and dining shed. Item 004, transport and cleansing. Item 005, squares, playgrounds and trees. Item 006, stores, works and repairs. Item 007, cemeteries and crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health and Disposal. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Shed. Item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Item 008, Woodbrook Estate. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health. Item 003, Abattoirs, Markets and Dining Sheds. Yes?
Could you just call the page you're on right now, please?
I am on page 244. We need right book, huh?
Statutory bodies, yeah.
Yes, okay. So, item 004, Transport and Cleansing. Item 005, Squares, Playgrounds and Trees. Item 006, Stores, Works and Repairs. Item 007, Cemeteries and Crematorium. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We're on page 245. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. We go on to 24, San Fernando City Corporation. We're starting at page 257. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under San Fernando City Corporation, line item 13, remuneration to council members. And I'm assuming this remuneration for the sitting new council. Minister, 1.5 million is allocated for fiscal 2024. Given the local government reform, and now council members will be considered full-time members, and with a new remuneration package. Is this line item, this amount of 1.5, taken in consideration of those new rates or wages that these new council members would supposed to be getting?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. The proclamation of the full-time provision for council members has not yet been had, as I indicated earlier. Not on today's date, though, in my debate. That is the matter of report and then further proclamation as the Cabinet will decide. The $1.53 million that you're seeing here is equal to the amount that is required to meet with the current salaries and wages and terms and conditions set by the CPO for existing councillors as they were in the last financial year.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chair. Does the Minister have a sort of a time frame when that proclamation might take place?
No, I don't immediately, because some of the organizational chart aspects have to be settled. That will be a matter of urgent consideration by the Cabinet. It's something that I've been working on for quite some time. So I'm not in a position yet to report as to how soon that will happen, but it is something which is receiving anxious scrutiny.
Thank you.
Item 002, City and Departments of Maintenance. Item 003, Institutions. Item 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. Item 005, Transport. Item 006, Local Health Authority. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. We're at page 258. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, City and Departments of Maintenance. Item 003, Institutions. Item 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. Item 005, Transport. Item 006, Local Health Authority. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We're at page 261. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, City and Department of Maintenance. Item 003, Institutions. Item 004, Parks, Playgrounds and Cemeteries. Item 005, Transport. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. 25, Arima Borough Corporation. We go to page 273. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health. Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds. Item 005, Works. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Public Health. Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds. Item 005, Works. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Parks and Recreation Grounds. Item 004, Parks and Recreation Grounds. Item 005, Works. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 26.40, Borough Corporation. We are at page 285. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Local Health Authority. Item 003, Public Places. Item 004, Transport and Roads. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Local Health Authority. Item 003, Public Places. Item 004, Transport and Roads. Item 005, Corporation Properties. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Upkeep of Public Places. Item 004, Transport and Roads. Item 005, Corporation Properties. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Transfers. 27, Chaguanas Borough Corporation. We are at page 296. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cemeteries. Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Maintenance of Buildings, Grounds and Pastures. Item 005, Local Health Authority. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 02, Wages and COLA. Minister, can you advise, when the last HR audit was completed with respect to this line item to identify the human resource personnel that is required for the corporation to effectively execute its responsibility to its burgesses?
We're currently in the middle of one right now, and that exercise is part of the manner in which we will give advice on how to further proclaim the Act. So we're in the middle of one right now. So this is the last one going on.
And can Minister advise us when is the expected completion date of that HR audit?
I'm hoping within the next month or two for all of the corporations in general, because the HR personnel is the org structure that we need to do the further proclamation. So it's an exercise across the board right now. Everybody from the councils, proposed full-time, come down, road safety officers, cadres, etc. We're doing a full audit and exercise of the HR functionality.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for St. Augustine.
005, Local Health Authority. Item 28, 28 contracted services. Minister, there is a decrease of almost $3 million under other contracting services, which generally covers scavenging or garbage collection in the region.
Page 296?
Sorry, I'm on 296.
No,
297.
no. What the member called was 005, which is exactly where we are, Local Health Authority, which is on page 296. Where are you?
298.
You said other contracted services, but I'm not
Sorry,
seeing.
I am on 298. I don't want you to skip move on.
Okay, no, don't bother.
My apologies.
That's all right. Okay, so we go on. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, we're at page 297, goods and services. Item 001, general administration, member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Under 001, item 46, natural disasters. There is a significant decrease in the funding. Shogunas Borough now has $300,000 towards natural disasters and a cut in the allocation of close to $2 million. Given the prevalence of flooding that we have seen in this region and other regions, can the minister explain how and if $300,000 will be sufficient for Shogunas Borough to deal with natural disasters in this fiscal year?
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. We've actually returned the figure to slightly above the 23 and 22 estimates. The 22 estimate was 162. The 2023 estimate was 275. The Honourable Member will recall that by way of Cabinet decision at the mid-year, we seriously bumped up that figure to $2.2 million. So it demonstrates the versatility in our ability to find money. I'll actually confirm that the Minister of Finance and the Cabinet, in fact, provided the money in advance of the mid-year supplementation. So we believe that the return to $300,000 keeps us in track with 21 and 22. If there is a need, God forbid, because we don't want it, that there will be increased expenditure because of this natural disaster ahead, we have the ability by way of Cabinet decision to increase that funding, and we can take care of it at the mid-year.
Mr. I just want to ask, this head is not for responding to disasters, but for preparing. And the preparation should take place before the rainy season. The concern when there is such a low allocation and you wait for the mid-year to supplement it, it means that what the corporations should be procuring and putting in place in preparation gets delayed to the second half of the fiscal year. So I am asking, because this has been a trend across many regions, that the allocation for disaster preparedness in the regional corporations, that you give serious consideration and try to convince the Minister of Finance to give you a more healthy allocation under disaster preparedness. Thank you.
If I may indicate, the actual head is natural disasters. It's not natural disaster preparedness. Preparedness is a fraction of that. And the preparedness is in line with previous years. In the event that there is an exacerbation in the cost, we will take care of it in the disaster spend, and we don't need to wait for the mid-year, as I indicated a bit earlier. It can be done as it has been done, in fact, last year, long in advance of the mid-year by way of a Cabinet decision.
Member for Shugona Cease.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 00148, special programs in cities, boroughs, and regional corporations. Madam, I note that this is a new line item in this corporation as well as other corporations. Minister, can you provide some details on this special program or project in the sum of $14.5 million for Chaguanas Borough Corporation?
Sure. Honourable Member, thank you for observing what is a very important line item. The 14.5 million is indicative of the work that we're doing in the local government reform aspect. We are harmonizing our data and ICT and electronic platforms so that we can build a system by which all of these entities can operate together. So the special programs cross a number of areas. The large part of this is really in the reform aspect, and that's where the bulk of the money is intended to be invested.
Sure, Minister. One more question. I note in the explanation, it has to do with the funding of, to be funded from the property tax. So you are using funding for that, for this particular project, which you itemized?
So as the Minister of Finance indicated in the budget, he gave a starter amount for each corporation under the heading of property tax because the rules are ready for implementation. Under the reform package, the collection of property taxes under the amendment to the public procurement, under the amendment to the Property Tax Act, will be by the corporation itself. So each entity has that, but all of the money under special programs, cities, boroughs, etc., those are for the use of the corporation in two ways. One, by its own request, subject to approval by the Minister of Finance, as the law sets out, both currently and when the new law is to be proclaimed. And that starter amount goes into the corporation fund. So the corporation fund is the fund that holds this. The 14.5 capitalization or 8 million capitalization in another corporation, for example, you will see those as a capitalization amount in anticipation of local government receiving the taxes from property taxes. And this amount is going to be used for the reform aspects right now. So our engagement is really on reform.
Thanks. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just a question to the Honourable Minister with respect to line item 37, janitorial services. Honourable Minister, does the janitorial services at the Chaguanas market, does that fall under this line item also?
I don't believe so. Just give me a moment.
Does it? That's right.
So it doesn't, the market is not there. That's under markets and abattoirs. This is in fact for the building and its other principal premises.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Member for point of view, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's page 298, right, Madam Chair?
Yes, page 298.
Minister, under markets and abattoirs, I'm seeing a new line item, 43 security services of $520,000. That's roughly $43,000 per month. It wasn't there before. I'm assuming there's a rationale for this expenditure now, given that the municipal police, I'm assuming, used to handle that aspect. Could you explain?
Asked and answered by yourself. Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
I didn't answer.
You did. You said you assume it's X, and you were right.
Yeah, the municipal used to handle that security aspect. And what's the reason for them not handling it anymore?
So that they can
this
police.
Additional expense
I'm
of
sorry.
$43,000 a month.
So under Section 48 of the Municipal Corporations Act, the municipal police have full powers of police, both common law and statutory. In our analysis of policing, crime and security being a very significant issue in the country and for us all, we have taken the decision that the police should police and that the use of the municipal police for quote-unquote security services at markets and otherwise, we'd prefer to have them out on patrols and in the community. So the intention is really to put the police out on the beat to do actual police roving work as opposed to static security work.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 37, janitorial services. And the minister did indicate that the janitorial services for the Chaguanas market will fall under this subhead. Minister, I'm seeing $10,000 here being allocated to janitorial services. That is $833.33 per month that is being allocated towards the janitorial maintenance of the Chaguanas market. Can you justify this measly amount?
The honourable member is correct. The sum is under budgeted. We have estimated that we need further monies. We've actually crystallized those amounts. We will use the process of virements across other heads which we may not be able to spend to supplement those services and, if necessary, come back at the mid-year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister.
Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005. Were you saying, Augustine, 005?
Yes.
All right. Item 005, Local Health Authority, member for St. Augustine, pages 298 to 299.
005, Local Health Authority. Item 28, Other Contracted Services. This generally covers scavenging, the collection of garbage, of household waste and bulk waste from communities. There is a reduction in funding by $2.2 million in the borough of Chaguanas. This will significantly impact the number of scavenging days, the number of loads of garbage that could be removed, and this being a further reduction from the last fiscal year. Can you say what is being done to address this shortfall in funding?
The member is perfectly correct. It is inadequate. We will need at least $6 million to cover the actual expense of 3 compactors, and therefore we propose to use the money via monies from underperforming heads, depending upon how fast the procurement works, and if necessary, come back at the mid-year.
Madam Chair, I want to express some concern because in this region, they have had in the last fiscal, given the reduction, given that they did not see a supplementation of this head in the mid-year review, they have had to reduce the number of scavenging days in many communities. And this has led to the creation of many of those mini dumps, which then cost the corporation more because they then have to hire trucks and backhoes to clear it up. Minister, apart from cutting the number of days for collection of garbage, can you indicate what other solutions you have to treat to this?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm not proposing a reduction in services at all. I've said the figure is inadequate. We're going to have to via money from elsewhere across to the vote and ask for more money at the mid-year. We are not on the assumption that there will be a cut at all. We have also in the past aggregated services from other corporations, done cleanup exercises, utilized CPEP. So we've done a number of things to try and mitigate this circumstance. We were very mindful, Madam Chair, that the Minister of Finance has to balance money, and revenue is critical. Where are we getting the revenue from? So there was a general agreement that we will work with what we have and then see how we can apply monies from other heads and also seek room for supplementation if necessary.
Item. Yes, Member Fukuvano.
Just some clarification with respect to that said line item. While I endorse all that has been said by my colleague from St. Augustine, Honourable Minister, you indicated the procurement of 3 compactors under this line item also.
I said we would need $6 million to pay for 3 compactors. Madam Chair, there was a really funny caricature in the papers this weekend making a mockery of a statement I made in relation to garbage and contracting services. We see several members are very concerned about it, but the editors of the papers don't seem to be. The fact is that we've done an exercise to indicate what the correct ratios look like for owned versus contracted services so that we can get it down to cost per head, so we can get value for money. Perhaps it was lost on most people, but the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government gave a value for money budget presentation this year, which I think is perhaps one of the first in the history of this Parliament. So we are taking steps to do the data analysis and to come up with the correct ratios. There will be a move to purchase of some of the items, that is compactors, as opposed to pure rental of services, but we intend a blend. That exercise is ongoing, and we will share it with the nation as to how best we can achieve the purpose.
Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 28, Diego Martin Borough Corporation. We had page 304. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 005, local health authority. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 29, Samoa Lavantil Regional Corporation. We are at page 312. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds, and pastures. Item 005, local health authority.
005?
005, yes? Member for St. Augustine.
Under 005, I observe that the allowances for daily rated workers in the Samoa Lavantil Regional Corporation has been cut by $3 million. The allocation for overtime has been cut by $650,000. I'm particularly concerned about the cut in the allowances being reduced, and this would include things like WACA allowances, traveling allowances, and so on. Can the minister explain the rationale for this tremendous reduction? It is almost half the revised estimate in 2023 was 7 million. You have reduced them to 4 million. They now have 3 million less. This is a tremendous reduction. Can you indicate the rationale for this and its impact on the workers with regards to their WACA allowances, travel allowances, and other allowances?
Madam Chair, it is certainly year on year a reduction, but if you look year prior and year prior to that, it is not so severe a reduction. In 2023, it was at 4 million, and 2022 actual 4.7. What happens, Madam Chair, is that we have the room to supplement this depending upon how the figures actually move. It's something we'll keep under careful watch. And again, Madam Chair, there are some generous items that we have. For instance, under the capitalization fund, if I call it that, that is where the Minister of Finance has given us the starter point for property taxes in each corporation. So there is room for virement across to this point, and therefore we intend to meet all allowances that are necessary at law.
Member for City
I just want to bring a bit of what is actually happening on the ground in regional corporations. Several, if not all, regional corporations were instructed to stop all WACA allowances for daily paid employees who use their WACAs, to cut all traveling allowances as well as overtime. If they do work overtime, even in times of disaster, they would be advised to take a compensatory day off as opposed to get the overtime allowances. Of course, you would understand that this impacts on morale and so on, and people's willingness to go that extra mile. People who have workers, they put out to buy string and other things for the workers. They put out to maintain and upkeep those workers. So there is an issue. And there have been workers who say, if you are not paying me a worker allowance, I'm not coming to work with a worker. So it does impact the productivity. And I would like, and the 4 million that this particular corporation utilized, and the other corporations, which I would not mention now, it is not sufficient. So while they only utilized 4 million in numerous corporations, what happens is that is all the releases they got. So I'm asking you to re-examine the spending under these heads, and I agree it has to be reasonable, but when you go to the extreme and all workers get the instruction that they cannot get any worker allowances and so on anymore, it really does impact on productivity. So please investigate. Yeah?
Madam. Yes, sorry.
Correct. Just to put on the record, the issue of the worker allowance was a matter of the CPO's direction. It wasn't invented as a spite tool for anyone. We, like the corporations, are bound by directions that come to us, and therefore that's something that we've taken very careful note of. Just to also correct for the record that during disasters, the cabinet notes that we provided and the supplementation did see the payment of overtime to persons under disaster circumstances. So it's not entirely correct to say what the Honourable Member said, but I think the Honourable Member was making a larger point, and I take it de bene esse for the good of it. The point is, Madam Chair, that we have to have our productivity levels in order. It's one of the reasons that in the reform package we are pushing to have the return of personnel managed by way of tools like apps, etc., so that we can actually know where our workers are and ensure that their morale is met with the expectation that the public has, that people are giving a fair day's work for the salaries and remunerations that the taxpayers provide them with.
So, item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Member for St. Augustine.
02, wages and COLA. There is a reduction in allocation by 5.3 million in wages and COLA for Sawa-Lavantel Regional Corporation under state traces. Can the Minister indicate how or if this will compromise the current establishment receiving their salaries?
It will have to be supplemented, Madam Chair. So there is a shortfall of $5.364 million, which we ourselves are aware of. Again, we're utilizing the tool of viaments and supplementation, but we have observed the shortfall as well, and no, there is no intention to affect the current workforce.
Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. We are at page 314. Item 006, maintenance of state traces and local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 005, markets and abattoirs. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 30, Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation. We are page 321. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for St. Augustine.
The Tunapuna Piarco Regional Corporation has been allocated close to $5 million less, 4.9 million less. for personal expenditure. Can the minister give the assurance for security of tenure so that people will not have to be afraid of losing their jobs?
Madam Chair, no minister gives assurances for security of tenure at all. That's not the way it works. I'm not the employer. The employer is the Tunapuna-Piako Regional Corporation. Insofar as there is an attempt, or insofar as there is a legitimate observation by my colleague for St. Augustine that there is a shortfall in the funding, we have recognized the shortfall. Again, we intend to use the virement procedure available to us together with supplementation.
Member for St. Augustine?
That's it for that one.
Okay. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Member for St. Augustine.
004. Madam, St. Augustine falls in the region of Tunapuna-Piako. They have over 70 recreation grounds, from Blanchy Shares in the North Coast to Monroe Road. And the allocation that they currently have is not sufficient to meet the needs of the maintenance of the buildings, grounds, and pastures. They have had to make a lot of compromises to the point where it is now members of the public who play a big role in maintaining many of these recreation grounds. Can I ask the minister to re-examine this allocation, given that there is a decrease in 200,000 to the maintenance to this area with regards to the wages and COLA and so on?
My friend is correct. There is an inadequacy for wages and COLA 02, overtime 29, and allowances 30. We intend to use the provision of virement of funds as well as supplementation at mid-year. The observation is correct on my friend's part. It's something we're looking at. It's one of the reasons why we wish to quickly implement the property tax so that we can enlarge the amount of monies coming into the corporation fund, because the corporation fund will have now enough money to do this. So I really hope and pray that my friend will support the implementation of property taxes so that all of these short funding items that we have observed can be properly supported by modest contribution of $3 to $10 a day maximum in property taxes.
Madam Chair, I have seen and I continue to see the government reduce the funding and undermine local government to continue to prove its case for property tax, and this is a clear case. I just want to share with the minister, since I became the MP for St. Augustine, the regional corporations had custodians assigned to each ground. These people would keep the keys, sometimes they would help cut the grass and so on. For quite some time, these people have been operating without pay. They get a stipend, and this comes directly under wages and COLA, under this maintenance of buildings, grounds, and pastures. They have not been getting their stipend for more than a year. And this is just one example of something that may be small that impacts the conditions of the recreation grounds. It means that the clubs and sports groups and the young people who would make use of these grounds instead of getting involved in negative and criminal activities, they are now deterred because the grass is taller than me. So I'm asking you to set aside all these things and at least the basic requirements could be met, please.
Madam Chair, may I please importantly deal with the issue of the government, the allegation that the government is deliberately underfunding local government. The very material before us, which shows the actual and estimates for the financial year that is now at an end, demonstrates that we increased local government allocations by hundreds of percentage points across every corporation, Madam Chair. So it is entirely the opposite of what my learned friend has said. In terms of the supplementation to this area, it is not something that we can't take conscious note of. CPEP has been lending assistance to supplement where possible, but we have already stated plainly that we will need to supplement some of these heads, and we intend to use the technique of virement of funds as well as supplementary appropriation.
Madam Speaker, just for the record, this year regional corporations got a total of $69,755,000 less
Where are we?
overall.
Yeah,
Just
but-
responding to the minister.
Okay.
$69.7 million less have been given to corporations. You have not increased the allocations to regional corporations.
Madam Chair, that is a rather unfortunate statement because the honourable member has left out the fact that it's year-on-year comparison. So $69 million less from what was allocated last year, where we have two appropriations, a mid-year and a principal. But last year's allocation was nearly 200% more than the year before. So my friend is not giving us the full story, but this is not a debate, Madam Chair, and I can't find a line item that specifically deals with this.
I could provide the minister with a breakdown for all the years that the PNM has been in government, and it has been a tremendous decline in the funding. But it is not being discussed in this fiscal, and it is a matter that we have raised in the debate, Madam Chair. But I just want to correct the record because I'm quoting from the total allocation to the regional corporations.
For the record, I beg to differ, and the facts are just wrong.
And differ from the facts in the
Item
document.
005, Local Health Authority. Item 006, Maintenance of State Traces, Local Roads, etc. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cemeteries. Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Maintenance of Buildings, Grounds and Pastures. Item 005, Local Health Authority. Item 006, Maintenance of State Traces.
This is on page 322.
324. Item 006 on page 324. Subhead
Yes.
03.
006.
Yes.
Right.
That's where you are? Yes.
Under materials and supplies for 006 maintenance of state traces, again, I am concerned because St. Augustine constituency falls in this area. You have a decrease in the funding by just over $2 million. In 2023, the estimate was $100,000. In 2023, the revised estimate was $800,000, so it was severely under budgeted for. Again, we see this reduction. However, it was not sufficient to meet the needs. In many instances, the regional corporations often do not have money to purchase materials, but workers are being paid. And, well, if they don't have materials to work with, you understand what happens. So I feel that it is an unfair trade-off that you're making with the taxpayers' dollars when you are paying salaries to workers. Of course, you cannot send them home, but there is no material and supplies for them to work with. And you have a lot of state traces and local roads that are badly in need of road patching, and the corporation cannot purchase or does not have sufficient money to purchase. They did purchase some material, but with the allocation here, it's not sufficient. Can I ask the minister to perhaps re-examine the true need based on the request from the corporation and revise the allocation or request an increase in the mid-year? It's really bad in Tunapuna region, the conditions of the roads.
Madam Chair, this corporation asks for approximately $110 million every year and receives anywhere from $20 to $35 million for the last 20 years. That's the ratio if you were to work out the percentage. The solution to that is not only that to meet the shortfall in the current financial year, that we will in fact ask for supplementation at mid-year, but we have come forward with a policy position which we have implemented into reform law, which is the property tax. The property tax is estimated to yield approximately $65 million in this corporation, Madam Chair, and therefore that is a legitimate source. At $3 a day or $2 a day, we can meet some of the shortfall, Madam Chair.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds and pastures. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, households. Item 009, other transfers. 31, Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. We're at page 330. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 00, yes?
001, sorry, 01, yes.
001,
Yes.
yes. Member for St. Augustine.
Yes, 05, government's contribution to NIS. There's a reduction in the allocation of 150,000 for NIS contributions. Given that we have had numerous instances of regional corporations being in arrears where NIS is concerned, my question is, one, can this allocation meet the true expenses of the NIS cost? And does the decrease in the allocation indicate that you intend to decrease the employment, the number of employees in the regional corporation?
Madam Chair, if I could just again answer this by way of referring to what I've said before. I have repeatedly said that we intend to use the tool of virements and also approach at the mid-year in the need, if there is a need to match any payments that are required, and therefore we believe that we are well in tow with the monies had. The $150,000 decrease is something which we can attend to, and no, Madam Chair, there is no intention of decreasing the workforce.
Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. We are at page 331. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration.
Yes.
Yes, member for St. Augustine.
Line item 46, natural disasters. There is a huge reduction in the allocation to Sandy Grande region of 1.9 million for natural disasters. Given that in 2023 the estimate was 50,000, and in 2023 the revised estimate was 2.1 million. And considering the devastation we have seen from flooding in the past couple of years in the region of Sandy Grande, I mean, our MP for Kumuto Manzanilla was almost washed away rescuing someone in that region. Why the 1.9 million less in allocation under this head?
I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Madam Chair, we have returned to 150% of that which was estimated for 2023 originally. That was 50,000. We now estimate 200,000. The year before, the actual spend was only $54,000. The 2.135 revised estimate that you see there is on account of the La Nina effect that we had, which we warned about. As I indicated earlier in answer to a similar question for a different corporation on the same head, we intend to use the tools, if necessary, of approaching the Cabinet for supplementation for disaster preparedness. And we can also broaden that out to the treatment of natural disasters. I remind that the Ministry of Works has a significant portion of the issues in this particular area under watch. That is embankments, rivers, road, drainage, other factors. The secondary road company also is now under Ministry of Works and Transport there and works in tandem with that. So, Madam Chair, we believe that this allocation is sufficient, but in any event, we've demonstrated the versatility as to how we can treat with the situations if they become anomalous.
Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority.
004. On page 333.
Page 333.
That was want to get your attention for 004.
All right, I'll let you go there.
Under the electricity, I see a reduction in the funding for electricity. My question to the Minister, can you advise how much does Sandy Grande Regional Corporation owe to TNTech? And in fact, I want to crave your indulgence to request from the Minister, how much does each regional corporation owe TNTech at this time? I know you might have to provide it in writing later on, but if you have the information now, you can share it.
Madam Chair, I thank the member for the question. Regretfully, I did not work with the individual TNTech bills and arrears statement for each corporation, so I certainly don't have that information here. I'm not sure whether I can provide it in time because that's an exercise that will take some time to get across of it. In conjunction, I believe, with some questions that were asked of the Minister of Public Utilities on the same point. So I'm not in a position to assist my friend at this point.
All right. Well, I want to ask the Minister if he will give his undertaking to provide for both the electricity and for both the TNTech and WASA rates. If any regional corporations have outstanding amounts owing to these two public utilities and what those amounts are.
Because of the nature of undertakings and the time sensitivity of it, I'm not prepared to give an undertaking, but we'll certainly look for the information.
Item 005, Local Health Authority. Item 006, Maintenance of Stage Traces, Local Roads. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We're at page 334. Item 001,
yes.
General Administration.
334, Minor Equipment Purchases.
Item 001, General Administration. That's where we reach. Yes?
Minor Equipment Purchases 03, yes. 001, yes.
Yes.
I noticed that you have nil in your estimates here. Minister, can you explain the rationale for having $0 assigned to purchasing minor equipment in Sandy Grande region?
Madam Chair, will use the facility of virements and supplementation in due course.
Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 32, Kuva, Tabaki, Talpara Regional Corporation. We are at page 338. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cemeteries. Member for Kuva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on line item 02, wages and COLA, Honourable Minister, there is a reduction in this allocation of 25,000. Can you kindly explain why it is this line item was cut by 25,000?
Madam Chair, this was an estimate as to how fast we could burn the money within 6 months. The current estimate there is one which we can certainly have a supplementation via virements and also at mid-year, but this is intended to meet our purposes. If you look at the contribution rate, we're certainly under 2022 and 2023 estimates and actual and estimates respectfully, so this is something that we will need to supplement and we will do it in due course.
Noted. Thank you, Minister.
Item 003, Markets and Abattoirs. Item 004, Maintenance of Buildings, Grounds and Pastures. Item 005, Local Health Authority. Member for Kuva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 30, Allowances for Daily Rated Workers. Honourable Minister, the actual spend for 2022 under this line item was $2.147 million with wages and COLA at $13.3 million. We have seen wages and COLA increase by approximately 600,000 to 14 million, but what we are seeing here is a reduction in the 2024 estimate to only 1.9, from 2.147 to 1.9 million. Can you kindly explain why it is that we have reduced this figure?
The head was properly underfunded, Madam Chair. The Honourable Member is correct in his observations. It will have to be supplemented by way of virements and certainly at a mid-year request.
(006) Maintenance of state traces and local roads.
Yes.
Member for St. Augustine.
Again, Couva, Tabaki, Talparo is one of the regions that has a huge land expanse and a lot of state traces and local roads that require, in terms of maintenance, they are really, really in bad condition. There is a reduction in the allocation for wages and COLA, which means that you will might have an impact on the manpower to maintain the state traces. Can you explain the reduction?
Madam Chair, it's underfunded. We'll have to use the tool of virement and supplementation.
Can the Minister indicate if it is possible that the Ministry could look at increasing the cadre here because of the growth within Couva Tabakit region? You have so many developments over the last few years that now fall to the regional corporation to maintain, in addition to the rural outlying areas. And we have heard MPs here making numerous requests. Is that something that the Ministry is prepared to revise in terms of the needs assessment?
So, Madam Chair, we currently have vesting orders to lay on the table of the Parliament, which will take care of bringing by far, a vast number of things that are not currently vested in all the regional corporations in 14. So the member is correct that there will be a need for supplementation. Part of the mechanism that we will give is not that the ministry needs to fund it, but once we're in a position to proclaim the rest of the local government reform package, the ability to hire and discipline will become that of the corporation alone. So they'd have the freedom to hire. The underwriting of those expenses is intended to be contributed to by way of the property tax as well. So it's a moving machine of lots of parts that work together, but we do have our eyes on the same issues as the Honourable Member.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 02, wages and COLA, while endorsing the contribution from my colleague, the MP for St. Augustine, about increasing the cadre under this line item. I also would like to highlight to the Honourable Minister that under the Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation, which once had 14 electoral districts, a completely new electoral district has been added to that corporation, the Roystonia West, which was won by Ms. Councillor Vanessa Kusi. However, Madam Chair, in that area, which is has not been vested, majority of it has not been vested under the Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation, and the HDC that is responsible for the maintenance of the roads and traces, etc., in that Couva West Roystonia really has not been fulfilling its requirement and is fulfilling what is expected of them to maintain these roads. So, Honourable Minister, we would, in addition to the vesting order, we would really like to get some urgent action on your part in providing the support to the Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation to go about in proceeding, recruiting additional persons to maintain those roads that fall in that Couva West Roystonia.
Madam Chair, on April 26, 2023, the public procurement law was turned on. The procurement of goods and services is now by the corporation itself. Secondly, I think I've said it maybe about 17 times, we intend to bring the vesting orders forward. The last time vesting orders were done were in the year 2000. Thirdly, the supplementation of financing is intended to be underwritten in part by the property tax. The Minister of Finance has already capitalized these accounts with the amounts that members have observed during the course of these proceedings, and therefore the combination of tools will allow for that work to be done and the corporations to manage their own affairs, in particular with a certain degree of autonomy, because they will have the power to hire and deal with the works themselves.
Subhead 02. Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Item 002? No, 001. Yes. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honorable Line Minister, line item 13, maintenance of maintenance of vehicles. Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of the number of vehicles, functional and non-functional, at the Tobago Regional Corporation?
Madam Chair, we're currently in an exercise with VEMCOT for all vehicles in every corporation for a full asset inventory and a maintenance inventory, because the next step will then to being in the position to take care of disposals under the Public Procurement Act, the disposal of public property, in respect of which there are some regulations still to be issued by the OPR, Madam Chair. I can't at this point provide the asset inventory. It's a very detailed and long one, which we have called for each corporation to provide us with. In fact, we've made a fresh submission call. We've not yet received that information from the corporations. It's a work in progress right now, because that which we got last year is outdated.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, under this line item, I'd like to highlight that this is very critical, because hopefully we will see some kind of requests in the mid-year review, especially for the procurement of vehicles, because at the Couva Corporation, they only have one operational cesspool trucks, while they have 4 trucks there. This is the information provided for me. 3 of the cesspools are non-operational. They only have 1 excavator, and they need approximately 3 more at that corporation. They only have 1 motor grader, and that is to service 120 recreation grounds in all 15 electoral districts. This 1 motor grader clearly cannot fulfill what is required. Similarly, that entire corporation only has 1 functional roller to treat with the entire span of area that the Couva Tobago Regional Corporation occupies. In terms of tractors to cut the grounds, ideally, they need 1 in each electoral district. However, right now they only have 2 functional tractors to cut recreation grounds, 120 recreation grounds. So what you have is sports and youth development, and programs are centered around those type of activities are now being compromised because of the fact that they do not have sufficient resources, and it's a huge task that the corporation undergo to fulfill what is expected by the burgesses.
Madam Chair, I take only exception with 1 word that the member said, that we now have this problem. This is the perennial problem of local government under any administration, which is why we have brought forward the local reform package with a different system of funding, which is why we have done an asset inventory, which is why we have already shared with the public how we are going to fund what is owned and what is rented, etc. So this is not a now problem, Madam Chair. This has been a consistent problem year after year after year, and we ought not to pretend that it is now a current phenomenon. What is different is that we have proposed a solution package for all of this. What I would just simply hope my friends would say is, yes, let's get on with the property tax and welcome proper expenditure under the public procurement law. And that's just the end of it.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your response. However, what I can say is that this problem has developed over the last 8 years with the continuous cutting of allocation to local government bodies by this PNM administration.
And Madam Chair,
however, in terms of line item 46, if I may, Madam Chair, move on to line items 46, natural disaster. What we see is in the revised estimate of 2023, this corporation utilized $770,000 under this line item, natural disasters. However, what we're seeing here is a decrease of $670,000 to this line item. Can the Minister kindly explain why it is this a significant decrease in this line item?
So, Madam Chair, as the Honourable Member didn't allow a response to the conclusion of the last point, permit me just to perfect that point. What the Honourable Member has said is just not true. We have had the greatest funding, the largest allocations to local government under this government. Secondly, Madam Chair, I know it is that we must go through each of these heads with a different item, but it's the same line item, Madam Chair. So can we please just discipline ourselves to remember the answer that has been given now? Let me tell you exactly how many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. I have given the same answer to the same natural disaster point, and the line item itself points out that the expenditure was an anomaly at 770. The year 23 estimate was originally 100, and in 2022 we spent 119, so the return to 100. But can I just say ditto?
I could say one, the members are entitled to ask, because it gives you an opportunity to say, just in the event that there may be another response. But I think what you know what you have control over, and therefore what you have control over, you'll control. So I can't tell you how to answer.
Ditto.
But okay, thank you. Member for St. Augustine.
Yes. Madam Chair, you see, I myself would love to take these items in bulk across the regions, because in almost every corporation there are similar issues. So I don't mind the Minister giving general responses, as he would have done in the last Standing Finance Committee. Allow me, Madam Chair, to express my concern with the Minister's response with regards to the equipment serviceability. Because in the last Standing Finance Committee, the Minister in fact indicated that in coming into the ministry, one of the first things he did was to commission what he called an asset and register of all equipment serviceability and unserviceability. And he indeed at that time confirmed that $5.14 million was required to fix every single corporation asset across all 14 corporations. He also said that prior to the year end, the financial year end, yes.
Where are we?
Yeah.
And what item?
On this same item with regards to the equipment.
So you're under maintenance of vehicles?
Yes.
Yes.
So 46, item 46. The Minister that in the last...
natural disasters.
Sorry, item not 13. That is the one with the equipment and vehicles and so on.
Just maintenance of vehicles.
Yes.
That is what 13 is.
Yes. So I am just gleaning from what the Minister would have indicated in last fiscal that he had requested from before the end of the last fiscal that every corporation provide him with the bills for all their assets which were serviceable and unserviceable, and that I suppose the ministry would give them the money to fix all the assets.
So did the Minister say that? Because you're quoting from the Minister?
Yes, I am quoting from the minutes of the
he didn't say, I
standing.
suppose. Because I suppose it's
then let
yes,
me
please.
read directly what he said.
What date?
This is from the Standing Finance Committee on Thursday, 6th of October, 2022. And the Minister said, prior to the year end, the financial year end, I wrote to every corporation and asked them to provide me with the bills for all of their assets that were unserviceable, and we gave them money to fix all assets of corporations. Some corporations did not complete the exercise in time, and specifically with respect to, I am looking for the asset right now, specifically with respect to some assets, they undertook to provide us with information in the next financial year. My point is that the Minister gave the commitment to do this assessment of the equipment and vehicles serviceability. He gave a figure in terms of what it would cost to get all the assets across the corporations operational, and he also gave an undertaking to provide the money to regional corporations. Clearly that has not happened, and so I want to know if the Minister would want to take this opportunity to express what are your challenges, because you clearly expressed an understanding and a willingness to intervene in a situation that challenges every regional corporation. And I don't mind getting a general answer here, but what are your challenges to meet the commitment that you made in the last Standing Finance Committee?
Madam Chair, there's a Latin expression, non sequitur. I don't know how the Honourable Member went from last year's position to the statement. Clearly that didn't happen. Madam Chair, the Honourable Member didn't ask whether anything happened or not, just went on assumption. We did the asset inventory, we did the listing, we had VEMCOT then get into ensuring that the estimates given to us were real. Earlier in these proceedings I said when asked for a list of all equipment that was working and not working, I said that I couldn't do that because it was a moving target because we had fixed some of them, but things break down, Madam Chair. It is not uncommon to fix your car today and tomorrow it breaks down. So let's apply a little bit of our real world experience to this, Madam Chair. The point is that there's going to be a continuing need for maintenance. And, Madam Chair, on the line item 13, maintenance of vehicles, Madam Chair, in 2022, the actual amount was $249,000. We have estimated in 2024, $300,000. In 2023, we estimated $250,000. We have an estimate, Madam Chair.
Just for the record, that 250,000 is certainly not enough.
We're not in a debate, Madam Chair. I'm not going to take all debate.
Over North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd like to bring the Minister's attention back to line item 46, natural disaster. And just to inform the Honourable Minister that this is the first time that I have asked a question on the Kuva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation. This is the first corporation that I'm asking questions related to this line item. So the response that the Honourable Minister gave...
Let's stop picking and let's get to the substance to what this exercise is about. Right?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair, for your guidance.
One would expect that sometimes you in making a statement, anybody in making a statement, may say tangential things that may not be specifically accurate to the... This is not what this exercise is there about. Okay? Let's deal with the figures and what they mean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your guidance.
Stop picking. We all picking. Let's stop that. Remember, for
thank you,
St.
Madam Chair.
Augustine had a
Moving on to the
lovely
question.
salvo this morning, you know. I don't know, like we've lost it. It was a surprising and lovely salvo. Let's try and remember that. You have a question for the
Thank
Minister?
you, Madam Chair, for your guidance. However, I did
You
not
have-
want
you
to
have a
leave...
question?
Yes, I do,
Yes,
Madam
let's
Chair,
get
and
on
it's
with it.
related to this line item, and I
Let's
did
get
not
on
want
with
to
it,
let the
please.
Minister mislead the House or the
Let's
public.
get on with it, please.
So moving on to the question that I would like the Minister to be able to provide us with the information with respect to this $770,000 that would have been utilized in fiscal 2023, if the Minister can provide us with a breakdown of that.
Madam Chair, there is a process of the Parliament where we do the closing of the financial year at a different point, Madam Chair. We are not on the Finance Act yet or the closing of accounts yet. Those are cycles in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I can't help my friend just yet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd also just like to just put on the record to assist my learned friends that a lot of the vehicle maintenance was held back because when the OPR became the line item for expenditure,
Madam Chair, just to interject, the
we
Minister
could
is on
not.
the wrong line item.
No, we can't interject.
We're not dealing with vehicles.
Listen to me, please. We're not interjecting. The Minister has 5 minutes, just like you had 5 minutes.
So, Madam Chair, for instance, on natural disasters, where we spend money, it applies to vehicles as well, but on line item 46 and on line item 13, most of the persons whom VEMCOT needed to purchase things from were not registered on the list of vendors. It's why the Honourable Minister of Finance came to this House and sought an exception for under $1 million. It is up to the OPR to settle those regulations. The Minister of Finance is still waiting on those regulations, which will allow us to move a little bit faster in vehicle maintenance and in natural disasters.
So, Madam Chair, what I'm asking for is if the Minister can provide us in writing a breakdown of what this $770,000 would have been utilized for in fiscal 2023.
I think if I remember the response, as the Minister says he's unable to do that at this stage. I think that was
Based on the
response.
information the Minister has in his possession up to this point in time, what bills associated with this line item, the expenditure that would have been paid out under line item 46 up to this point in time.
And I think the answer was given, whether we accept it or we like it, an answer was given. Asking it 100 times is not going to get us anywhere. Item 002, cemeteries.
Yes.
St. Augustine?
Cemeteries.
Yes?
Madam Chair. How we treat our dead is a good indicator of our development as a society. And under cemeteries in Couva Regional Corporation, the allocation has reached down to a paltry $32,000. Considering that there are numerous cemeteries in this region, this is for materials and supplies in the maintenance of regional corporations. I just want to ask the minister to be a little more realistic with the allocations given to the regional corporations, because they face a lot of flack from the public when their cemeteries are overgrown, when the roadways, the footpaths within the cemetery are in bad condition. People twist their ankle. You go to a funeral and the grass is so high, and then you see the allocation for materials and supplies for cemeteries is $32,000 for the entire fiscal year. Given this expanse of Couva Regional Corporation, certainly this is not enough. Can the minister indicate if you intend to make a request for an increase that will be more realistic for the needs of Couva region? That is in the midterm review.
Madam Chair, I thank the honourable member for reminding us of the need to be respectful towards our dearly departed. It's a concern that I share, Madam Chair. Just to remind you that these are the traditional sums volunteered. Madam Chair, I'd just like for the record to note, I had every single corporation give me a comment in relation to the heads of expenditure, the very line items that we're on. I have the submission in front of me here for the Cuba Tabaki Talparo Regional Corporation. There are no comments from a UNC-led corporation on any of these items. So we all share the same concerns, Madam Chair, just to say that whatever is required, there's the facility of environment and supplementation, and there are projects which we intend in the local economic development cycle of the reform to better these conditions, Madam Chair.
Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd like to highlight to the Honourable Minister line item 28, other contracted services. On the following page. Honourable Minister, this line item has seen a decrease of $1.65 million other contracted services. Can you kindly explain the reason for this decrease in this line item?
It's under budgeted. It is inadequate. We'll have to use the technique of environment and request that supplementation at the mid-year.
Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 22, short-term employment. And what we're seeing here also, Honourable Minister, is a further decrease in this line item by $50,000. Can you explain the reason for this decrease?
Madam Chair, it's an estimate. If there is a need for supplementation or otherwise, we don't know yet, we'll track it. We'll use the tool of environment or supplementation at the mid-year.
Also, Madam Chair, I want to make reference to line item 006, line item 12, maintenance and supplies for maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Under material and supply, we see this line item being cut from $1.2 million in 2022. It was budgeted in 2023 for $1.4 million, but only $1 million was released. $1 million was utilized in 2023. So what we're seeing happening here is from an actual spend of 1.2, it's been reduced to $1,050,000. Material and supplies contribute towards the state and condition of these secondary roads that motorists has to traverse in the communities. And Madam Chair, in the Couva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation, and in particular the Couva North constituency, the roads are in an extremely deplorable state. And if it is that we are going to keep things as is, we can't keep things as is and expect a different result, because then the roads will continue to be in a very sad and deplorable state. So, Minister, I'm just making an humble appeal to you to kindly look at this line item 12, materials and supplies, and as you have indicated, whether the necessary increases is to be added on to this line item for mid-year review, that consideration be given to such.
I thank the Honourable Member. Madam Chair, this is fortunately not a case where all our eggs are in one basket. The corporations receive a certain amount of money for maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. But the actual provision of the maintenance, the rehabilitation, even the building, is now a matter of the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Secondary Road Company, and the Rural Development Company that have significantly more monies than are given to the corporations, Madam Chair. So I note the Honourable Member's observations. It's why the Prime Minister saw and oversaw the creation of the Secondary Road Company, put it in with Pure, put Lake Asphalt inside of the Ministry of Works, has now taken part of the quarrying aspect, because you have to have aggregate to build roads, and put that at the Ministry of Works as well, so that the capitalization of works can happen, the execution of works can happen.
Member for St. Augustine?
Yes. Madam Chair, the maintenance of state traces and local roads in regional corporations is not just the development aspect in terms of paving a new road. Very often it is patching one pothole in a community. Very often it is just taking some material to fill an area to make it the road more passable. In some cases you have earthen roads as well. So the work to be done under the special purpose companies with regards to paving, those are more developmental projects as opposed to the work that the corporations require this allocation, and particularly for materials and supplies. Some of the work that cannot be handled in-house is often given in small contracts, like road patching contracts and so on. That would be usually awarded under item 28 here, which is other contracted services. I see that this has been given $112,000 for the entire Couva, Tabakit, and Talparo region.
Tobago get 30 million.
Can the minister indicate what does the ministry envision that Couva, Tabakit, Talparo, and that entire region could utilize these few pennies under contracted services to do meaningfully?
Madam Chair, it's a false premise. The statement made by the Honourable Member started off with road patching and potholes are not done by state enterprises like Rural Development and CIRIC, etc., Madam Chair. That's just not true. So the entire argument and platform and plank that the Honourable Member walked out of, along and then jumped off of, Madam Chair, just doesn't apply. As I said before, there are multiple agencies attending to these works. It was a source of concern nationally, such that the Prime Minister made significant adjustments, including the creation of a state enterprise to deal specifically with secondary roads, Madam Chair. So now I'm repeating for about the 100th time: Secondary Road Company, Rural Development Company, Pure, Lake Asphalt, Ministry of Energy, amalgamation of works, etc., Madam Chair. So respectfully, Madam Chair, this has been asked and answered numerous times.
Madam Chair, the question is, what does the minister envision the $112,000 allocated to Couva Corporation for the contracted services under maintenance of state traces and local roads, etc., could do for that region?
Madam Chair, I have a precise answer for that. It can do $112,000 worth of work.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 09, rent, lease vehicles and equipment. Madam Chair, I highlighted earlier the vehicles at the regional corporation and the amount of vehicles that are non-functional with respect to the maintenance of state traces, local road, etc. Should the corporation have to embark upon a road repair program, mobile patching these potholes, etc., and the equipment at the regional corporation being non-functional, because in this case we have sometimes one, sometimes none of the equipment functional. So we have a staff being paid, but work not being done. What we see happening here is that this line item has experienced a decrease of $149,000 with an allocation for 2024, a measly $19,000. Honorable Minister, I do not think that this is sufficient for this line item, and it is going to definitely be putting the Kuva Tabaki Talpa Regional Corporation on its back foot to execute its responsibility to its burgesses, to maintain its state roads and local traces. Can consideration be given for some sort of amendment to this line item, if not now, but in the mid-year review?
Madam Chair, this is a year-on-year comparison for the decrease. The estimate was 168. The 19,000 is the 24 estimate, which is in line with the original estimate of 25,000, and there was no allocation in the year prior. As I said before, Madam Chair, in answer to similar heads under other corporations, duly on the record, I wish to just adopt those as the reasons here forward without detaining us any further.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 33, Miara Rio Claro Regional Corporation. We're going on to page 347. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003. Yes, markets and abattoirs. Member for St. Augustine.
Yeah, can the minister just indicate with this reduction, the decrease by 400,000 under wages and COLA, compared to the spend from the previous year, can you explain the $400,000 reduction?
Sure. Madam Chair, can I adopt the answers in respect of all of the other corporations with the same reduction and put that as the answer to the record, please? Thank you.
So just for the record, is it that you plan to ask for the supplemental in the mid-year? Is that the response to this one?
I'll go through. Perhaps you didn't recall the entire answer, so I'm compelled to say it again. This sum is potentially underfunded. We don't know yet. We will utilize the tool of virements from other heads and, if necessary, supplementation at the mid-year.
004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Head 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries.
On
001,
on
page
yes.
348-49.
Yes.
Yes.
Again, under natural disasters, I just want to observe for the record that I'm sorry, the member from Mayaro is not here because we had an in-depth discussion about what is happening in the Mayaro region where natural disasters are concerned. And I just want to ask the minister to make a valiant effort to have the allocation for natural disaster supplemented. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I adopt the answer I've given to the last 11 corporations under the same head with the same rationale, please.
Right.
As exasperated as you are, but we have to ask for the record, Minister.
Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, market and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority.
Yes. Local health authority. Minister, under local health authority, I want to just deal with item 13, which is the maintenance of vehicles, as well as 28, which is other contracted services, because I want to bring to your attention something that came up recently in the recent water crisis, the shortage of water in the south regions, and the challenges of Mayaro Corporation in having only one water truck functional at a time, being unable to meet the demand, and the water trucking is something that comes out of this vote. They also had over 500,000 reduction in the maintenance of vehicles in public health. This is also the area that they use to get equipment to clear water courses, to reduce floods. The cesspool trucks that have to, service the, what cesspool trucks do. But there's a grave concern that under these two items, maintenance of vehicles, other contracted services, the shortfall here has already crippled the corporation's usual operations. And the further decrease here, I don't know how they will be able to handle it. So can I ask the Minister if you have, again, what is the rationale to deal with water trucking, cesspool, and clearing of water, equipment to clear water courses in the Mayaro region?
Madam Chair, water trucking is item 68 under 02, goods and services. There's a separate head for that. So, Madam Chair, perhaps the honourable member would remember that sometimes these things are split and provided for separately. And Madam Chair, as the need is assessed, it can be met with by the tools of environment and also supplementation at mid-year.
Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers on subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 34, Siparia Borough Corporation. We're going on to page 356. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 004, maintenance of building, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries.
001.
001.
General administration.
General administration.
Page 357.
Member for St. Augustine.
Yeah. Minister, can you indicate this region, this Siparia went from being a region to a borough. Can you indicate if you have any provisions for the upgrade of the services provided under this head? That will be different. This we are on 001? Yeah.
Talking about the whole head?
General administration. Yes, yeah. It would be better if we treated it that way. Can you indicate if the ministry is in the process of revising the allocation here to meet some sort of development objectives that would be different because it is now a borough as opposed to a region?
Madam Chair, the last time I checked, development objectives fall under the development program or IDF or the RDC, not under goods and services. So I regret I don't follow my friend's line of reasoning.
Yes, it would impact on every aspect of the regional corporation. Development program is for infrastructural programs and so on. The goods and services within the corporation would also have to meet the needs of it changing from a region to a borough. And that is why I chose to ask a general question under this with regards to just the general administration. So it is not development under the development program. That I could ask that separately when we get to there, but I'm asking here.
Sure.
We are transitioning from a regional corporation to a borough, and are there going to be any provisions made for goods and services and the general administration that would distinguish this Siparia as a borough?
What a flight of fantasy. Madam Chair, it is only when the local economic development plans are produced by the corporations themselves that one gets the policy approved by projects and planning, and then from the development side, you see an increase in goods and services. You see, in this case here, the horse must come before the cart, Madam Chair. So I regret that I cannot engage in a discussion on make it up on goods and services.
Yes, Member for Napier.
Now confirmed to everybody that being a borough is just decoration and optics. It has no meaning in finance or allocation of resources to improve the livelihood and welfare of the people of Siparia.
I welcome Naparima back to the chamber, Madam Chair, from the long recess he has taken. Apparently he left part of himself outside.
Oh, no. Okay, so, all right. Okay. Member for Naparima, got something? Give me a little. I'm just talking about, you know, we can't all be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, okay? So before I could even say anything to the member, you jump in and say something else. Okay, Minister, I know you are above that. Please.
Chair, I apologize for referencing my friend's
Yes.
humor, which he seemed to have left outside.
Okay, all right, so let's get back on track. All
Yes,
right. Just 1 minute. When Naparima came in, Kuvanor's hand came up, so I'll go to him and then I'll come back to you. Yes, I think you're right. I think you just wanted to make a point. Member, and I hope you're not finished. I mean, you okay? Member for Kuvanor. No, but that's what I keep saying, you know. Member for St. Augustine, and I can't stop repeating it. And she's sitting next to you. This morning, she poured some cold water and something, a little, you know, pressure. And, you know, I hope we will hold that. It was really refreshing. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 22, short-term employment. Honourable Minister, this line item was allocated 909,000. However, we are seeing in the revised estimate $602,000. Can you advise the reason why it is we're not seeing a full utilization of the estimate for 2023? Was it a shortfall in the releases?
Madam Chair, I couldn't say because we're not at the financial closing of accounts just yet, but the item itself may well be underfunded, in which case we'll have to via and seek supplementation.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Minister. So what we're seeing here in 2024 of the 602, we may hopefully see an increase in its allocation and going forward.
I say I'm not quite sure. I'm sorry I'm not able to better assist. What I can tell you is that the information from the Siparia Borough Corporation itself has the following words: amount is sufficient. So the Corporation of Siparia, in their submissions to the Ministry, indicates that the amount is sufficient. I'm not quite sure that that may be the case, so we'll keep it under watch.
Member for St. Augustine.
Yes, I had a question arising out of the response of the Minister when you indicated that there's a strategic development plan that is to be done by the regional corporations. Can you indicate when this is due? And does this apply to both Siparia and Digomartin, and is it specifically for the upgrade from region to borough status?
Madam Chair, the corporations have developmental plans, including under the local government reform amendments. There are municipal development plans, there are local economic development plans, etc. So the pace at which those are produced are going to have to be dependent upon the agility and anxiety of the councils themselves. From Diego Martin's perspective, I've had the report that their plan is ready, and indeed you would see the development of West Park, the administrative complexes, etc. I can't say that I've seen the same sort of push from Siparia, but I will make inquiries and find out how far along they are.
But do you have, my question is, do you have a deadline by which they are to submit these plans to the ministry?
Well, we've asked them to submit some time ago. I don't want to be uncharitable to people who are not here yet, so let me find out from them why they have not submitted.
Item 002 cemeteries. Item 003 markets and abattoirs. Item 004 maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005 local health authority member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 28, other contracted services. This line item, we see a reduction of $1.133 million from 16 million in the revised estimate, 16.43 million in the revised estimates, down to 15.3 million in what is projected for 2024. Honourable Minister, can you provide us with an explanation for this decrease?
Madam Chair, the other contracted services were estimated at 16.4 million for 2023, but the original estimate for the first 2023 opportunity, that's in the first appropriation, was 12.4. The actual for 2022 was 11.8. So this year, we adjusted the figure slightly, knowing that we'd come at mid-year. So we're at 15.3, which is significantly higher than the actual for 2022. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, what we saw is that we have yet to see how fast the public procurement law is going to work. It's not business as usual. Last year, we saw approximately $89 million in our developmental program stranded as a result of the uncertainty of certain aspects of the public procurement law, which are being sorted out. So we're not quite sure what the pace of expenditure is going to look like. And that's something that underwrites all of the corporations and head office, which is why we must use the tool of the mid-year and the variation. Sorry, Viamont.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that explanation. With respect to the actual for 2022 that you highlighted, can you advise if it is that there were any outstanding arrears for 2022 that had to be settled in 2023?
Yes, there were, but I can't remember the figure right now. And there will be arrears from this year that carries over. What we noted is that, again, because of the public procurement law, approximately $39 million in requests are in transit from last year to this year, and that'll go across many of the corporations.
Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 35, Penal Dibe Regional Corporation. We're going to page 364. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. We're on page 364. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration, member for St. Augustine.
Yes.
We're on page 365, huh?
As tedious as it may be, I need to point out to the committee that there is almost a $2 million reduction in the allocation for natural disasters in a region that has been devastated by flooding on numerous occasions.
Madam Chair, the figure in 2022 by way of actual was $369,000. In the anomaly of last year, we estimated $2.9 million. This year, we've returned the estimate to double that and more of 2022 to $950,000. So the honourable member is correct. There was a year-on-year reduction, Madam Chair. For the record, I adopt the answers already volunteered under this head, as per other corporations, just in the interest of time.
Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. We are on page 367. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. We go on to Princestown Regional Corporation, number 36, and we go to page 372. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads, etc. Subhead 02, item 00, subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cemeteries. Item sorry, member from Moruga, table on. You on 002?
001. Yes, 002. With
Okay.
regards to line 68, like water trucking. I noted the minister's answer with regards to all the different line items, so I would just take my contribution with regards to water trucking. Minister, as you would appreciate the current water situation in the southern region, and every year I would plead for more to be allocated with regards to the trucking service. In the constituency of Murga Tableland, I have areas like Khorasan, Platanet, and Lasavan that do not have the WASA infrastructure and depend on this service. And every year the service is not sufficient. So again, I'm pleading that more allocation be considered.
Thank the member for the observation. I think it's a very important one, Madam Chair. I think it's perhaps time for us to look at a larger purchase across corporations for water trucking services. It's certainly something that I will have a look at and see if we can't find a way to find a solution to the provision of more assets.
Appreciate your answer, Minister. And if, like your colleague, with regards to purchasing more tenders for the regional corporations, that would be something that would be greatly appreciated, especially for rural constituencies like mine.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Naparima. Yes, we are on 002.
Yes, I'm looking at 08, 08 rent, lease, office accommodation and storage.
No, we're on 002. That's where we are.
Okay, so we're ahead.
We're in cemeteries.
All right, okay. Okay.
There was water trucking at 06 in cemeteries.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I thought I allowed.
So that's why.
So you were in 01.
I thought we were in goods and services, to be frank, Madam Chair.
I thought we were in goods and services, but I thought we were in cemeteries. I did it for once. You have me trapped.
I know I'm not a favorite.
Well, you see, and that's precisely the point. But one of these days I'll tell you the story about the black sheep. It's not going to be appropriate here.
I will tell you the story of
Okay?
love.
All right. So 001, quickly.
Yes, 08. There was consideration given some years ago to
08, that's rent?
Rent. Yes, rent, lease, office accommodation. For years and years, Princeton Regional Corporation has been accommodated in what I consider substandard accommodation. And there was talk about acquiring a building and whatnot. Could you educate us in terms of the status of that?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Madam Chair, the Honourable Member is raising something that is in common to many corporations, and it's actually a very timely issue, because with the proposed local government proclamation of the remaining clauses, we're going to need to find additional accommodation space across all corporations. Indeed, there's an exercise right now looking at, we made a call for accommodation needs and for identification of places, including development of administrative complexes. We're trying to model it after the PPP arrangement that we did at Diego Martin to find alternative ways to do it. So all corporations have been called upon to identify their accommodation needs and developmental needs if necessary. We have several regional corporations that are looking at administrative complexes. That'll come up under the development program a little bit later, Madam Chair, where you see that some of them are a little bit ahead of others. But the member's point is well made and well noted.
Okay, so just so that the record will be clear, the questions that were allowed for Moruga, Tableland, and Naparima came under General Administration, item 001. Okay, so we're moving on, item 002, which was cemeteries. I don't expect any questions on that because we were passing that. Item 003, markets and abattoirs. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 004, maintenance of buildings, grounds and pastures. Item 005, local health authority. Item 006, maintenance of state traces, local roads. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 37, regional corporation services general. We're at page 380. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 38, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Local Government Authorities. We are at page 384. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, at page 384. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 003, economic infrastructure. This is at page 94. D, roads and bridges. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister, we are looking at the restoration of local roads. There was an estimate in 2023 of 5 million, of which 2 million was spent. I listened to the exhaustive exercise as we went through corporation by corporation, and the Minister did give an answer as to the various spaces where we would be looking at local roads, etc. I'm using by way of an example, because I'm sure you'll answer generally, and I don't want to get this down into very specifics, but we have the Caratal Road, which leads to the Caratal RC School, which is a secondary road. The cost of fixing that road, because it will fall under the restoration of local roads, as well as the restoration of landslips. In terms of accessing these funds, I've been now on an annual basis for the past 3 years, trying to get
some of these local roads where the cost supersedes what's faced by the corporation, but still falls under the remit of rural development and local government. So I'm asking, specifically under local roads, the 2 million revised estimate, what was covered under that 2 million for fiscal 2023, what is projected for fiscal 2024, and what can we see under this line item under the developmental space?
Okay. Madam Chair, would you just help me? Are we at page 95 on this one?
We're at page 94.
Page 94.
If you look at D001, so you have 09, 003,
Got you.
15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I thank the Honourable Member for presenting the question the way that she did, because the Honourable Member is correct. There's a general application aspect. So, Madam Chair, specifically, the items which are beyond the corporations will have the menu of possibly either rural development company or the secondary roads company, or Pure, even though Pure is meant for highways. Pure has undertaken secondary roads. So there are those three opportunities to address that. We've been trying, as the member for St. Augustine has pointed out and asked earlier, to get a consolidated work plan available for those respective entities, and then we figure out where we're going to go. The Rural Development Company accesses monies from the pot of the Consolidated Fund, or the IDF, or from loan financing. And those three sources are available at this point. Similarly, the Secondary Road Company by loan financing and other positions apply to them through the Ministry of Works and Transport. So from a general point of view, there is a work plan that is being dealt with. The government did already explain that during the COVID years, we didn't spend time engaged in road repair, etc., but that we must remedy those aspects now. So I share your concern, as does every citizen in this country, about the state and condition of our roads. You've now specifically asked what was the money used for and what will the money used for. I can tell you that the money that we have allocated to use now is going to take care of projects which we had in what I will call the proverbial pipeline. Because of the public procurement law, a lot of the money that we requested for release we could not get because the procurement was delayed, and therefore we had passed the cutoff mark. The Minister of Finance tried his very best to make sure that we were there, but because the OPR does the approvals, etc., for the depository persons, we were caught in that position. So some of the allocation for this year is going to go to pay bills that are on deck right now. We estimate that there's a considerable amount of money that will be paid in that way. In fact, it's close to about $89 million in the pipeline that we would need to spend across the point. So we are actually calibrating as we go to the publication of what we're going to procure within 6 months from this week. We must publish on the website of each of the entities. So you'll see it at RDC, you see it at Secondary Road Company, you will see it at the ministry, etc., and the corporations. And from there, we'll know what our burn rate is, how fast we're going to go through the money is. Then we'll be knocking on the door of the Minister of Finance. So that's a generalized answer. I don't have the specifics of the expenditure of the particular projects. They have been provided to me, but I don't have them right now in front of me.
And we can get those later.
Just 1 second. Do we have the 2 million?
While the Minister is checking, just by way of follow-up, Minister, upon taking office, you had brought into the public domain the idea of the map where we would be able to take a look and click on where the projects would be taking place within that fiscal year. As representatives, as we all sit here, all 41 of us, I think being able to say to the population, to say to our constituents, to say to people that this is where this project is. Is it at the allocation phase? Is it at the tendering phase? Will it be completed within? And so, we really hope that promise can materialize.
Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you for the question again. Yes, it's going to materialize. We've developed the structures for it already, and I can provide you with the answers to the question you just asked. So under restoration of local roads, we had 4 projects. The first one is now 100% complete. This is roadworks at Market Street, Chaguanas. It was for $561,397.32. Secondly, we did works at Marriott Street in San Fernando for $479,902.50. We then did alley off Ethel Street. That was for $348,232.50. And then we did Lady Hills Extension for $449,212. Restoration of local bridges. We did construction of reinforced concrete culvert at Isaac Street off Mont Diablo, Quarry Road, Penal for $751,162.50. We did construction of bridge at Smith Lane, Santa Cruz for $931,143.94. We did restoration of landslips. We did construction of a reinforced concrete wall, 42 meters long at Kisoon Avenue in Tableland for $873,181.13. We did restoration of local drains. We did drainage works at National Center for Persons with Disabilities. That was for $482,625. And we did drainage works at Lady Hales Avenue for $674,437. Some of these are in various states of completion. With that list in order, the list of completion in percentage points is as follows in sequential order as given. 100%, scheduled to commence, 50% completed, 85% completed, 75% completed, 50% completed, 50% completed, 90% completed. The last project is refurbishment works which we have not actually started at Kent House in any significant way, and that was because we had a collapse of the roof and leaking issues inside of there. So that accounts for the expenditure that we've engaged in.
All right, Member for Shogunas
Thank you.
East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 020, Local Roads and Street Signage Program. Minister, can you indicate under the 2024 estimate of $500,000, which corporations will benefit from this program in this fiscal year?
Specifically, the two boroughs that have recently been birthed, Siparia and Diego Martin, are at the top of the list.
Minister, I note the 2023 estimate of $1 million and the 2023 revised estimate of $410,217. Can you state for us which corporations benefited in the 2023 fiscal year and why the entire allocation wasn't used, given that in various corporations, I know this is a ministry project, and we have deteriorating street signs throughout Trinidad, and Trinidad, as I can see.
If I go in reverse order, the public procurement law delayed us significantly because the persons were not on the depository at the OPR from April 26, 2023. So that delayed a significant amount of our work. And just permit me on the first part of your question, one moment. Sorry, we don't have the listing of specifically which of the corporations had the signage.
Can you provide it at
I will try my best to do so. I'm not sure when because we'll have to request it from the corporations. We made a call for data and many of the corporations have not responded in sufficient time.
No, but in terms, Madam
Street
Chair,
signs.
in terms of the
Head
utilized
office
funds,
doing
410.
street lines, yeah, I understand what you mean, but the implementation of it went across in the corporations as to when they were installed or not. So I know San Fernando for certain had some of them. I know Penal DB had some of them, but I don't have the information with me now.
Okay, so if you can provide it at a
Try my
later date.
best.
Thanks.
Member for St. Augustine.
Yeah. Madam, before I go into the item I asked you to raise here, just as a comment off of what the Minister indicated about you have made a call for data to regional corporations. It is my understanding that several regional corporations have a shortage of manpower, in terms of capacity. So, for instance, there are a number of checkers acting as road officers and so on. So, the demand that they have for their regular work, in addition to putting together the data, some of them just cannot meet that demand, and it may be necessary, if you are doing all this information and data gathering, to have that as a special project and have supervisors within the corporation, but you may have to hire persons to specifically, because the data will inform the work you do going forward. So it's just a suggestion. But I'd raise my hand to bring to your attention, Madam Chair, that my concern with this item, D, roads and bridges, the entire allocation. In this 2024, we allocated $21 million. But in the last fiscal, we were also allocated $21 million, and the spend here was $7 million. The minister indicated that there were challenges with the procurement regulations, and so some of the work that you intended to do, you had the snags because the contractors were not registered with the procurement regulator. But in the last fiscal, you also had a similar spend in terms of the proportion of the allocation that was utilized. And I am very concerned because in every MP on both government and opposition side, there are numerous requests for local roads, bridges, and so on, landslips, where the ministry of your ministry under this head should come in. And it is a very concerning thing that you have several years running what seems to be an underutilization of the allocation, or is it that the releases are not being made to your ministry from the Ministry of Finance? Because I know the need is definitely there, and the ministry does come, the technical people has come out and do estimates, and I don't know what has happened to the estimates after. So I'm asking if the minister could, tell us, are you being underfunded? Are you being stifled?
Sure. Understood. Thank you. Madam Chair, this is a perennial problem that happened prior to my tenure at this point. Just to put it on the record, and I've reported to this at several occasions to the nation, Madam Chair, but permit me to do it now in answer to the question. Well, first of all, the Honourable Member gave a suggestion, if I may address that first, as to getting the HR and other positions done. Madam Chair, we have done exactly that in the local government reform arrangement. The HR specifics are there. Remember that the operationalization of the new law will involve the hiring by the corporation itself of those essential positions, Madam Chair. That's one. Two, Madam Chair, the reason why there's an underspend for decades and decades and decades in these particular figures is that the projects and planning unit of the ministry was engaged in an exercise that nobody else did. They actually had 21 steps to get the money spent, as opposed to the new system that we have developed, which is about 6 steps long, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the spend in 21 is indicative of a period prior to the reforms which happened in my tenure and term. The slow expenditure that you saw last year is solely attributed to the fact that the public procurement law came in April, and therefore everything in the pipeline was stuck, because the procurement registry only had 4,000 people inside of it for all of the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam Chair, we know exactly how the remedy is to be applied. We have measured it, we have procured it, and we are implementing it. We expect to be hopefully in a position where we've spent the entire developmental program within the first 6 months of this year, hopefully. I do too.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 003, restoration of local bridges, which was budgeted, which received an estimate for 2023 of 4.5 million, but only 1 million was utilized for 2023. And Minister, we're very thankful to the Couva-Tabaki-Talpa Regional Corporation for the swift action in having that Bailey Bridge installed in Rupsing Road. However, we would have been in continuous conversation to have that Bailey Bridge removed from Rupsing Road and the construction of a permanent bridge there. Can you advise how soon we can see the construction of a permanent bridge in the Rupsing Road?
So, Madam Chair, thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. I can't advise right now what the permanent solution will look like, because the temporary works might very well have a longevity that is longer than we expect. We all know that, for instance, Bailey bridges are meant to be temporary, but they managed to last decades in the way that they've been installed, right? So thank the Lord for that. So I can't give you an answer to that just yet. I'd have to get the specifics of the particular projects. So I apologize.
Understood. Understood, Honourable Minister. Minister, I'd like to refer your attention to the other project, 009, Bailey Bridges, and this is estimated in 2024 to $2.5 million. A continuous request from the Couva Tabaki Talparo Corporation, in particular Councillor Dubraj Prasad for Perseverance Waterloo, is for the construction of a Bailey Bridge in Raghunandan Road West, where that bridge has collapsed a long time now, and year after year, Councillor continued to make representation at the local government level for the construction of a Bailey Bridge in Raghunandan Road West. Honourable Minister, can you advise if this is something that we can expect in the near future?
We have a whopping 3 Bailey Bridges on order. I say that in all sincerity because the utilization of components is sometimes the issue as opposed to the whole bridge. I can't give you a specific answer to that question because it requires me to go back to source and get that information. But we do have Bailey Bridges on order. We were slowed down last year in the receipt of these Bailey Bridges because of the procurement law.
So, Honourable Minister, I just want to tie the two projects that I made mention into one solution where it is that should we undertake the construction of that permanent bridge in Rupsing Road, that existing Bailey Bridge that is right next door can definitely be utilized to provide a solution for the Raghunandan Road West, especially when rainfall, residents are marooned across there, the entire area flooded out, and they need that Bailey Bridge in Raghunandan Road West as an evacuation route for persons in Raghunandan West and St. John's Trace.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Minister, I'd like to carry back to 001, restoration of local roads. Minister, as you would admit, I would have written on several projects. I know priority has to be given, and just for the sake of the records, I'm asking that the Minister prioritize Loney Road, Diamond Road, Manchaku, Second Branch, Platanit, Harper Trace, Western Trace, Orapooch, Puri Road, Larafin, 6 Company Circular, just to name a few. Consideration and with regards to the site visits in Orapooch, where a Bailey Bridge is needed.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
He would admit I would have sent him over 100 letters on this same.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Figuratively. Member for St. Augustine.
So, yeah. Madam Chair, just to let you know, the Mantacool Second Branch Road, the geotechnical investigation has been completed. The design package has been submitted and is being reviewed. Looney Road, Indian Walk, the geotechnical investigation is completed. Design and repairs are with commencement in a couple of weeks coming ahead of us. And lastly, road work again at Mantacool Road West. It's 55% completed and work is ongoing. Madam Chair, the Honourable Member has also enlisted the aid of carrier pigeon, smoke signal, electronic mail, snail mail, and other mechanisms to send her correspondence to me. Yes.
While I have your ear with regards to Diamond Road, this is a road, as you know, is critical as persons are losing their home. So far, 12 persons would have lost 2-story structures. That is estimated 3 million up. So could you give an estimate or a time frame as to when they could see some relief?
I regret that I can't at this point. I have 3 houses on Hubert Rand Street in San Fernando that I lost to slippage literally off the cliff. We all have issues because of infrastructure, particularly with climate change issues right now. So we are working at full speed as best as we can as resources permit.
One more, if you'll permit me, Chair. With regards to the Platinate area, could the Minister say if anything will be forthcoming?
I'm sure that at some point, investigation, engineering, geotechnical, all of the works and studies will be done. The question will be, where do we stand in the line for the delivery dependent upon resource allocation?
With regards to the site visit conducted in Orapooch local bridges, where a farmer would have lost over 5,000 heads of chicken, and I shouldn't say a commitment, but a site visit was done, and the recommendation of the engineer was the implementation of a Bailey Bridge. Could the Minister report on such to give that farmer some sort of relief?
We have 3 Bailey Bridges on order. As the works progress, where we get permanent solutions, as Member for Couva North just pointed out, we remove temporary structures and apply to them. Again, these are limited opportunities in terms of the resource pool that we have. You'll see the entire allocation for Bailey Bridges is $3 million. the entire allocation.
And while I would have itemized 10 of my roads, please remember the 76 that was written for. Thank you.
I will add them next to the San Fernando West list.
Member for St. Augustine.
I'll just ask for an update on regards to the Dry River Bridge.
Just for the records, I was just saying, Madam Speaker, don't forget Tunapuna.
After St. Augustine.
I just want to ask for an update on the Dry River Bridge in St. Augustine South on Orange Grove Road.
Any specific update
The
on that here?
technical persons made the visits, and I believe they did an estimate and stuff, but we don't have an update, and it's getting worse.
Duly noted. I unfortunately don't have the information with me here.
I'll accept it in writing later, if it's okay.
Member for Chinapuna.
Asked and answered, Madam.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Just for the record note, Madam Chair, that my colleagues on this side of the House as well have put serious representations before us. We are trying our very best. We are confident that with a little boost in income from the property tax, that we will be able to achieve some much needed work, Madam Chair, particularly with public procurement.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask just a singular umbrella question.
Well,
to the Minister.
I'll see how big that umbrella is, whether
yes,
it could be used
it is a
fitting
big
here.
umbrella, and I trust that the Minister, I just need more resources to be directed into Chaguanas West too. All items, all line items, everything.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just would like to bring the Minister's attention to line item 001, restoration of local roads. And Minister, while the Regional Corporation Development Program will address the roads that are vested at the Regional Corporation, you do appreciate that there are roads within the Roystonia, the Couva North Phase 1, 2, 3 development area, and Carney development, other developments that exist within the constituency that are considered as orphan areas, orphan roads, etc. And because they are orphan roads, the local corporation cannot really move development project into those roads. So what happens is, like take Roystonia as a perfect example, a huge area like Roystonia remains there not being addressed. The road condition is very bad inside those areas. And while the responsibility may still lie under the Ministry of Housing, I would really like to appeal to you for there to be some greater collaboration between local government and Ministry of Housing so that we can address these roads in style Roystonia specifically, so that during this financial term we can see some kind of relief for the residents, especially my colleague, the MP for Laventille East Mover. I see him smiling, and I know he will definitely welcome that suggestion, and his neighbors will be very much happy to see collaboration between local government and Ministry of Housing helping the residents of Roystonia.
Madam Chair, the vesting orders are prepared, which will take care of most of the orphan road issues. And secondly, the local government reform package includes the definition of orphan roads so that they fall under definition if they're not vested. And lastly, in terms of the interoperability of the various state agencies, HDC with RDC, and then the Ministry of Housing with the Ministry of Rural Development, it's down to basically the request for resources and where we're getting it from. But I do take careful note of what you've said, Honourable Minister.
And we do appreciate it, Minister, with the vesting orders. Once the vesting orders go through, I'm hoping that we can see some finance bill coming to the Parliament where, when orphan development are now vested into local government, some suggestion is put in place so that sufficient funding will be available to the corporation
well,
to
with the
execute
use
their
of property tax
responsibility.
coming from these areas, Madam Chair, we ought to have a better chance at funding all of this.
005, multi-sectoral and other services, under honourable members. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 11 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services. Member for Couva North.
Chair, Madam Chair, line item, project number 027, implementation of comprehensive local area and regional development planning process. this project was allocated $1 million in fiscal 2023. However, none of it was utilized. Can the minister advise why it is this allocation was not utilized?
Madam Chair, the data structures which we put together. So to get the local area and regional development planning processes, we needed plant and machinery, people, process, and the law. We didn't have all of those in combination because we are also in the gray zone of the old structure versus the new structure to come in with the reform package. We had the event of the May 2023 decision from the Privy Council, which accelerated the holding of elections, and therefore we had to bring the corporations to an end and run into a 3-month period for election program. And then we also had the public procurement law hit us. So it was a combination of a number of events which slowed down the implementation program. A, an election, B, public procurement law, and C, the reform gray area between the old and the new and that which is to come in. So that's why we didn't actually burn the entire amount out. You'll see, Madam Speaker, that we actually have under this heading A, Administrative Services, a number of new items at 065, at 070, 060, a number of ICT tools. Those will work in tandem with this, and together they will come together because there are new data packages which will basically take away some of the workload of standalone operations because we can then share the data and manage it in a different way.
F, public buildings. A, Port of Spain City Corporation. B, Arima Borough Corporation. C, San Fernando City Corporation. Member Point, appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under San Fernando City Corporation, line item 084, improvements to markets and abattoirs. 2023, we spent $2 million. Could I get a listing of where that $2 million was spent in which markets? And 2024, 800,000 is identified to be spent. Also, where that will be spent. I'm interested in Marabella Market, if I can say, because that needs some lipstick and rouge and some love. We share that market.
Madam Chair, I am so surprised that my friend would raise the Marabella Market.
Why?
Because there's a combination of events going on there.
Yeah,
yes. So
Madam
Madam Chair,
want to know.
Just to say, Madam Chair, I welcome my friend's advocacy for the area. We have monies that have been spent in the San Fernando market in terms of upgrade, toilet facilities, other improvement areas at the back end. We are replicating the work in San Fernando in line with what we are doing in Arima and also in line with the significant improvement that we did to the Chaguanas market, which we used. We did a whole facade redevelopment and table redevelopment, etc. So we're in the course of settling the plans for those. There is effectively, forgive the expression, a cut and paste plan that we're using across many of the markets to improve the facilities because we have it tied into our local economic development plan, how we bring food and music and entertainment and everything all at once to the markets. So that is going to be very aggressively pursued this year. Madam Speaker, if you see how quickly the Chaguanas redevelopment went, you'll understand how quickly that can happen.
Madam Chair, with all due respect to my question, Madam Chair, this is under San Fernando City Corporation. I'm asking a specific question. If Marabella Market will be getting any expenditure to improve Marabella Market in 2024. That's all.
Madam,
I understand your holistic approach, Minister. Trust me, I do, and with full respect. But the people of Marabella and my colleague Naparima visits on a weekly basis Marabella Market, and I do.
So Madam Chair, there was a specific and a general aspect to his question, so I answered the general. With respect to the Marabella, Madam Speaker, yes, there are plans inside of the Marabella market for work to be done, and it will happen during the course of this year.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, another line item, Madam Chair, just for 089, Minister, $6 million is an local roads and bridges program. I you can put it in writing what roads and bridges have been identified for fiscal 2024. I'll take it in writing.
Madam Chair, it'll come in writing 6 weeks after the budget is finished, when the procurement law has to be satisfied, and all works in tender will go up.
Okay. Give me some love in Maribel.
D, Point Forte Borough Corporation. L, Shogunas Borough Corporation, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under line item 144, Drainage and Irrigation Program. Honorable Minister, can you advise if it is the drainage and the irrigation program will be benefiting the Felicity Food Crop Project?
I can't right now.
Honorable Minister, can you advise what that 5.5 million was utilized for in 2023?
Madam Chair, just give me a moment on that. So these are revised estimates.
Yes.
Do you have the breakdown of the 5.5 million for Shogunas? Regrettably, Shogunas did not submit despite the call for information.
But this is under the Shogunas Borough Corporation.
Yeah, that's right. L, Shogunas Borough Corporation.
And
Is it
5.5 was utilized.
Yeah.
5.5 is allocated.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a list of projects, what this 5.5 is
We
going
made
towards?
a call for the specifics to be provided to us, and we did not receive it. So we'll go back to the mayor and CEO of Shogunas.
Okay, thank you kindly, Honorable Minister. Minister, line item 145, the development of recreational facilities. I see 1 million being allocated there for 2024. Honorable Minister, can you advise if the Woodford Gardens recreation facilities will be upgraded, rehabilitated in this project?
We'd have to get that from from Shogunas Borough Corporation as to what their prioritization list will be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just to remind you, you have an inside track on that, seeing that the chairman the mayor is a member of your party as well. So you can also knock on his door as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that advice, Honorable Minister, and I look forward to some accountability and support from on your end also.
Sure.
As we move on to Project 148, construction of markets and abattoir. This line item was allocated at 1.5 million in 2023. However, none of it was utilized in the revised estimates. Can you advise us why it is, if it is that the releases did not come to the allocation?
I can't say just yet. Again, for the whole head of Shogunas, we have not received submissions from them.
Okay.
Item M, Diego Martin Borough Corporation. N, Samuel Laventil Regional Corporation. P, Tanapuna Piaco Regional Corporation. Member for
Tanapuna Piaco.
Yeah, member for St. Augustine.
I want to ask a question under disaster preparedness. I see that you have...
So that is 385?
Correct.
On
line
page
385 on page 101.
Great.
Earlier today, I raised under ODPM the issue of the shelters, the emergency shelters that are advertised by the ODPM not being sufficiently outfitted. And there is a little toss between the ODPM and the Ministry of Rural Development's disaster unit as to who is responsible for outfitting these shelters. I did reach out to Mr. Jerry David, the head of disaster at local government, to help at least to provide some information as to what is the list of equipment, what are the things that are required. And so I am asking you if this allocation to Tunapuna Piaco's disaster preparedness, if any of it will go towards outfitting these shelters, because we are seeing year after year where we just have a bare community center and we do not have space to house people if they have to if they are in need of evacuation.
Madam Chair, the shelters are on call. They come ad hoc. A shelter may be a school, a shelter may be a community center. And I know the one that you had the discussion with the Minister of National Security about this morning. I listened to that and I visited myself and I know the state and condition it's in and it is in need of repair. So the state and condition goes to quote unquote mother agencies, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Sport in certain aspects. So we are having a look at what the shelters look like because they are brought on deck from a list from time to time. The adequacy of that list is something that we're going to have to do a review of. In terms of the disaster management units, those are well stocked and then they move cots, beds, supplies to the shelters in times of need. Shelters are operationalized and then they're closed down. So there's a coordination role that goes on. For the Sawa Laventel Regional Corporation, the disaster management site itself is well stocked. There are containers of equipment, of beds, of mattresses, of cots, of supplies and cutters, etc. All of that is there, including boats. The community centers and the schools is a different issue. So that management, hopefully, will be better operationalized under the disaster management apps that we're using now, so we can do the end-to-end management to see where they are. But I do share your concern that there needs to be more coordination in terms of these things. Some schools would be private schools or government schools.
All right, so just for the record, I know the community center you visited was the one in Bamboo number 2, which is totally dilapidated. The two that are on the current list as shelters for the PM is the St. Augustine South Community Center and the Bamboo number 3 community centers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we... R, Sandy Grande Regional Corporation. T, Cuba Tabaki Talparo Corporation. U, member for Point of View? No? U, Miaro, where are you? Cuba Talparo, Cuba Tabaki. U, Miaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation. V, Superior Borough Corporation. W, Pinal DB Regional Corporation. X, Princess Town Regional Corporation. Member from Ruga Tibanan.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would just like to advocate to the Minister for more to be allocated with regards to 331 drainage and irrigation, as the Minister would appreciate. Yes, the allocation here is 5.5 million, but that's 5.5 million for 10 districts, which works down to an average of 500,000 per councillor per district, which is not sufficient. And so I'm advocating, Minister, if more could be considered, especially with regards to the Murga district and also with regards to the 5th Company district that is plagued with flooding.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
All right.
Yes, member from Ruga Tibanan.
With regards to 333, development of recreation facilities. There's a significant cut of 1.5, and this is the deal with regards to the development of recreation grounds. Princess Town region would have over 100 recreation facilities. So basically the minister is saying that each ground, or each council I should say, or each district would have $150,000, which we both know is not sufficient to do any sort of upgrade. So what you would see is the different clubs coming at the corporation and the councillors, abusing them, but not knowing that the allocation is not sufficient. So again, I am advocating.
So Madam Chair, the member is correct across all corporations. There's never enough money to do what we would like to do. However, there are tools to get us outside of it. And we demonstrated it in a number of areas where we did PPP arrangements. And I, in fact, met with all chairmen, all councillors, and I asked them to take the mission to do two things. One, to spend every red cent of money within the first 6 months in their DP programs, because you'd be shocked to know some corporations at month 10 have spent 2% of their money, 1% of their money, because of the manner in which procurement is delayed. So I've invited them to be aggressive to spend. Secondly, I've invited them to look for public-private partnership arrangements that can help us to get some of these things moving. They were very excited by the process. We're due to meet all of us again very shortly, and they're going to bring us lists and opportunities so that we can think outside of the box.
Minister, as I appreciate your answer as always, but being a former councillor and a councillor practicing in this corporation, I could tell you we would have tried, and with regards to spending the allocation, I could say Princeton Regional Corporation, that's why I didn't speak to any other corporation, is committed to spending the allocation before even halfway through the fiscal year. So that is one thing I could tell you with regards to the Princeton Regional Corporation, and I do want to commend the administration staff in the Princeton Regional Corporation and also the current chairman. With regards to the...
Well, if I may join you, Honourable Member, in congratulating the former chairman. The current chairman is a very vibrant fellow, we all know him, but the former chairman, I think they ranked 4th. San Fernando was #1 in performance under Chairman Regrello, Mayor Regrello, and certain corporations definitely had a better track, but we're working with the corporations to assist them to get their spend up.
Noted, Chair. Chair, through you, I would like to
Dr. Sam, he
direct
was a good guy.
The Honourable Minister with regards to the local roads and bridges, and this will be 339. Now there is an allocation of there was an allocation of $8 million last fiscal, and there's a significant cut of $2 million. Now again, Minister, my comment would be the same, which you are putting each councillor with regards to $600,000 per district. Now, me, again, as a former councillor, when I will have to tell my burgesses that it will take me, on average, the entire term, well, now the term has been extended to 4 years, to pave a road in its entirety, because every year you would only have to pave a fraction of that road. So this, again, the allocation is not sufficient. And then you would, I wouldn't go back, but with regards to D, you saw the allocation there and the difficulties the ministry had with regards to supplementing or assisting in these areas. So basically what we're doing is, I know you're going to speak with regards to local government reform, and I would have listened to you in your entirety, but sometimes dealing with what you see and what is budgeted for and what you could accomplish is always a better practice.
Madam Chair, if I could just simply remind that we have the public procurement law now, which is a very different methodology. And secondly, all that the Honourable Member says is true, but yet corporations perennially cannot spend the allocation given to them because of how they were being procured. Hopefully on this occasion, with the new procurement cycles in place, we'll be able to burn the money faster so that productively, so that at mid-year we can supplement this, the development projects.
Again, Minister, if you would appreciate, I said I was limiting my comments specifically to Princeton Regional Corporation, where I could speak to all the allocations have been spent, and you would attest that from looking at your documents before you, year after year.
They actually haven't, but I won't debate you on that right now.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure. A, Community Development.
Yes.
Member for
Zero
Tabakit?
under A. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Member for Tabakit, and then I'll take Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am looking at item 003, Development of Rural Communities. The Minister would know that I have a very specific interest here, being a representative of a rural community. There was an allocation of 35 million, of which 12 million was utilized in fiscal 2023. I'm assuming we will get a similar answer with regards to the procurement procedures, etc. However, we have an allocation for $40 million in fiscal 2024. So it is imperative that we learn from what happened in 2023 and going forward into 2024, that we can give specific commitments to rural communities, that we can look at the totality of development, including things like local tourism, including things like connecting rural communities, bringing them into the forefront, looking at agriculture in rural communities. These things can add to national development. So I'm asking now for fiscal 2024, because I'm going to accept the answer on procurement and understanding the delays for 2023. For 2024, what projects can we look forward to, or should we begin a submission of proposed projects from constituencies, if that would help the ministry in its determination?
The interesting thing is that everything must be settled within 6 weeks because we have to procure it and it has to go up on the website to comply with the law. So the window is only 6 weeks wide, and each of the corporations have been put up on notice about that, and we have to comply with the law. So those projects will go quickly.
But there's a space then for members of parliament within that 6 weeks, as I can speak for myself.
Absolutely.
We have projects on stream already that we can show.
I think we all need to really encourage productive spending as quickly as possible with a view to encouraging the Minister of Finance at mid-year to give us more money.
So, right. So once we have within the proposed projects within the 6 weeks, we can then...
Yep, and then as the list gets supplemented, some tenders will happen or not, but yes, identification is critical.
But this is again one appeal for rural communities and bringing them into the space of national development. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
St. Augustine.
Ask and answered.
Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, that issue you're raising with the 6 weeks and the procurement law, what about those projects that would fall under the $1 million threshold, $1 million and under? Can the corporations utilize those funds quicker and have the projects done at a shorter space of time?
Well, we're waiting on the OPR.
But if the law is currently that we could procure under $1 million without the stringencies of
the regulations have to be perfected by the OPR.
So what is the position now with respect to those?
We're waiting on the OPR.
Yeah, because there's no law. There's a general.
The law is the public procurement law applies, and we have to await the regulations from the OPR. Remember, the amendments to the amendments that we had proposed were that the OPR must produce and must bless the regulations that the minister would produce. So the OPR has to give us the regulations for under $1 million.
So that's still with OPR right now?
That's right.
Okay.
Population asked for it. We've got to wait for them.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, F, buildings. Member for Point Appeal.
Yes, Madam Chair. Line items 074, upgrade works to the Arima market, $5 million. I just wanted to understand for the Minister, this line item of $5 million, while I'm happy for the Arima market, I would have thought that given what you would have described early on to me in San Fernando, that you would have, this, under public buildings, you would have had a greater amount to secure, to rebuild more markets as you had described. So I'm just wondering why this figure has not include other markets that you described.
Sure. Thank you, Honourable Member. This is a project in train, the Arima market. So this was a continuation of a project that has already started. For the new markets, we're actually aggressively pursuing new market proposals across the board. And what we'll do is we'll take individual notes to Cabinet to ask for approval so that we have quote-unquote a line item, and then we can populate it that way. They may be funded under the IDF, or they may be funded under rural development by loan financing or by PPP arrangements.
Okay, thank you. Holding you. Marabella.
We're very interested. We're very aggressive on it.
Members, the question is that the sum of $2,573,534,000 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,573 million. The sum of $2,573,534,000 for Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the PS and to the Deputy PS and all the technocrats from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Just 1 minute. Thank you for the energy.
I have plenty of that.
Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, $799,306,560. I will now invite the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is charged with the responsibility of managing this country's resources in the minerals, by way of minerals, which really for us is the hydrocarbon industry as well as quarrying. Madam Speaker, I would like to use my introduction, which will not be 5 minutes, to really thank all of the staff under the leadership of the two permanent secretaries at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, as well as our Deputy Permanent Secretary and all of the heads of division and the staff under them for the remarkable and fabulous work they have done on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago in the last few years. And I think the results are speaking for themselves. And what we have seen in the last 2 weeks in the energy sector is unprecedented, with the signing of deepwater blocks, the signing of an agreement in Venezuela, the opening of our shallow water bid rounds. We have negotiated many PSCs, E&P licenses, and we are about to complete the restructuring of Atlantic LNG, which has not been done anywhere else in the world. So as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and somebody privileged to be given the responsibility to lead this ministry, I take the opportunity through you, Madam Chair, to thank the staff for the work they have done and ask that they continue to do it on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $799,306,560 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $799,306,560 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 230. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Mine Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 001, Regional Bodies, item 004, International Bodies, item 007, Households. Member for point of appeal.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under Household 007, the budgeted amount for 2024 is $500 million. 2023, the revised estimate, we spent $1.6 billion in fuel subsidy. But my question is that, given all things being equal with the budgeted figures coming out of the budget, and the Minister of Finance in his presentation talked about the subsidy will be somewhere around $1 billion this fiscal year, why only $500 million budgeted at this point in time?
Okay, thank you very much, Member for point of appeal. You would recall that in previous years and on previous occasions, budget, as has happened on this occasion, is projected for the fiscal. So this is the amount that the Ministry of Finance has provided on this occasion, $500 million. It is very difficult, especially in these volatile times where you see prices going up and down, and to predict what is going to be the price of fuel. So this is what is provided at this stage. If there is a need for more, as has happened in the past, that would either come at the mid-year review, or we will find a way through the treasuries to be able to put what is necessary towards the fuel subsidy. Of course, you would recall as well, there has been some, the legislation has been passed for the liberalization of fuel. That is not on the cards for full proclamation at this stage, but we will continue to monitor it. So this would be sufficient at this time. If there's a need for more, it will be provided, as has happened in the past.
Thank you, Minister. A follow-up question in respect to that same line item. Just for my own clarification, presently, the country at the gas stations, the only subsidy on the liquids, on the fuel, is presently only on diesel. Is that a correct statement?
Well, you also have, let's not forget, there's significant subsidy on LPG, and also the subsidy would depend on what is the current cost of fuel.
Right.
So if fuel prices are high, as we see them going up right now they're above $85 a barrel, there will be a provision of a subsidy on other fuels as well.
All right. So my other question would be that this $500 million also takes into account the subsidy on LPG?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you.
9 other transfers.
Yeah.
Yes, member for point of view.
Minister, the last page 242, line item 09, Liquid Fuels Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, $12.5 million. I know it's a new sub-item. Is a new company, it's just to take care of general expenses?
Member for point of view, I will try to behave myself. This company is really the company that is running the facility in St. Helena's Village, just outside. So this is a fuel depot for jet fuel to then be taken to Piaco based on a policy decision to build a fuel bunkering system there and to feed it via pipeline. So it needs money to operate. So right now, this is the amount of money that we've taken a decision as a cabinet for subvention for it to operate. We are looking at the pricing mechanism for the jet fuel, etc. And I will be going to cabinet in the not too distant future to ask for an increase in the sums charged by them for the management of that fuel. That should reduce the subvention.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. Member for point of view.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item 003, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Initiatives, $655,000 was estimated for fiscal 2023. Nothing was spent. 2024, another $534,000. Is it the same projects that are coming back, identified for 2024, or any reason why nothing was done in 2023?
No problem. So this project is the installation of electric vehicle charging stations and solar LED lighting at Queen's Hall by the Savannah. And we had taken a decision in April 2023 to install 3 electric vehicle public charging stations and solar LED lighting at Queen's Hall at this cost of $534,000. Queen's Hall Auditorium has invested in an energy audit as part of their drive to become an energy efficient and green facility, and the proposed project will facilitate this thrust. The audit was completed in 2023, so we're waiting on the outcome of that audit. It has now been completed. We have engaged National Energy for the project management and services. A site visit was completed by them. Tenders were issued in August. So the process wasn't completed because they were waiting on this audit, this energy audit that needed to be done before. So that's why no money was spent, but the project is proceeding.
Just a follow-up, how would the John public access this EV charging system when it does come into being? They just...
Well, that will be for the Queen's Hall to work out. I suspect it will be persons visiting Queen's Hall and for shows and other events, but I certainly don't expect persons to just be able to drive in off of the road into Queen's Hall, but they will work out their security arrangements.
Okay.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Member for Point-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, the dredging D011, dredging of Sealots Main Channel and Turning Basin. I know this is an item that has been there in 2023 and before. It's a constant work that one has to do in that Sealots area. Nothing was, 5 million was spent in 2023. What is envisaged for this dredging in 2024?
Previously have it. What had happened is we had previously looked at the commencement of the dredging, but we had then had to have a bathymetric survey done and also an assessment of the key wall, and that is what took some time because we wanted to make sure we knew what were the substances that had to be dredged, how much had to be dredged, and then another matter for consideration is where would the dredge material be placed after it was dredged, because we wanted to do that safely and in accordance with the environmental standards. So that work has now been completed, and I am happy to announce that a contract was executed. National Energy are the ones who are managing this project. A contract was executed with Van den Oor on the 20th of September for the dredging, and it will start in November. So I hope that that dredging will proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $799,306,560 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, stand part of this schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $799,306,560 for Head 40, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the PS, the two PSs, the Deputy PS, Accountant, Director, Downstream, Director, Human Resources. Thank you to the whip. Well, energy came with all the energy. Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, $270,312,000. I will now invite the Minister of Youth Development and National Service to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It brings me great satisfaction to present today at the Standing Finance Committee. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service is committed to the holistic development of the nation's youth, infusing them with values and attributes of national service and entrepreneurship, while empowering them as co-architects of their sustainable future. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago Vision 2030 National Development Strategy, Roadmap to Recovery Report, and the National Youth Policy 2020 to 2025 continues to be the guide to the implementation of our projects and programs. In particular, the National Youth Policy delineates 8 strategic pillars for youth development, serving as the compass for the Ministry's initiatives with the objective of harnessing the full potential and efficiency of our youth interventions. The Ministry continues to take the initiative in driving youth development and national service over the past fiscal years, the Ministry has embraced a comprehensive government-wide strategy to create meticulously planned programs and projects aimed at meeting stringent criteria that fosters the progress of our youth. Madam Chair, the Ministry has remained committed to preparing the nation's youth for the workforce through the implementation of programs, while focusing on strengthening the local network of youth workers, emphasizing best practices. As a testament to the Ministry's unwavering dedication to providing modern and safe environments for our youth, we have embarked on the refurbishment and upgrade of youth development centers, youth development apprenticeship centers, transition homes, national service centers, to name a few. We take pride in acknowledging the accomplishments of our graduates from the CCC, the MILAT, the MIPART. We do this in conjunction with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. In fiscal 2024, we will continue with our commitment to the young people of this country by the reopening of the formerly known the youth camps at Presto Presto, El Dorado, and Chatham, in addition to constructing one at Chagaramas and Waterfield. Our initiatives align with our goal in creating a comprehensive and empowering environment for the holistic development of the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $270,312,000 for Head 81, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $270,312,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Cooperatives. Sorry, Member for Caroni Central, you're on item 001?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I really didn't see you.
Honourable Minister, line item number 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. I see in 2023 there was a spend of $205,000, and the same figure is proposed for this financial year. Can you indicate what is the remit of this cabinet-appointed committee, please?
Madam Chair, it's the Advisory Committee for the Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers and for the non-residential youth development centers.
On this, I want to take you back to line item 01, salaries and cost of living. You see that there's an estimate of 8.6 million, and it includes vacant posts and with incumbents and so forth. But this is something that we see every year on our minister. Is there any timeline for all these positions to be fully staffed, and therefore we can have a full running organization or ministry, as the case may be?
We are currently going through the process with the Service Commission and as well within our internal Human Resources Department to make sure that is accomplished.
And if I have to ask you as a follow-up, in terms of the number of vacant posts that is in the establishment now, would you be able to indicate such?
Currently, 198 established positions and 84 contract positions vacant. Total of 282.
Thank you.
Item 002, Cooperatives. Item 003, Friendly Societies. Item 005, Youth Affairs. Item 009, National Youth Development and Apprenticeship Centers. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Caroni Central.
Yes, thank you. Honourable Minister, looking at item 04, electricity, I see that there was an increase of $400,000 in this financial year. Will this take care of all arrears that are due to TNTEC, or are there other arrears that will be due for the electricity consumption?
We have been reopening or refurbishing a lot of facilities, as you're aware, which has been announced in the budget last year and this year. And these charges that you see here would account for the additional facilities that are now, some of them, back on the street.
Right. So it will account for, and that is the purpose of the increase. Has this now taken into consideration the proposed rate increase that we may or may not see in this financial year? That we may see in this financial year?
I propose you direct that question elsewhere. I am not responsible for rate increases anyway.
So this figure does not include or does not propose to include, it basically is for the existing rates.
Yes.
So if there's a rate increase, you'll have to probably do other transfers, variaments, and probably come back for...
It just does not arise. It does not arise.
You see why?
No.
Things just go out?
No. That's not the way. Really, that's not the way. The member says it doesn't. The minister says it doesn't arise. Excuse me? Member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. Member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West. Did you say something that is inappropriate? Okay. All right. No. Even that is inappropriate. Even that is inappropriate. Okay?
I hear that.
So I'll just ask you to withdraw that. And that's the answer I heard. Member for Caroni Central, do you have anything else you want to ask on this item?
Not on this item.
Okay. Member for Couva North? Member for Couva North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to line item 16, contract employment. Madam Chair, we recognize that this line item, the actual spend for 2022 was 5 million. However, the revised estimate for 2023 was down to 4.5 million. Can the Minister advise how many contracts were not renewed or contract positions were not filled in 2023 versus the actual of 2022?
2 positions.
Yes, member for Caroni Central.
Line item 08, rent lease office accommodation and storage. Minister, can you indicate what is the office accommodation that is being rented or leased under this line item?
Street Sinclair, the head office, and rental of St. Michael's School for Boys at Diego Martin.
Item 0. Yes, member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 22, short-term employment. This actual spend in 2022 was 5.1 million. Around 2023, the estimate was 5.4 million. However, what we see in the revised estimate of 2023 is 7.2 million, a significant increase here of approximately 2.1 million from 2022. Can the Minister advise the reason for this increase in this allocation?
We have several positions that would have become vacant that are going through the process to fill these positions, and some of the functionaries in those positions would have been retained on short term while that process is ongoing.
Can the Minister provide us a list in writing of these short-term employment for 2023 that was filled?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, what we see in line item 43, security services, have increased from 1.23 million in 2022 to 1.7 million in 2023. Can the Minister explain the reason for this increase?
We have had additional facilities that now require security officers.
And line item, Madam Chair, 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage. What we see here is the rent from 2022 actual has in fact reduced.
Which item?
From 6.7 million to 6.1 million. Line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. Based on what the minister has just explained there, with respect to security service and the reason for the increase in security service from actual 2022, from 1.3 to 1.7 in 2023, it does not correlate that there's additional facilities.
Madam Chair.
So can the minister shed a little light on it for us, please?
Madam Chair, the member is confused. What item is he speaking about?
Looking at on page 377, a question you answered about 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage.
If you are confused, Minister, I will explain it again.
Is asking about a reduction in rent, and I certainly will. I don't have that information available now, but if we have managed our business in such a way that caused the government to save rent, I can provide that information at a later date.
Okay, can you kindly provide me with a breakdown of all the payee for this line item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation and storage, and the service that was provided by these payee?
In response to the member for Carney Central, I did indicate that rent is for Elizabeth Street, Sinclair, the head office, and for the St. Michael School for Boys.
All right, so Minister, would you want to explain to us now the reason for the security services and where that increase in security services was actually applied to?
No.
You got the reason already. The minister said they had additional facilities. So I guess maybe the question you want to ask is to identify these facilities.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair.
I can do so at a later date, Madam Chair. I don't have that information available right now.
Okay, so we can go on. Item 002, cooperatives. Item 003, friendly societies. Item 004, youth centers. Item 005, youth affairs. Item 006, national youth development and apprenticeship centers. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, cooperatives. Item 003, friendly societies. Item 004, youth centers. Item 005, youth affairs. Item 006, national youth development and apprenticeship centers. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Member for point of view?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I go down to 005, non-profit?
All right, just not yet. Member for Maruga Tibanan? No, not yet. Huh? Item 004, international bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. This is where you are, member for point of view. Member for point of view.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 05, transition homes. I'm seeing an increase of 2.3 million for fiscal 2024, so to carry us up to 3.7 million. The transition homes, Minister, are really, what are they, before I ask the question? Is it the youths transitioning out of, into adulthood, or, help me on this?
Represent the facility that is offered to persons who transition out of community residence or orphan home. And when they get to the age of 18, they have to move out of that facility. And we are now providing a transitionary facility where they will be able to get some training, assist them in finding a job, etc., so that they can then transition into everyday life without ending up on the streets and so forth.
Thank you, Minister. So my question will be then, given this extra $2.3 million required for fiscal 2024, are there any additional transition homes for this fiscal compared to 2023?
Yes, we have recently commissioned the Josephine Shaw Transition Home in Port of Spain, and we have as well expanded and doubled the capacity of the one at St. Madeleine, and we are also very advanced in the construction of a transition home at Sevilla. So the one in Port of Spain and Sevilla caters for young women, and the one in St. Madeleine for young men.
Thank you.
Item 007, households. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm at line item 04, National Mentorship Program. How many persons are currently on the database? How many persons are benefiting from this program at this moment?
The National Mentorship Program is a program that we do in conjunction with the Ministry of Education. There are 26 schools that we have targeted for this program, and the 40 under 40 program in particular is one of the programs that we have implemented in respect of this particular item. And as I said, there are 26 schools that we have targeted, and it has impacted. I don't have the number with me now, but I can provide at a later stage the number of beneficiaries that have come out of that program.
May I follow up? Right? Is it that the $1.5 million used in 2023 and the estimated $1 million for 2024, is it for the mentors to visit the schools? Like what's the allocation for them?
The mentors, the 26 schools that have been targeted, the mentors do visit the schools. It's a program of visitation to the schools, and it's targeted students within the school that are part of the program.
Okay, but so what are we utilizing the money for? Because I assume the mentors are volunteers.
Well,
so is it publication, advertisement?
Well, as with everything, there's an expenditure associated with it. I don't have the breakdown with me now, but if you wish, I can provide it at a later stage.
Thank you.
But I'm sure that there are expenses associated with transportation and lunch and so forth.
Okay,
perfect.
Sandwich. I was just wondering where, because I saw it was a mentorship program, so I was just wondering where the expense.
Yes, it's for the expenses associated with executing the program.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni Central, I'll take you after Muruga Tibulan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, please, Honourable Minister, if you can identify for line items 6, 7, 8, and 9, the number of persons who would have benefited in this program in 2023, and as well, if there are increases in the enrollment for 2020 or proposed increases for 2024.
Information, but I do mention this quite often every time I speak about our youth development programs, which we boast about very often, and we have been making quite an impact, but I have no difficulty providing them to you. I can assure you there might be quite a number from your constituency involved as well. Thank you.
Member for Muruga Tibulan.
My question is with regards to 09, with regards to the MILAD program. If the minister could indicate if this allocation will be sufficient with regards to the Minister of Education, if I recall, saying that female students are now to be considered, or if the allocation in its current state, the program in its current state, sees about both male and female students.
To answer the question that you have posed, we are about to launch a pilot program for females coming out of the success of this MILAT and MIPAT program, and we will do so at Mausika during this fiscal. And we propose to utilize all of these funds and do whatever environments are necessary, and as well communicate with the Ministry of Finance for any additional funding that will be required for this very important intervention program.
Follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
Given the state of the violence in our school, Minister, with regards to the age limit for both male and female to enroll in the program. And I asked that specific because I had a parent reaching out as early as a Form 1 person if they could be considered, and someone in Standard 4, due to the fact of the managing of the individual,
To treat to the matter you just raised, Cabinet has agreed that the MILAT program will work in conjunction with the Ministry of Education to provide spaces for those persons who may find problems along the way at the secondary school level. We are currently in the process of working out the MOU in relation to that.
Item 009, other transfers. Honorable members, we will... Gary Central?
Yes.
Some of the other, I don't know, your hand getting lost there, so please excuse me.
Yeah,
in
I
the vast
already
space.
suit in the background.
Member for
I do
Gary
apologize.
Central.
Now I realize that. Yes. Item 01, NEDCO. Minister, can you account for the reason for the decrease in the allocation for this financial year?
I think I'm seeing a decrease. Are you?
Decrease, yeah.
Okay. We are paying quite a lot of attention to the work coming out of NEDCO. As with everything else, we will do viaments if necessary to make sure that NEDCO can continue the important work that they do.
But will this amount here, Minister, will it be sufficient for NEDCO to run its operations?
And as I said, as the fiscal year proceeds, NEDCO will continue to be funded to continue to execute its responsibilities.
I am at line item 03, Community Recovery Program. Of the estimate for 2023, the $1 million, none was expended, and we're only allocating $100,000. So if we can get an update on this Community Recovery Program, please.
The recommendations coming out of the Community Recovery Program have been absorbed into the several programs coming out of the Ministry of Youth Development, and other ministries have also implemented other programs. So there is not per se a community recovery project, but utilizing the recommendations coming out of that report to inform how we develop the projects within the ministry.
Okay, so what we're seeing is, because it's being absorbed elsewhere, it's a closing down of this program.
Well, it's not a closing down of the program.
I'm not being...
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm saying that it's been absorbed so that we shall expect to see no allocation.
Well, what I can say, let me just repeat my answer, which is that we have absorbed the recommendations coming out of the Community Recovery Report in informing the development programs we have coming out of the ministry. So where you see a reduction here under this particular item, it does not mean that the programs that have been recommended under community recovery have not or are not currently being implemented.
And I was not suggesting that at all. Yes. So let me then say, well, what is the $100,000 for then?
Well,
administrative.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Member for Point-a-Pierre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item under G Business Services, 001 NEDCO Business Accelerator Program 2020 to 2024. 2023 revised estimate only utilized $525,000, and 2024 we are budgeting $10 million for this program. And 2023 we had originally budgeted $4.1 million. Why was there such a low utilization of this program, given that it is a critical program and it was one of the something that this government has talked about? And why you feel in 2024 the utilization will be so much better to ask for a budget of $10 million?
Madam Chair, that program, the Business Accelerator Program, has now been expanded to include an incubator program as well as a mentorship program for small businesses coming out of COVID and the effects of the pandemic. The program did not have the uptake that we expected it to at that time. We have now improved on the program, and therefore we will require the funding to expand the program as we expect to have significant participation based on the applications that we receive for participants in the program now.
So you expect NIDCO now to up their game in respect of this particular program so that it will be better, much better than what happened in fiscal 2023?
The program is an expanded program, and we have received significant interest in the program, so we require the funding to be able to execute it.
Thank you.
Item 004, social infrastructure. Item, yes, member for Carney Central.
Yes, line item 002, implementation of the National Youth Policy. This is something which has been budgeted, spent of 5 million in 2023. 3 million was spent. An estimated of 5 million is budgeted in this financial year. Honorable Minister, how long will this program take for the implementation of the National Youth Policy? Over what period of time?
2025.
2025. And the entire cost of the implementation of this policy, you have an estimate of the entire?
5 million annually.
5 million annually. Okay, thank you. Again, line item 009, please, Honorable Minister. Youth Development Project Formulation. What new projects or new programs are we to see in this financial year under this line item?
Could you just repeat that question, please?
What new programs under this development of the project formulation are we to see in 2024? 009, yes, please.
Thank you.
009?
Yeah. See under 004, D, you development 009.
Right. So as you would be aware, we did have the Amplify program, which is the music program. We had the All Set program, which is heavy equipment. Skills for Diversified Technology, where we implement several programs to equip people for jobs and for small business. And we will now include REAM, which is Re-Engineering English and Maths, Tower Crane Operations, Drill and Rig Operations, Pipe Laying Operations, Linesmen, Prior Learning and Assessment, Healthcare Training, and yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with regards to 005, Minister, Youth Social Programs, can the Minister itemize what expenditure would include the 1.9 and what we can expect for the $5 million in this fiscal?
Yes. Under the first query you raised, social media management awareness, we're encouraging young persons to utilize social media to establish and operate or improve on their existing businesses. A lot of business takes place online now, so it's really an employment generator. And under the other item you've asked about is the Youth Career and Education Roving Caravan and Career Fair. It also involves the Youth Festival and the National Youth Convention.
With regards to the caravan, Minister, that is 29, is it something that we can write to come to our respective constituencies?
We've already been to Moruga, so I guess we have to go to other areas.
Without the knowledge, I had to, so that's what I'm asking. With regards to how are the areas chosen, is it something that the ministry just has a calendar and you go to different areas, or do you engage a respective member of parliament?
Well,
I can tell you I got no correspondence.
It's based on requests from
by whom?
The ministry has sub-offices, and as we announce programs, the various interest groups, the youth groups functioning within that community will send requests, and we, of course, entertain these requests, and based on the interest in the program, we will schedule what locations will be visited.
Minister, I have no argument with the program. Just I would like to suggest it for different areas of my constituency, like 6 Company, which is an at-risk community, could benefit from having this caravan, as opposed to the ministry have to put expenditure to get the persons there as you would have incurred when you were there at the sporting facility. Had the ministry reached out to me, I probably would have given proper directive or which area would have benefited more, as opposed to you go to an area that was not populated, and then you have to spend money to get the persons there.
Thank you for your suggestions.
Fair?
Thank you. Minister, line item 26 on page 165. Short-term action plan for the National Service Program for Trinidad and Tobago, $2 million. Could you inform me what's supposed to happen in this action plan, and how long is, or the period of short term? Let me start with that question.
Short-term action plan for the National Service Program. Okay, so Cabinet did appoint a committee, an advisory committee that reported, and Cabinet adopted the proposal put forward by this committee. And what this short-term action plan will do is that it will continue to engage individuals and market what we propose as the National Service plan. Yes?
Yeah, okay. Just a quick question and a follow-up in that. Line item 26 in that action plan. And if I could take you back to line item 019, National Service Centers, that line item, does it have anything to do, is there any correlation or any commonality between that and your action plan?
Not necessarily, but indirectly, yes, because the National Service Centers would be the locations where, would be Mausika and Beach Camp, Palasico, the locations where a number of the National Service programs would be implemented. But this National Service Action Plans envisages an expansion of the National Service Program to include volunteers from within society who have excelled in various areas, and would like to contribute on a voluntary basis to the program, to mentor other young people, etc. This expansion will involve that kind of activity. The intention is that we will reach, in the first outlay of the program, a minimum of 5,000 young persons. We will touch the lives directly of about 5,000 young persons.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I ask another question? Line item 31. Skills for Work program, and I just want to see if I can link it to the same national service, $10 million identified for this fiscal year. What really is Skills for Work program?
Skills for Work program is a program that will offer the traditional TVET subjects to an expanded group. That is to say, we will take it into the communities and make available training through some of our agencies that we currently have, the MIC, the YTEB, the NESC, etc. It will involve traditional service programs such as plumbing, welding, carpentry, machine shop operation, masonry, cabinet making, and garment construction, to name a few. But that, of course, is not the exhaustive list, but I'm just giving you an idea of some of the programs that will be taken at the community level to train many of the young persons, as it says, Skills for Work program, train them towards employment. It will also involve an apprentice program in some particular skills.
As a follow-up, Madam Chair, Minister, with all respect, I mean, the program that you call going back into the community, plumbing, masonry, etc., isn't that a duplication of what YTEP and MIC does?
No, it's not a duplication, because what we have found from our studies is that in many areas, we do not have centers existing, and that is why the youth development centers that are being done at the community level will be providing some of these training courses within the community. Many of the persons who fall within the at-risk group are unable to travel to where these centers exist now. So we want to have the courses operating at a community level. You would know as well that there is a real problem of borders in certain areas, and therefore they can't move from one area to the next. So you may find, for instance, in East Port of Spain, there might be a center in one community, but the persons right next door cannot come into that community to avail themselves of these training programs. So we're in fact taking that into account and taking these programs into the community so that the persons can access them.
Caroni Central.
Honourable Minister, as line item 25, there was a budget of $2 million to be spent last year. I see that none of it was used for this homestead program. Can you indicate any reason, particular reason why?
That particular allocation last year was there to deal with the administrative building, etc., for the homestead program. It took a while to get the lands for the administrative building. So therefore, that expenditure did not materialize. However, Cabinet has approved the location in Centeno for the administrative location for the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, and as a result, you would see an allocation there this fiscal that will allow for that program to be implemented.
Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am actually on the Skills for Work program. And so, Minister, as you spoke in response to the member for Point-a-Pear, and indeed in response to the member for Muruga Tableland on the Youth Career Caravan. So I understand this to be an effort by the ministry to decentralize these approaches to youth development. So you referenced coming into communities. And so you would appreciate then that members of parliament as advocates for their communities would be a wealth of knowledge in terms of persons who can benefit from the program, etc. So my question therefore is it that we make applications to the ministry for persons who would be coming into our office on a respective office day or treating with us in that representative space, or do we have to send a request to the ministry to be facilitated? What is the administrative process that you are seeing for access to these programs in these communities?
What we do is that as the programs are rolled out, we advertise on social media and the traditional media, as well as we utilize the website as an access for the applications, but you can also drop off hard copies. So the programs are advertised as the common stream, and members of parliament, of course, can easily encourage their constituents to apply through that system.
Okay, but because we are doing, like you said, a community approach, I think the great minds at the ministry can find a way to facilitate members of parliament to put groups in, because that, I think, would make the program more effective as well as your community-oriented approach.
Well, we have no difficulty in receiving recommendations from members of parliament. There's no door closed to that. As you would know, we recently launched a program in your constituency, which is the TCL program for farmers in Mayo. That forms within
I'm very
Tabakit.
familiar. Yes,
you
correct.
have about 40, all of them from Tabakit.
Yes,
None
from
anywhere
Mayo
else.
specifically, yes.
Okay.
But as it relates to the specific line item, I am referencing this new $10 million program, which we would be very interested in.
I'm sure you would, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, with regards to, in light of the minister's answer and my colleague's question, Minister, with regards to giving guidance for the program, or the fact that we are members that represent the wider community in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm thinking that we can make recommendations as to what communities would benefit. And I'm making an open plea for 6 companies, Samuel Cooper and Indian Walk and the Tableland community, that could benefit from this $10 million.
Community in every other constituency. Your suggestion is taken on board.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Point of Peer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, let me take you to a line item 007, construction of the youth development apprenticeship centers, and also 004, which is refurbishment of youth development apprenticeship centers. Based on the wording, it's two different line items, but in 007, firstly, $20 million identified. Are these new construction? And could you identify where?
Wallerfield in the east and Chagaramas in the west.
Wallerfield in the east and Chagaramas in the west.
Yes.
And what is the cost per center identified, roughly?
The one in Chagaramas is the only one where a contract has been awarded for roughly about $60 million.
How much?
60.
60. Okay,
but of course, you know, that will not be a one fiscal.
I know.
Yeah?
Yeah. And in 004, Minister, refurbishment of centers that are presently existing, could you identify, and that's for $15 million.
Eldorado, Eldorado for girls, Chatham for boys, Presto for boys.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I seek an update with regards to 008, establishment of a farm school in Moruga.
Madam Chair, we are still in discussions with the Ministry of Agriculture to finalize the location for this facility. We have made several visits. We have now zeroed down to 3 possible locations that will be able to accommodate, because we need to accommodate as close as possible to services. While there might be a lot of land in Moruga, we have to also look at the utilities and how close they are to where the development has to go and so forth. We are in the final stages of that, and we should be able to have a final decision on the location very shortly and be able to proceed with this much-needed project in the South Trinidad.
Madam Chair, if you would indulge me, and I would like to read from the Hansard, the 10th of, this is the 6th of October, last year, 2022. The Minister's response when I asked that similar update, but I asked it with regards to the financial allocation going from 15 million to 5 million, and now we have carded 8 million with no expenditure. The Minister's response was the Moruga Farm School, which is a project that the government intends to implement. In the last fiscal, we would have spent time doing consultations. As you are aware, I admit I was part of the consultation, which you were involved in and identifying the land. We have since been able to identify the land, I just want to reiterate that, and we have taken on board your suggestions and comments. So apparently the Minister did not take on board my suggestions and comments. And we are currently involved in the design work of the facility. So the allocation you see there, which was the $5 million at that point in time, would be to cover the design and consultancy arrangements as we work to get this facility developed. And that was the Minister's response.
Well, Madam Chair, there is no substantial change to the answer from last year to this year, except to say that the site that I referred to on the last occasion, which was identified, it turns out is heavily occupied by squatters. And as a result, yes, agricultural squatters. So, well, let me not, it's occupied by persons involved in agriculture, Madam Chair.
For the sake of the record, could the Minister state that site?
In La Savanne.
Which part in La Savanne?
I'm not from Moruga, but it is from La Savanne, and the location that was identified is occupied by persons involved in agriculture. So it was not felt that we should move to disturb these persons at this point in time. This is a farm school that we are trying to put together, and we were given 3 alternative locations by the Ministry of Agriculture, and from that we are currently trying to finalize on one. You'll be advised as soon as we get the finalization of that.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, my closing comment on this particular line item. Minister, I know you are aware that we have Muruga agro-processing facilities with 5 empty shells, and it is hollow enough, it is big enough, it is concrete, it's built. And in order to get this program on the way, because my constituents are in need of it with regards to creating employment, becoming marketable, and being able to forge forward and to form a livelihood, my young persons need this. So since we already would have committed and spent $90 million of taxpayers' money, I'm putting on record, I'm suggesting that location.
That will not be a possibility, so we'll continue as I've announced earlier.
Honorable members, the question is that a sum of $270,312,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $270,312,000 for Head 81, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the PS and the Deputy PSs and your other technocrats. Head 17, Personnel Department. Personnel Department, $51,830,400. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Personnel Department is responsible for determining and advising on terms and conditions of employment for employees in the public service, estimated to be around 90,000 workers. The department determines through consultation and negotiations with appropriate recognized majority unions and associations the terms and conditions of service for persons in the civil service, stipulated statutory authorities, the teaching service, the police service, the fire service, and the prison service. The department is also responsible for the determination of terms and conditions of employment for members of the Defense Force, daily rated workers, contract employees, the provision of secretarial and advisory services to the Salary Review Commission and the Human Resource Advisory Commission, the terms and conditions of employment of officers, providing secretarial and advisory services to these two bodies. The department is also required to advise on a wide range of HR issues in the public service, including matters related to industrial relations. Currently, the department is engaged in 2 job evaluation exercises for officers within the civil service, Tobago House of Assembly, and stipulated statutory authorities, and another for officers in the prison service. In respect of the police service and Port of Spain Corporation, requests for proposals and for job evaluation exercises will be issued to procure service providers within this financial. The leadership of the department, through the implementation of the Strategic Planning Framework 2022, continues to strengthen the organization to improve the timeliness and quality of service delivery to all stakeholders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The question is
that the sum of $51,830,400 for Head 17 Personnel Department stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $51,830,400 for Head 17 Personnel Department is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. A, Administration Services. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 036, conduct of a job evaluation and compensation exercise for the civil service. I know this has been ongoing, and this year fiscal is budgeted 9.9 million. Last year, 2023 fiscal was budgeted 9 million, only 1.9 was utilized. And I asked the same question that I asked you again last year. When would this exercise end? Because it has been ongoing for a while. Do you have an end date so that we can understand what's happening in the civil service?
The last estimate I got from the CPO and the consultants was March of 24, so we are expecting that we will get a report within that time.
So this fiscal, we expect
This
to get...
fiscal, definitely this fiscal.
Okay, thank you.
F, Buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $51,830,400 for Head 17 Personnel Department stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $51,830,400 for Head 17 Personnel Department now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the acting CPO. Head 06, Service Commissions. Head 06, Service Commissions, $81,337,290. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Service Commissions Department has the Secretariat for the 4 constitutionally enshrined service commissions, provides administrative and technical advisory services to enable the commissions to carry out their constitutional responsibilities. The Strategic Human Resource Management Council, comprising of the leadership of the 3 agencies focused on public service HR issues, that is the Personnel Department, the Service Commission Department, and the Ministry of Public Admin, have been working assiduously to identify and implement measures to improve the HR management and performance throughout the service. The Public Service Commission's Thought Leadership Series has become a staple, facilitating thoughtful and intentional conversation on innovation and change. During the last fiscal, the commissions placed significant focus and effort on filling several senior positions, including that of permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, heads of departments, directors of human resource units, and other key leadership positions. The plans for all the commissions for fiscal 2024 include the further filling of key positions across the public service, utilizing the principles of meritocracy, enacting policy change through the revision of the regulations, increasing operational efficiency, continued stakeholder engagement, and ensuring discipline in the public service. The Service Commission's department is pivotal in ensuring that the Commission succeed in achieving their mandates and continues to introduce innovations to increase its efficiency and effectiveness. The project for the implementation of an electronic data management system was officially launched in the Service Commission's department in July 2022. Approximately $3 million have been spent to date on the project for fiscal 23. The Service Commission's department's evolution to a paperless organization is one that incorporates data analytics in making decisions and re-engineered processes for greater efficiency. The current allocations will allow the Service Commission to continue its digitalization project and overall performance improvement exercises. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $81,337,290 for Head 06 Service Commissions stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $81,337,290 for Head 06 Service Commissions is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 08, Rent Lease Office Accommodation. 2023, you had asked for 8 million, you got the 8 million was spent. This year is 9.2 million, an increase of 1.2 million. Is there any reason, given that everything would remain equal in 2023?
This covers the rental of two locations, the head office on Cipriani Boulevard and the DFL building. There's an amount of $775,000 that's brought forward to be settled. Other than that, the rent remains the same as in previous years.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002, Tobago Services. Item 003, Public Service Commission. Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under Public Service Commission, line item 28, other contracted services. Only $400,000 was spent in fiscal 23 and 2024. It's now the Service Commission is now asking for 2.2 in contracted services. Could you just identify what they identified to you all for contracted services?
Assessments to be done with respect to certain positions to be filled. Main focus of those will be Deputy CPO and the THA administrators, which will happen during this year, which is why they needed the additional funds.
Thank you.
Item 004, Teaching Service Commission. Item 005, Judicial and Legal Service Commission. Item 006, Police Service Commission. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. Member for Point of Appeal.
Minister, basically with my same question, like 006, under this implementation of electronic document management system, $4 million are identified to be spent in fiscal 2024. Again, is there an end for this implementation, when it will end?
Key divisions within the Service Commission department, and it is supposed to be rolled out to the others during the course of 2024.
2024, we should see some finality.
By the end of 2024, we should see the full rollout of the system.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $81,337,290 for head 06 Service Commission stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $81,337,290 for head 06 Service Commissions now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, DPA, and to all your members of your team. Head 38, Environmental Commission. Head 38, Environmental Commission, $5,714,950. I will now invite the Minister and the Ministry of the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Madam Chair, honourable members of this committee, as I begin, I wish to express sincere gratitude to the Honourable Attorney General for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Environmental Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, the Environmental Commission is established pursuant to the Environmental Management Act, Chapter 3505. The Commission has the jurisdiction to hear and determine appeals from the decisions of the Environmental Management Authority. Madam Chair, the Environmental Commission is mandated to write and enforce laws and regulations for environmental management, to educate the public about the nation's environmental issues, and to control and prevent pollution, as well as conserve natural resources. Madam Chair, Section 83 of the Environmental Management Act stipulates that the Commission is constituted by a full-time chairman and 5 other members, including the Deputy Chairman, each of whom may be appointed to serve in a full-time, part-time, or periodic capacity, as may be required to fulfill their objects of the Act. Madam Chair, the Environmental Commission of Trinidad and Tobago is a specialized environmental court that Trinidad and Tobago is extremely fortunate to have. The Commission provides a forum to deal with and resolve any environmental dispute which falls under the Environmental Management Act, Chapter 3505. Moreover, the Commission plays a pivotal role in the legal regulatory infrastructure of Trinidad and Tobago in relation to environmental governance. In closing, Madam Chair, I wish to thank the Chairman of the Commission, His Honour Sunil Sukraj, the Registrar, Ms. Antoinette Allen, and all members of staff of the Commission for their service. And as I close, I also wish to put on a record and thank our Permanent Secretary Acting, Ms. Indira Rampal Chedi, and our Deputy Permanent Secretary Acting, Ms. Cher Augustin, for their support in preparation for this presentation. Madam Chair, with these few words, I now remain available to the members of this distinguished committee for any questions. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $5,714,950 for Head 38 Environmental Commission stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $5,714,950 for Head 38 Environmental Commission is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,714,950 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,714,950 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you to the Registrar and the administrative officers and the rest of your team from the Environmental Commission. Pleasant evening. Head 03, Judiciary, $646,859,940. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago is an important constitutional part of the democratic construct of governance of this country. As Attorney General, I am privileged today to appear before this House in discharge of a unique portfolio as a member of one constitutional branch, the executive, to support and speak for that other constitutional branch, the judiciary. The judiciary is driven by integrated planning and management and has sought to rationalize and optimize the use of its available resources to quickly adapt its service delivery strategies in keeping with its constitutional mandate. With its transformation and modernization thrust, the judiciary has been reconfiguring, repurposing, and developing infrastructure, upgrading and leveraging relevant ICT tools, re-engineering processes, rationalizing and building the capacity of its human resources. Much of what the judiciary is doing is geared towards better service delivery by reducing barriers, improving access to services offered by the court, reducing delays, and eliminating case backlogs to enhance timeliness in the disposition of cases. Fiscal 2024 will see a continued concentration on major upgrades in that regard. The judiciary has been allocated just over $750 million for recurrent and capital expenditure for the 2024 fiscal year, representing an increase of $75 million, or approximately 10% over the 2023 allocation. The sum of $663,390,540 has been provided to fund recurrent activities, and $87,270,000 has been provided for capital expenditure and development projects. Madam Chair, in the context of ensuring a properly resourced judiciary, this government is committed to revisit this budget allocation as necessary at the mid-year review to further support the judiciary's transformation and modernization thrust. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $646,859,940 for Head 03, Judiciary, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $646,859,940 for Head 03, Judiciary, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Member for Barataria-Sano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. AG, with respect to 01 salaries and cost of living allowances, page 10, the estimated expenditure for 2023 was 67 million, but I noticed that only 60 million, well, we spent 60 million. Can you account for the reason why the 7 million wasn't spent? Was there a recruitment exercise or so that didn't bear fruit?
Yes, thank you for that question, member. The figures as presented have to do with the fact that certain posts were not filled. As you would recall from the speech of the Honorable Chief Justice at the beginning of the law term, I think less than 2 weeks ago, the judiciary is in the process of rationalizing its operations and realigning its operations, as indeed I mentioned in my opening remarks, and to commit to the maximum use of resources, so that the difference at the moment has to do with that rationalization, which is a work in progress.
AG, this would be the line item for those on the establishment, I would presume. Can you just give us an indication of what are the number of positions that are in fact vacant? Will the total establishment and those filled and those that are vacant?
Yes, the total number of offices that are filled are 765, and the total number of offices vacant are 394.
Thank you.
Item 002, Judiciary Tobago. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Member for Barataria-Sano.
AG, I am seeing, I'm on line item 16. You will find this at page 12. I'm seeing that there has been an increase in the allocation for contract employment in the sum of $5.2 million. Can you tell us which positions, in terms of contract employment, will be filled with this additional $5.2 million?
Give me 1 minute, please,
sure.
member. Positions to be filled, is that what you asked for?
Is this 5.2 going to represent additional positions to be filled? Let me ask there first.
The number of filled positions are 1,427, and the number of vacant positions are 594.
And the $5.2 million, what's the reason for that increase?
The actual expenditure is 200 million Trinidad, 18 million Tobago, 13 million, and the judiciary has asked for an additional 82 million for new positions to be filled.
No, AG, I think...
Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah. If you watch line item 16,
yes,
there's an increase of $5.2 million.
Page 12.
Page 12.
Yes.
What's the purpose for that increase of $5.2 million under this line item?
Just give me one.
Sure.
I understand that there was an insufficient allocation initially, and the judiciary brought across some additional allocations by environment.
Okay, understood. AG, line item 23, fees. On the explanation column, I'm seeing that there's a $7.8 million estimated expenditure for payments to pathologists and funeral agencies. Can you just give us an explanation why the judiciary will have this cost attached to it?
This is a pathology, this is a check. Please, Violet. Instructed, member, that the coroner's court uses pathologists, and because of the number of pathologists that have to be used in that court, there is an allocation for pathologists who advise the coroner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anthony, AG, line item 43, security services. 2023, only 59 million was spent, and this year's allocation is now $80 million, a $21 million increase. Could you just inform this House, this committee, what was the need for that additional $21 million in respect to security?
Yes, thank you for that, member. The security is explained by the fact that there was originally Give me 1 minute, please. Understand, member, that the annual figure for security was 75,856,000, but there's an arrears figure that has to be dealt with, and that is going to be allocated further this year.
Item 002, Judiciary Tobago. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, Judiciary Trinidad. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, Commonwealth bodies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honorable members, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, Administrative Services. Member for Pointe-à-Pierre? No? Member for Chaguanas West?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my question, it's a singular question, and I premise it on 001, 003, 005, 006, 007, which really deals with the development of information systems. We see development of customer care, institutional strengthening of the family court, transformation of court recording system, strengthening of records management. Madam Chair, the question which I wish to raise is against the backdrop of the probate registry in the judiciary. And if we are talking about strengthening institutions, I would like to inquire of the Honorable Attorney General whether, as Attorney General being the guardian of the public interest, also given his constitutional mandate under the Legal Affairs Ministry, whether or not steps cannot be taken in terms of seeking audience with the Legislative Probate Committee or otherwise to treat with the problems existing at the probate registry. And Madam Chair, with your permission, if I may just expand on that just a little, the problems that we face in the probate registry, you have persons who, when they die, they leave an estate. So for those who are not lawyers, they will understand if the person leaves a will, you apply for a grant of probate. If they don't leave a will, you apply for letters of administration. This process before the registry is taking years to be completed. And so what you have is people, or are people, who are applying for their grants of probate, and they are not getting it after even some 5 to 7 years. When they approach the probate registry, sometimes they are faced with queries. When they answer those queries, they reapproach the probate registry, they are told of the same queries yet a second or a third time. Even after you get the grant of probate, there is something, Madam Chair, that is referred to as a will number. And this is something that is given if it is you want to get your deeds of assent. So you need to get these from the Legal Affairs Ministry before you can move forward. And these matters are costing people, those who seek to benefit from the estates of deceased persons, additional costs, additional headaches. Madam Speaker, this has also become the subject of Privy Council matter of Deocharan Deonarain and Ramcharan, which was a Privy Council decision delivered in December 2022, where the law lords of the Privy Council said that they are confused as to why probate would take so long to obtain in Trinidad and Tobago, because that was part of the subject matter. So I raise it against the backdrop, Madam Speaker, that whether Attorney General steps can be taken. Of course, we do not expect your office to dictate anything to the judiciary, but certainly steps can be taken to assist, whether it be shortage of staff, whether it be shortage of resources, whether it be a matter of assisting in terms of sorting out this backlog of probate applications that exist before the probate registry.
Thank you, Member. I'm actually glad that you raised the question, as general as it is, because it is an important question that you raise. You may recall that very recently the Chief Justice, in his opening remarks at the beginning of term, referred to the fact that there have been some significant meetings that have taken place between committees of the Cabinet and of the Judiciary to advance the work of a number of different things that the Judiciary has been looking to get improvements on. And I'm happy to tell you that one of those matters that was raised by the Judiciary with the Cabinet in the subcommittee that took place actually came before Cabinet and was passed as a Cabinet minute on the 11th of October 2023. That's this month. And it had to do with a 2021 Cabinet note for the establishment of the civil division of the Judiciary, which includes but is not limited to fixing the probate registry. And what has emerged out of that is that Cabinet has accepted the recommendation of the Judiciary to do a number of things. One, the creation of an estates administration subdivision of that larger civil division. Secondly, the approval of legislation in that regard to be brought by my office to the Parliament. And a bill has actually been drafted, the Civil Division Act Bill 2023, which will, among other things, deal with a specialist staff, including legally trained lawyers, legally trained persons and paralegals, and a new approach to e-filing to make applying for letters of administration and letters of and probate much easier. And that is going to come shortly before the Legislative Review Committee to be cleaned up and then to be taken into Parliament. So I'm actually grateful that you raised this so that I can inform the public of Trinidad and Tobago of the steps that have very recently, as of the 11th of October, been taken in that regard.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable AG. I can only ask that the implementation of the processes that will follow be initiated or expedited as quickly as possible, because as I said, we are dealing with estates which go back, some cases at least 10 years, in other cases at least 7, at least 5 years. It's been quite some time, and it is causing a lot of issues, not only in the probate registry, but on the ground. And Honorable AG, as I indicated before, the question of the will number is something that possibly the Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, Ministry of Legal Affairs, this issue of delays in getting the will number, because without this, no deed of assent can be registered. Maybe that can be looked into. Thank you, Madam Chair.
F, Public Buildings. Member for Baratarisano.
Thank you. AG, I want to focus on 006, restoration of the San Fernando Supreme Court building. I'm seeing that there's now, this is considered to be a reactivated project. in the sum of $5.2 million allocation. AG, can you indicate whether or not the work has already started, or will the work now commence for this project?
Yes, the restoration of that work is a work in progress. This is the, which item is it? This is item 006?
Yes, yes it is.
Yes. If you just allow me to refer to my notes in that regard. The figure that has been allocated for 2024 is required for extensive works to be undertaken during the closure of the court so as to facilitate functionality when reopened. And those works will include additional works, HVAC works, minor equipment upgrades, elevator replacement, court technology, including upgrades of ICT and court recording equipment.
And when, AG, when do you expect the works to be completed for the building to be reopened to the public?
I can't say when it will be completed, but certainly the approved project is being done under the IDF, and the allocation and the development program will facilitate special additional work to facilitate OSH compliance, which will be undertaken by the judiciary.
Sure. Can I just also move on to 009, the provision of accommodation for the San Fernando Magistrates Court? Also, I believe that building has recently been demolished. I think there's a fire or so, and it had to be demolished thereafter. I'm seeing that there's just a very small allocation of $670,000, and this also is a reactivated project. Can you explain to the committee why such a small allocation for this project?
Yes, the work that has so far, as you correctly indicate, has so far been undertaken is the demolition of the old court. It is an approved project which has been done under the IDF, and the allocation will facilitate additional demolition and additional work to complete the demolition before the project can be handed out under the new procurement legislation.
Okay, understood.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item, yes?
I had a question before.
You have a question on the public? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Public Buildings, F, Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Line item 26, Attorney General, construction of video conferencing center at Golden Grove, Aruka. $6 million again is budgeted for fiscal 2024. $6 million was budgeted for fiscal 2023. Nothing was spent based on the numbers we have here. Could you just update the population? What's the status of this video conferencing center? If it has been started or is now will be started in fiscal 2024?
Yeah, I mean, what was achieved, thank you, Member, what was achieved in 2023, we initiated, the judiciary initiated the civil infrastructure, HVAC, and ICT cabling works to accommodate 10 additional virtual center courtrooms, and the 2024 activities are to complete the civil MEP and ICT security works to be completed so as to facilitate additional virtual hearings. There have been delays in procurement. Expenditure was less than planned, but it is certainly a major project in the judiciary strategic plan, and significant work is planned for fiscal 2024.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. AG, that answer prompted a query in my mind. Earlier today, we had the Minister of National Security with us, and there's a similar project that came up under the prison service. When asked, the minister said that there may be a change in the plan in terms of setting up of the video conferencing at the prison. Now this line item also speaks to the video conferencing at the Aruka, at the Golden Grove, Aruka. Is there some inconsistency now with respect to this issue?
Say first of all, before I take instructions, Member, that I can't speak for the Minister of National Security.
Of course.
And I wasn't present when he answered the question to which you refer. But
So
let me just take
it raises
instructions.
some doubt in mind now.
Instructed, Member, that item 026 is Golden Grove, but the judiciary is actually building out video conferencing for the maximum security prisons. So there isn't a need there just yet for actual buildings because the concentration is on video conferencing. You may recall during the pandemic that one of the significant avant-garde steps that the judiciary was able to build out was to allow prisoners in the containers that were refurbished in the Golden Grove to be able to get video access to the Hall of Justice in Port of Spain. That is what is being built out for the maximum security.
So just to be clear, this is for remand in terms of Golden Grove, but the MSP would not have the video conferencing center.
Additional offices at the maximum security center for virtual conferencing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member for Barataria San Juan.
AG, I'm just going back on this line item here, 001, the restoration of the San Fernando Supreme Court building, this one being 5 million. I know we just dealt with a similar line item under the DP program. Is this the same exact works that will be completed through this allocation, just coming out of the IDF?
Just 1 minute, please. This is separate works being executed by UDICOT.
Separate works?
Yes.
Okay.
Member, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify for member for Barataria San Juan and perhaps all members, the consolidated fund deals with development program under the ministry itself, and the IDF deals with development programs that are being done by a special purpose company or state enterprise. So that's where the distinction is between the two.
So, Minister, just based on your response, there will be a scope of work under the ministry and then a separate scope of work under the
correct.
The procuring, the executing authority.
Through the executing
authority,
agency,
yeah.
which would be a special purpose company. So UDICOT, NIPTEC, NIDCO,
sure.
all of those companies.
So, then, AG, can you be so kind just to let us know the scope of works under this particular line item for the San Fernando Court?
Just give me 1 minute, please.
Sure.
You have that at my fingertips.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $646,859,940 for Head 03 Judiciary stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $646,859,940 for Head 03 Judiciary now stands part of the schedule. Honorable members, this standing Finance Committee is now suspended to Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 10 a.m. I thank the AG, the Minister, the Chief Executive Officer, and the other technical officer from the Judiciary.
Thank you, Madam Chair.